Hello everyone and welcome back to the US World Cup 2022 semifinals. We have had a weekend of ups and downs for tons of teams throughout the tournament. It's been an extremely exciting semifinals weekend with some incredible matches already, particularly that tiebreaker matchup between South Korea and the United States, which saw the fall of the United States. And now we return to the losers bracket here, where we join two of our teams currently guaranteed in the top 8, looking for a spot in that top 6. It's Russia versus China, with these two teams on a tear currently through the losers bracket. My name is Dio, and I'm going to be casting this match alongside the GOAT, Mr. Doomsday.
Hey, what's up, Dio? What's up, man? This one is a really well-poised matchup and in the losers bracket, and it's going to be dicey for both teams going into it. A lot was said about China. I certainly went into this tournament thinking China were going to be one of the dark horses, and in the first couple of weeks, they were looking a bit shaky, right? Not quite up to the usual standards, but since they've dropped into the losers bracket, man, they have been on a tear. Had a ridiculous win streak. Only stopped in the last round, but at the moment, China are on red-hot form going into this, no doubt.
Yeah, out of the last 3 matches, China has only lost 3 maps in total. They were 12-0 in the quarterfinals weekend, which is no small feat, going undefeated in maps through a weekend of losers bracket. That is extremely hard to do. But this Russia team is no slouches either. They have been a very solid team throughout multiple years of tournament play, and you kind of expect this team to pull out all the stops in a matchup like this. They have their strategy coming into this. They have lots of people dedicated to making sure that the team knows what to pick and knows how they want to go into this match, and you can expect them to come in prepared. Same for China though. Nomad 2 ban for China, Hidden 2 and Nomad 4 bans for Russia. I think one of those bans kind of interesting for Russia. We were talking a little bit about this match before the broadcast started, Doomsday. That Nomad 4 ban, kind of curious for Russia a bit here.
It is. We were thinking about that as being a decent thing, maybe for Russia to play into in this one. But I guess just not in this instance, right? China have a pretty mean gimmick team. They did play that one yesterday. Got a decent score, all things considered. 2.8 million's pretty good on it. But you know, to throw a ban on that really does telegraph that they don't want to go near that sort of slider tech gimmick stuff here if they're going to ban it out. Yeah. But the Hidden 2 is obvious. They've banned so much Hidden 2. They are not really a low AR team. The free mod 3 could play into it because of that, and Team China pick a lot of free mods. They can pick into the weaknesses of their opponent, and they have mixed up their picks and bans a lot depending on who they're facing. So we could see that later.
Yeah, definitely interested to see how the later picks for Russia turn out. I think one thing that you're going to expect in this matchup is for Russia to go into a lot of that speed abuse, pick into the DTs, pick into a lot of the tapping maps. Notably, both Fremod 2 and DT2 still left alive right now, China choosing to ban out that Nomad 2 instead. So we're gonna be able to see the Fremod 2 probably at some point here for Russia, usually a pick that's banned out against them. So definitely expecting that to get picked up at some point. And after that, I think it becomes much harder for either of these teams to pick successfully. You're looking at China to kind of pick into a lot of the harder reading maps, to pick into the hidden pool, to pick into some of these more obtuse free mod maps, things like the free mod 1 or free mod 3, where Russia really doesn't have a lot of the comfort that they have on some of the more speedy picks or some of the no mods that are left up in this pool.
Well, it's time to see how things kick off. It's going to be China that starts us off here with the picking. A lot harder to predict what they're going to go into, but we'll say a lot, and they're going straight into something really strange. The left field gimmick no mod first pick here. What do you think about this one, Dio? I'd call it brave, but it kind of makes sense in this matchup, right?
I think this is a good pick for China. I was talking about this with somebody else before the match yesterday after we saw both of these teams play already. And I really think that any of the really gimmicky maps in this pool are good picks for China. This No Mod 5 included. You mix in such ridiculous aim control and finger control together. You know, not only the double taps in this map, but a lot of the doubles themselves that are sort of normal beat snaps instead of the 1/12 to 1/16 double taps that you see for front and center in this map. And you get something that's just ridiculously hard on the gimmick side of things. And that's something that China's team is really, really good at. Milk Tea and Crystal in particular on this map are demons. Like, this is exactly the kind of map that you want to see those two players in for. And if you're playing against them, you just have to quake in fear at the names there, because those are incredibly good players on a map like this.
I don't think Russia are going to be particularly into this one. They played it yesterday and the scores were, well, sort of what you'd expect. It was a chaotic map, but it wasn't really their cup of tea. And China perhaps have done the research, gone straight into it, thinking, yep, we're going to immediately try and take them off kilter here. It's so short as well. It's 2 minutes. These patterns can, even if you're rock solid on this map though in solo, a one play in a tournament setting on this is intimidating. Okay, then lineups are in. The two of the Lolols, Crystal and Fia, in here for China. On the side of Russia, we've got Chaconi, Din, Welter, and Vitya. That's a decent squad for this too, to be fair. But we'll see if they can improve on yesterday.
Definitely looking at Chaconi and Vitya on the side of Russia to put up really solid scores on this. Vitya, also known as Okinatori from a while back, relatively old name change, but very, very solid tech and gimmick player for the Russian team, and is usually in to fill on these types of maps where a lot of the rest of the roster isn't super comfortable. See an early break from Welter, but not much else to talk about here early on. You shouldn't expect too much else early on. Oh, wow, that's a three-way break on the intro. Chaconi, Din, and Fia. Milk Tea also breaking there at the end of the slider spam. Chaconi finding another slider break. Crystal now also breaking. It's only Karumi left up and only Vitya left up for either of these teams. China and Russia trading out 3 full combos instantly. Welter with a Bancho miss there. Din also with a Bancho miss. Din still left alive. Is that also a Bancho miss for Vitya and Din? We're going to be combating the Bancho misses in this map, chat. This is a map that the client does not like.
The 116s are pain for the client, but we'll work with it. It's looking like 1FC to 1 either way, though, so it's still very competitive. Lolol, 234, and Din.
I'm going to assume those are Bancho misses from Chaconi and Din there, and that'll probably correct at some point here, but it doesn't look like it is. I think those are real misses, Dooms. And that is disaster for Russia, if so. Already 300,000 score ahead here. Karumi, Lolol234, really popping off on this one, as all of Russia just not able to hold on to the combo consistently here. And China, like you said, has done their homework on this pick. They knew what kind of score to expect, and they knew they could beat it.
Yeah, it's looking about just like how it looked yesterday here for Russia. Decent in the first half, though, but you know, China's got those gimmick players. That's an FC, or even near FC, I think, from 234. The 93% combo game, you know, gets the job done, doesn't it? Very nicely done, honestly, from China. A pretty decent team score, all things considered, from those 4 Chinese players.
That's the thing about this Chinese roster that you can't really underestimate, is that even if you see players like Crystal and Milk Tea have a bit of trouble with a map like that they are usually very good on, there's probably somebody else on the team that's still going to play it really well. We were talking about this before as well, but a lot of this Chinese roster is just filled with all-rounders that are really solid on lots of different types of maps, but particularly good on a lot of these gimmicky finger control, aim control, reading-based maps, right? So you have so many players on this roster, even if you don't have the name brand value like you do with Milk Tea and Crystal, that can come in and just demolish a pick. That said, the same goes for Russia when it comes to these types of maps. The speed, Paper Moon picked up for them now.
Yeah, not wasting any time. Could have seen these picks coming from a mile away. They're going to go straight into this and try and stamp some authority on this match. This DT1 is normally the aim map, but quite a lot of speed in this one, and that benefits Russia a lot. A bit more of the speed spread around, a few more picks for them. And plus they get that Russian mapper buff, so hey, why not pick this first?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a different double time one from what you usually see in tournament map pools. If you're familiar with the tournament scene, you might expect DT1 to be full of just normal aim patterns, kind of your standard anime aim consistency. Not really the case here. You have a lot of really wide-angle, awkward jumps, and you have tons of bursts and streams in this map, which at 246 BPM does make it pretty speed-gated. And it resembles kind of a mishmash between what you usually expect in DT1 and something like a full speed-focused map like DT3 or No Mod 5, where you're looking at tons of bursts all over the place. And it becomes something that really forces you to be good at double time as a mod in general. You got a bit of the high AR, a bit of that aim, a bit of the speed, and it forces you to just be a good DT player and a good speed player overall, which is something that Russia is uniquely poised to take advantage of. So good on all of the different DT maps every single year. That said, a little bit of early breaks for Russia here, but not going to matter too much. This map doesn't really give you a chance to ease into it at all, so you expect a couple early breaks from either side.
It's a decent length as well, and as this map goes on, that speed strain kicks in even more. China's DT roster's decent, but certainly not really going to match up to Russia's on the best of days, so it's going to be up to them to try and get a strong performance to steal this away. I'm watching out for these accuracies. We've already seen some ridiculous plays on this from Russia. So they've got a high bar to match there already. A couple misses though early on from Russia. We're going to set them back a bit. The combo is with China in the early stages.
Luckily, we do see a break from Lol234, Kurumi there, and Fia also finding a slider break during the slower section, so 2 breaks traded out for China now, and the extra combo on the side of Apostle and Din gonna bring it back for Russia here. A little bit worse accuracy on Milk Tea as well. Lol233 there, down at 97% accuracy. Very good act for everybody on Russia, all above 98. And there's a double break for Joseph Joestar and Lol233. Voprosov gonna find the traded miss there for Russia, but Chaconi, the carry player for Russia this year, holding on to the SS, keeping the full combo intact for Russia. Everyone else has broken besides Chaconi now. Lol234 and Fia do have some recovered combos, so if Chaconi misses, this could still go back over. But that FC is the lone thing keeping Russia in the lead at the moment.
Consistently strong performer, Chaconi, but he's so important on this map now. He's been chased down. The FC the map last time, he'll have to do it again, you think. So far though, it's looking really good for him. This accuracy is insane from Chaconi. This is ridiculous from him.
Yeah, 2 100s on this map is absurd for Chaconi right now. This kind of accuracy is not what you expect from anybody on this sort of map at all, especially Score V2. You can't cheese anything at all. Even finds time to write out Pekko at the end of the map. Commitment to the bit if you've ever seen it.
Of
And
course.
there's the win for Russia on their first pick. 3 million team score. Again, not quite as good as the score they put up in their first matchup this weekend. Down about 200k from that score, but Chaconi really putting on the carry pants for that map, as without that FC, would have been way closer than comfortable for Russia.
The accuracies on the Russian side definitely much higher than China, but the combo gaming from China was really threatening there, but not quite enough. Chaconi has been so good so far, and if he continues this, you'd think Russia have a good chance against most opponents. At the moment, he is doing his bit here for Russia. Well, we saw some hyper gimmick from China in their first pick. There's still plenty more of that in the pool, and you'd think that'd be a good choice going forward here for China.
Definitely agree. Definitely think it's going to be a solid choice for China to keep picking into some of those more gimmicky maps. Even at this point, things like the Hidden 3, the Hidden 1, things like the Free Mod 4 as well, or Free Mod 3, all really good picks for China in this matchup. Some of them that Russia can find breakpoints on, but definitely harder for Russia to win than for China. It's going to be Free Mod 4, the pick for China here. This is not something that I expected for them to go for as a second pick, because when you compare the scores from earlier this weekend, both teams have already played this map, and they were only 70,000 score apart on this. Yes, China has the on-paper advantage, but it's so small that it may as well be neck and neck between these two teams. So very interesting second pick for China here. And I'm wondering if that first score that we saw from them this weekend was an underperformance rather than, what they expect to see on this type of map, because this pick just screams confidence in the face of, not so good evidence that they should be confident on it.
Yeah, I think it is, to be honest. I do think China have some more wiggle room there to improve it. With this map being one of those crazy rhythm maps with wacky BPM changes and weirdness, it can definitely happen. And I think the second play can benefit a lot of teams on something like this, right? I think China definitely can improve what they did. I think Russia did pretty good when it got played against them, against France. I think that's pretty good for them. So, we'll see how the second play goes for China. If they're gone for it this early, they're either confident or they're trying to take a bit of a 50-50. It's probably the former, knowing this team, right?
Yeah, I just can't imagine that China would pick this going for a 50-50 on their second pick. That is not what you do when you are looking to solidify yourselves as the best team that China has ever had in the US World Cup, right? You were talking about this before the match started, Dooms, but this is already the best performance that China has seen since, 2016? And is this their best showing ever at the moment, or do they need top 6 for that?
I mean, they probably need a bit more to stake a claim to that legendary team, but considering the last few years of China losing so many of their key players and having to completely rebuild from the ground up, they definitely have the launch pad now to make something happen. The issue is, how will their skill caps hold up? And at the moment, they've done pretty well. And Russia, with their new players as well, they're threatening the exact same thing. So at the end of the day, how will they do on the harder pools? And at the moment, I think China look pretty well poised for this level. We're waiting for the fourth player here for China. Got a couple of the Lolols in and Crystal, of course. They're even going to use the timeout to get someone in. Is someone having issues connecting, or?
I have to assume they are having trouble seeing exactly who should be their fourth on this, as, without using the timeout, I'm just not sure exactly why they would need to use I don't know why they would need to use the timeout unless they were really trying to decide on a fourth, because connection issues should be covered. They should be able to get some extra time for those. It's going to be My Angel Anzu as the fourth, so definitely not super expected, I don't think, for China as a fourth player here. We'll see how this works out for China, this second pick now, as we get into Free Mod 4.
Time to get down with Free Mod 4. And my Angel Anzun for this doesn't play too many maps for China, but a solid player when needed for very particular maps. See how he does on the hidden. Curious to watch the accuracies on something like this. You can't underestimate how sudden and stark these BPM changes can be in these down songs. And it is so hard to act, even if you can combo game it.
See a break there from My Angel Anzu. It does match the break from Welter earlier on. Chaconi on the Hard Rock gonna also find the break for Russia here. Vakman and Din on the Nomad still going strong for them, but the same can be said about Crystal and David. Lolo235 still holding those Nomad FCs for China, and Lolo233 Milk Tea also still holding the Hard Rock full combo right now. Hard Rock may be making this a little easier to read, as you can just kind of visually look at the spacing and the hit circles approaching and see exactly when the rhythms come in, but the aim control required for it much more difficult, and really commendable performance by Lolo233 so far. Still holding this FC halfway through.
All about holding that combo game for these FCs. It's with China at the moment. Welter with a couple breaks here on that hidden, setting Russia back a little bit more. So far, these FCs holding really well. Accuracy is pretty good on all of them.
And the main difference right now really coming from that Hard Rock full combo on Lolo233. Din and Vakman doing what they can at the moment to hold on to these full combos on the Nomad. And Welter actually higher score than My Angel Anzu due to the accuracy, despite all those early misses for Welter. It's just the extra full combo for Milk Tea right now is doing so much for China. Already closing in on a 400,000 score lead with this extra full combo. So if one of these FCs doesn't miss soon, this is just going to be the point for China. And a successful second pick for them. And with Chaconi and Din both breaking there, I think it's all but over.
That's the show. Just Vakman left here for Russia. In the end, China picking into some more of these gimmicks, working really well, in control the entire time. The Nomad's putting in a shift. The ack on 235 is pretty sick, not gonna lie. 98.7, that is no joke on this. Wow. Man, at the moment, the gimmick game working well for China in these early rounds. And that is definitely much better than what they did last time. I think that's more like it from China.
Yeah, very, very solid overall score for China there. 3 full combos almost, with the S rank on Milk Tea there, just breaking at the end. But looking very, very good overall in that map. And, you know, to be expected, this is a team that picks really well into lots of the more gimmicky maps in the pool and is able to capitalize on them. We're going to see DT3 picked up for Russia here now. Something that China and Russia both have played before. China actually outscoring Russia by a bit on this map in the head-to-head. But again, a map that's very, very close looking at the scores for both of these teams. Only 100k difference, 120,000 score difference in favor of China. But Russia looking probably to improve on that score, same as China, right? I think maybe an underperformance for Russia on this sort of map, as this is usually the type of thing that they are incredibly good on. It's a little bit more slider heavy, a little bit more reading heavy, a little bit more finger control heavy than usual for a double time 3, but it is still that first speed test on a D&B map, which is something that Russian players in general, especially these 4 players, are known for being really, really solid on.
This is a Russia map all the way through, and I think the score they got last time is definitely one of the lowest scores you'd expect from this team, right? They'd be hoping for more than that, and it's a power pick, no doubt. But China can definitely be competitive. But you'd think on the second play of Russia should be confident going into these, as they would be against pretty much any team when it comes to raw speed. I mentioned this map has quite a bit of control, right? But it does have quite a high general strain to it as well. When the bursts and those doubles, those kick sliders are going, they're relentless. So the stamina does play into it as well. And Russia have the stamina players in this tourney, really. Looking at Apostol, looking at Chaconi, Din, Voprasov coming in for all of these speed picks. That's a roster, man. That's a roster that scales.
One thing to note, by the way, we do see a change of roster for China right now. Fia was in for this map in the previous match against Romania, and full combo this map, but is not going to be in for it this time around. Milk Tea coming in to sub for Fia. So, bit of an interesting change in roster for China. Russia, I think, yes, putting in the exact same roster as before. This was a roster that 3-way 700k'd this map, near 4-way. Apostol was 678k on this map when they played it versus France. So the potential for improvement is massive for all of them. 1 miss, 2 miss, or slider break for each of these 4 members the last time they played it. You have to expect at least one of them to get that full combo this time around.
Oh, we'll see. Well, this time they're up against the LOL connection. Connect 3. You can never go wrong with this lineup. So versatile. Oh, immediately a few breaks here from Russia. Well, make that 1 actually. 1 break there from Voprasov to start things off here. Followed up by 2-3-3 there, so it's 3 FCs to 3. Accuracy really saving Russia in the early rounds. Another break there from Crystal now. The FCs are with Russia. 3 FCs to 2.
Only Kurumi and David left up. There goes Kurumi, Lolo 2-3-4, finding the slider break, and now it's 1 FC on David versus 2. Din gonna match the break from Kurumi, but Apostol and Chaconi still going strong on this one. Chaconi with the accuracy, look at that, 99.67% accuracy. That is absurdly good ac once again for Chaconi on these DTs. No sweat broken so far for the Russian carry player on either of these first 2 picks.
No, the OD on this one's actually higher than on Paper Moon as well, so that accuracy is even more impressive, really. Apostol backing him up, though. That's a backup player on something like this. Holding combo really well again. It's on the back of 2-3-5, but he's struggling on the AC. How long will that FC hold for him? He is holding on for dear life, and there he goes. Oof.
And this, I think, is what you've come to expect from Russia. Din and Voprasov having more trouble than they did the first time around, but Chaconi and Apostol really putting on the carry pants this time around. Even if they don't complete out the full combos, it's not going to be close on this one. And the accuracy again from Chaconi is just next level. I mean, what is that? 3 or 4, maybe 4 100s? On this map. Apostol going to break on the very last hard section of the map, but beating their old score by 200,000 or so here for Russia, maybe 300,000 or more by the end of it as Chaconi finishes out the full combo. And China, lots of early days breaks, lots of breaks through the middle, just not able to finish out the full combo on any player. Level 233 and Crystal both with the 1 miss, but just not quite able to find the FC, and Russia taking full advantage of it on this pick, tying us up 2-2.
Again, China can combo game through these. They can manage it. But the gulf in comfort is clear for all to see when you look at the accuracies. And Chaconi, take a bow, man. That is another amazing DT play. 99.6. Wow. The solo leaderboard doesn't have many scores above that or even really close. And you know what? They still have a bit to work with when it comes around to their next pick. China's turn now, though. You know what, though? At the moment, it's sort of going the way you'd expect, right? Both teams picking into strong picks for themselves, not so strong for the other team and taking it. So at the moment, nothing really too surprising in terms of the picks and scoreline. And still plenty to work with if they want to stick to their guns, China, I think. Especially in that free mod pool.
Yeah, definitely lots of maps left up for both of these teams that I think they're going to be pretty happy with. Russia still has picks like the DT4 and the free mod 2. China still has picks like the free mod 3, the hidden 3, potentially that hidden 1 as well. I think once you get past those, though, the last picks for each team, I think that's really where we're going to start to see some breakpoints come through. This is an interesting pick. This was a pick for Russia when they were playing up against France in the last round of losers bracket in the semifinals. Both of these teams have already played this. It was a win on the head-to-head for China. They had a better score against Romania than Russia had against France. But it wasn't by too much. It was, again, only by about 360,000 score. So this is a very winnable map for Russia. Notably, Lol234 and Crystal with the full combos on this pick. So really high skill cap potential for China on this map. And we're already into it, Doomsday. I haven't even finished talking about it yet.
Not wasting any time here, Dio. Want to get on with it? I do want to say one thing real quick, though. This happened last match, too. France picked this into Russia and blundered it hard. So China will hope that doesn't work out this time. So we'll see if history repeats itself, I guess.
Yeah, Russia had the 2 full combos, almost. Full combo on Tester Pipka and 2 missed choke on Ciccone. The difference really coming in the scores from the bottom 2 scores. 500k or so on Vacman and Welter versus the 600-700k for Milk Tea and Maki on the side of China. Tester Pipka having a much harder time this time around with the intro, so not going to be finding the full combo for Russia on this map during the second round of losers here, but neither are Milk Tea or Karumi. Lolo233 and 234 both finding breaks there.
So far so good here for Russia with those combos in the first half. The first half's more about like doubles of control, but the second half goes into some more stream sections. See how it works out for them. An early break from 2-3-3, but he wasn't one of the FCs for China.
We get some more of these finger control sections here on the CS 6.5 before we move into another stream section here at the end. Nobody breaking on the finger control. No one breaking on the square streams there. These consecutive bursts catching Lolo233 off though. Maki and Crystal still holding the full combos. Vacman is going to break one of the FCs for Russia, but Welter and Ciccone still hold. And as long as those hold into the end, Dooms, they're going to do it again. They're going to breakpoint another team that has picked this Hard Rock 2 into Russia. 3.8 million team score almost for Russia, as they once more defy the odds on the breakpoint.
I mean, honestly, 3.3 million on this is pretty damn good from China, but Russia just performing out of their minds on this. You know, 2 FCs, 700k, 800k, that is a very good score from Russia. Taking down China there on one of their strong mods. A Hard Rock pick is stolen away from China is a big deal, you know. It's a big deal. They're going to be put off from those other 2 maybe, although they are different styles of Hard Rock picks there. Straight into some speed in the free mod pick, so yeah, Russia going to continue to speed abuse. I feel like we haven't seen this one too much this weekend. Certainly not compared to some of those DT picks. The Rabbit House, 250 BPM, hardcore speed burst map.
This is usually one of the maps that's banned out against speed teams, and for good reason. Hardcore is not just a genre description for this map. It's also a pretty good descriptor of the map itself, as you get nothing but consecutive bursts and screams all over the place in this, punctuated by huge jumps all over the place, slider aim as well in this map, and at 250 BPM, it just becomes so difficult. Let alone the no mods. When you have to mod on this and take either the hidden or the hard rock, that's when it really starts getting into, like you said, hardcore territory, because this is something else for tons of players on the harder side of this map pool overall, even compared to some of the other maps that we have seen. That said, with the scores that Russia has been putting up, you have to expect good scores on a map like this, especially Ciccone on the no mod. They're putting in the carry player on the no mod for this map, looking at Ciccone to hopefully full combo this for them again.
Looking to try and guarantee that high AC, hopefully high combo for Russia, you'd think. The Welter on the hidden, he's a regular on that. Apostle on the hard rock, he's been reliable. Very nice setup there for Russia. Team China putting My Angel Anzu back on that hidden for this one. And they have so many hard rock players, China can mix and match for that mod.
There we go.
Just kick it in. Got his kick sliders as well. This is a really unfriendly map.
Yeah, the slider aim on this is brutal, and you can see Lolo233, My Angel Anzu, Apostle, and Din already all finding misses. It's Ciccone and Welter with the full combos for Russia, Lolo235, David, and Joseph Joestar on the full combos for China. 2-2-1 FCs, the accuracy really helping out Russia once again. 95 on Lolo233, Apostle on the 96 with the hard rock, and 98 for everyone besides Welter on Russia's side. Welter dropping the full combo, though, is huge. Joseph Joestar is going to trade it. Supporting combos on Din and Lolo233, FCs on Ciccone and Lolo235.
It's really tight going into the second half now. It's a short map. We've got one more intense part to go after a little bit of a break. Oh, Welter was a Bancho break, so it's still 2 FCs here. So actually Russia do have a good lead.
And here we go into the ending. Hardest part of the map coming up right here. Lolo233 going to find the first miss. There goes a big supporting combo for China. As Ciccone and Welter hold on here, it gets more and more dire for China. There goes David, and there goes any chances of a break point for China. Ciccone may have found his first break on any pick from Russia, but it's not going to matter as the score already out 400k in their favor coming into the ending here. And they will take the win on free mod 2. Much lower score, as you can see, than on any of the other speed picks for Russia so far, but for good reason, with how absurd that map can get.
Yeah, you saw that ending. Everyone broke on that ending multiple times. It destroyed everyone, but the damage was already done by then. It's Ciccone with another great AC play, 98.5 and 98.6 on Din. So yeah, the speed team making that 4-person performance count again. Welter very nicely done on that hidden as well. Okay then, so we're going into that free mod gimmick now. More free mod, but this is definitely more up China's alley. They can really flex on some low AR, small CS maps like this.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those maps where, kind of looking at the teams beforehand, you expect this to be a good pick for China. Russia can overmod Hard Rock if they want to, but they have some very good reading players. I'm expecting Vitya to go in for the hidden on this. You need to have, remember, one hidden and one either Hard Rock or hidden Hard Rock on your team. The rest of them can be no mod, or they can take mods. So you need at least one hidden and one hard rock. I think Russia, some of them may want to overmod the hard rock. I think Chaconi and Vakman are going to be comfortable enough no mod on this to not need the hard rock. I think Welter is going to be taking their hard rock and Vitya taking their hidden, as there should be... They should be comfortable enough on this. Chaconi and Vakman in particular. Vakman, also known as Gamer228666. Really good gimmick player still for Russia.
I think that sounds about right. I think I'm with you on that one. Overmodding on this is scary. We have seen a few overmods. We've seen a couple. But it's a risky proposition on this map. It's so long. 4.5 minutes. And it has some crazy BPM changes. Not quite as crazy as the down map, but it has plenty of them. So it's a tough one, really. You'd rather get no more players on it in any juncture that's possible. Yeah, it looks like China are going to be trying to get Fear back in here, who I imagine will be taking the hidden. Yeah, there she is. So I imagine she'll be taking hidden. And yeah, take your pick for the hard rock on Team China. Take your pick.
Yeah, seriously, there's... I mean, I don't know exactly who's going to take their hard rock, but they have so many good hard rock players in the lobby right now that I don't think it matters all that much who they choose. Probably Crystal. Crystal took the hard rock for them last time around and still put up a pretty solid score. You know, had 750 combo or so on that hard rock, so not a bad score by any means. But they may ask David, Lolo235, to take it instead, so that Lolo233 and Crystal can put on the carry pants here. No, it looks like it is going to be Crystal on the hard rock once again. And it is actually an overmod for Russia. You see hard rock on both Chaconi and Welter there. Vakman, the only no mod for Russia. So, Chaconi and Welter taking the preference hard rock here for Russia.
Okay then, okay. I'll see what they're playing here. I mean, Chaconi did FC hard rock too, so you know what? He's feeling good on this precision. It's probably not a bad pick if he'd rather take the reading. He's already shown he can do the aim.
I think we see some tech difficulties there for Welter. Was not hitting any of the notes at the start there, so I think this might be an abort. We'll see exactly what happens as we get into it.
Something disconnected or whatever. Alright, here we go. Okay, round 2 then. Round 2. Hey, you don't want to see that, so hey. Give Welter a proper start. Honestly, Welter's such a he's such a well-rounded player. We've seen him take hard rock a lot. We've seen him take hidden a lot. He's been a brilliant fill player for Russia this tournament, coming into the roster this year. It's great to see him performing well.
Yeah, I was talking with one of the people who's involved with Russia's team before the tournament and kind of asking who to look out for, and he told me Welter, because, like you said, is such a good fill player on a lot of really tricky maps for Russia. The kinds of maps where they don't need the extra help, you know? Where they kind of want somebody in who can help them take a break point on picks that aren't their own. And that's exactly the role that he's filled through this tournament. Just really coming in for maps that they need a little bit of extra gas in the tank to get a break point on, and performing really well. Gonna be in here again for the free mod 3 on hard rock. Looks like we're getting a little bit of client lag here at the start as well.
Should catch up.
Hopefully.
It's the classic. The classic O2 tournament client moment.
Maybe a disconnect for Fia.
Oh. Now we'll see what happens. We'll hang on for just a moment. Might catch up. In the meantime, though, I'm curious to see how the accuracies look on some of these players that are going. Looks like Vakman's down quite low on the no mod. How comfortable is he on the lower approach rate with the no mod here? He's one of the key players from Russia, Vakman. playing it safe, but we have seen a lot of players struggle on this, particularly with app, if they struggle with the reading because of the BPM changes in it.
Yeah, Vacman is such a good player. Again, Gamer228666, the name changed there. You might be more familiar with them as the winner of Banger Bonanza 2022. Won that one earlier this year on largely gimmick maps. I mean, was really, really solid on tons of super gimmicky stuff that you don't even normally see in tournaments. And not any surprises here that they're in for Nomad on this sort of pick. I think gonna try to carry this one with the quote-unquote easiest version of the map. I say quote-unquote here because in some cases Hard Rock might actually make it easier for some players. Look at this for Welter and Ciccone though, both finding breaks in the first half here, and a three-way full combo still alive for China right now. Unfortunately not seeing Tia catch up at all. But it might not matter for China on this map, as we see the three-way full combo still coming through for Crystal and Milk Tea and David.
Dude, what is it with 3v4s in this tournament? We've seen a few. We've heard a word from the ref that nothing's been mentioned about a DC, and we're past 25%, so at the moment an abort is not possible. So we're going with this. But as it stands, you know, China still are within touching distance, even though they have lost an FC now in 2-3-3. You know what, with how long this map is and how tough it gets later on, it's up to Russia to match this. They've not liked these gimmick maps, and the Hard Rock FCs are gone, so they're relying on Hidden and No Mod. So it is going to be up to them.
Honestly, if you're relying on Vitya and Vacman on a map like this, you can feel pretty comfortable if you are Russia. This is what they're in for here. I mean, this is their specialty. This is why these players are on this team, is for the gimmick maps, to take these types of breakpoints and perform when it matters in a match like this, to guarantee a spot in the top 6 for Russia for the first time since 2019. So, break again there for Lolo235. David, it's only Crystal left on the Hard Rock for China, and I think that just about seals it up, as Russia still with 2 full combos alive on Vitya and Vacman, looking very good going into the back half of this map.
It's great to see Vitya still performing so well. Previously known as Okinatori. A rock solid player for Russia over the years. Great for these reading maps when they need them, for maybe they're not the strongest picks. Performing so well though. Crystal ain't going to do it on his own in this situation. But Russia aren't giving him any room anyway.
Said, this is still really close for China. I mean, only about 300,000 score apart. You have to think, if there wasn't a disconnection for Via there, if they had the 4th player in for China, they could have won that map, as the scores overall still very good. And Crystal is going to finish out this full combo with Hard Rock. Better score than anybody on the side of Russia can manage. The Nomad full combo for Vacman doing a lot of work there, but I definitely would have been able to make it incredibly close at least, or take the point for China if they had the 4th player there. So I'm not sure if we're going to get any replay or rematch on this map, or if that's going to be the result we're going for. We'll let you know as we get a little bit more information. But no callouts happened during the map for China, so it was not aborted. And we'll see if we get any replays or rematches on this map before moving forward with the rest of the match.
Yeah, it's up to the referee's discretion. It did look like Fia disconnected really early, but nothing was mentioned or pulled up. They might have just kept playing, but it did look like the DC happened really early. But it's up to the referee. We'll see what everyone's saying. In the meantime, though, some of the scores posted there were really good. Crystal continuing to be the linchpin of China, even when they're surrounded with so many good players now. And Russia, you know, doing really well on their reading players, even though it's not usually the thing they like to go into. They have the depth to work with it when needed. I don't feel like we've seen that much from Russia when it comes to the reading stuff, especially on those low AR. They just avoid it, ban it, don't go anywhere near it. It's good to see them doing well when called upon here. Okay, so how are we looking here for the situation? So apparently we are going to be... Wait.
I think we'll wait for final word from the tournament organizers before we decide on a replay or not. In the meantime, we can kind of talk about the next pick for Russia, because I think there's probably one map left that they want to go for, which is going to be the double time 4, and you have to assume that that is what they're going to want to go for. As that map has been really, really solid for them all throughout the tournament, between stages as well, and is the one map where when you directly compare the scores between these two teams, that Russia has a big on-paper advantage on. Almost 800,000 score the advantage between Russia versus France earlier in the weekend and China versus Romania earlier in the weekend.
Okay, so the word is in. We are going to be replaying that one. The DC did happen really early on. I imagine the players were just playing on because, well, what else can you do, especially if you can't see the break? So it did happen very early on. From what we saw, right? Looks like that's what they are going for. So I imagine Russia will have to stick with their same 4. As for China, of course, it was Fear that disconnected. We'll see what happens with that 4, whether they need to get someone else in for this, but it is going to be replayed here. Now they have a chance to get that iron on low AR. And you know what? Getting your iron on low AR with one play as you warm up and going into it can be quite big for the reading players, which will play into both sides. We saw Russia take 2 hard rocks with the 1 no mod, but those low AR players now had a good chance to get used to that low AR for the second player that's about to be coming up here.
And as well, that double hard rock for Russia is going to be given the chance to kind of get used to the rhythms in this map. There's a lot of changes in BPM that make this map so difficult to time on hard rock, so difficult to kind of properly parse and tap. So if you can get used to that timing a little bit easier during a first playthrough, it can make it a lot simpler. The same, of course, goes for China's players. They're level 235 and 233, I believe both on the no mod, so we'll be given a little bit of extra time to kind of get used to that lower approach rate on this map, get used to reading it out. And we'll see how this second playthrough goes. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what that second playthrough does for both of these teams, especially Russia now, knowing how good of a score they could have had, but weren't able to do so because of a replay instead.
The miscounts were pretty low. And those 2 hard rock players that Russia had, the miscounts were pretty low. Accuracies were pretty decent. Looking at Crystal. Crystal got that 1 FC. Can he do it again? And with the misses that the Lolols had, you'd think they'd be hoping for better than that on a second play, really. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement, but I'm looking more like at the players that did really well here. How consistent are they? I think Crystal is consistent enough to do really well on this again. Vitya and Vakman, I'm curious how their second play goes here.
I definitely think Vakman is consistent enough to replicate a similar score. Maybe not a full combo, but a similar score. Vitya as well, I don't know if they can put up the exact same type of score that they had already. But Vitya's still a very, very good player, and hopefully will be able to put up nearly the same score as before. We're getting into try number 2 here on Fremod 3.
Round two. Long free mod picks, small circle size, low AR, lots of BPM changes. It's tough to act, it's tough to be consistent on. Honestly, one of the hardest maps in the pool, this, in my opinion. And the mod players, you have a torrid time with this. Very early miss there from Welter to kick things off here. But it's so early on.
Only that early miss for Welter so far. Nothing really else happening in the intro here, but this is that kind of map where it's all about the consistency, especially with all the changing BPMs. If you can properly read the changing BPMs, stay consistent through multiple different types of mapping, that's where you start to amass that high score. A couple of early misses here for Welter. Again, going to be relying on some of the other carry players for Russia on this sort of map to take a break point once again. China, though, looking good at the start. Vitya not going to replicate the same type of score. Does find a break here in the first PI time. Lol233 Milk Tea also going to find a break. So not as good a scores for anybody now, it looks like, as Lolo235 David also finding the drop here for China. Crystal and Fia holding on to the full combos. Opposite numbers, Ciccone and Vacman still holding on to the full combos as well.
Some combo gaming going on there by Fia. She does find the break though, so it is just down to Crystal for China. 2 FCs now for Russia, and Ciccone and Vacman. Ciccone looking much better now. Really rocking with that combo in this play. And the accuracy is not letting Russia get too far away. They will start to slowly pull away to this slightly easier part, but things are going to be kicking off again very soon in this map. Just 30k. Just note density is just too low. They can't get far enough. Ciccone breaking on the slow part there. That's really going to hurt for Russia. The only FC left being Vacman. That's going to hurt them.
Vacman's accuracy is much lower than Crystal's as well. Crystal with this kind of accuracy on Hard Rock is just killing it. The miss from Ciccone was matched by a miss from Fia during that slow section, but so difficult to combo those slow parts with Hard Rock sometimes. The spacing just gets so high. You have so little time to react to it. It can be very, very tricky. But big supporting combo for lots of players. Vitya and Welter with big support for Vacman. Lulls with support for Crystal at the moment. It's all going to come down to this last quarter, Doomsday. Russia with a slight score lead, but overall the mod advantage on Crystal, the AC advantage on Crystal should start to bring the score over to China's side, all things equal.
Oh, it's ending so hard though. This is such a hard part of the map too. 2 breaks from either side there. It's going back over to China now, I think, just about, but there's so little in this. Ciccone with another break. He had no combo though. Vitya dropped so much combo there. China with the advantage.
Welter's still holding on though. Lol235 is matching, but Vacman can still match the FC from Crystal. There's so little score lead for either team. Welter drops, and that might just do it for China. Crystal and David holding on until the ending. Fia with a little bit of support as well at the end is gonna be enough to stave off Vacman's full combo on the Nomad. Replicates the score, but all for naught. Crystal with 2 Hard Rock FCs in a row on this free mod 3 to clinch the point for China 3-4 and keep them in the match. What a showing from Crystal. Despite everything happening in the middle, despite having to play it twice in a row, doesn't even miss a beat, says whatever, I'll just FC it again, and wins the point for the team.
That's outrageous. That is outrageous from Crystal. And Vacman, who also FC'd it twice in a row on the... Well, nearly FC'd it twice in a row on Nomad. Really high scores there. 2 in a row is really impressive. Really hard to do. 235 as well, with a nice score again, replicating that. This is it's great to see they didn't let their heads drop there. They buckled down, they made it work. And in the end, they've got the point. So, in the end, China do take that one. But it was so tight. And straight into DT4. Yeah, I think this pick was the pick to go for Russia. It's been their ace in the hole. The gimmicky DT pick has been something they've been so hard to beat on. So I don't blame them for going into this right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the double time fours from last weekend. Russia, #1 on the map with almost 4.5 million team score. Every single player on Russia's team last weekend got above 1 million score on the DT4 in quarterfinals. So just absurdly good at this sort of map. And something that, when you look at the types of players who are going in for this for Russia, you really shouldn't be too surprised about. Apostle, Chikoni, Welter, and Vakman played it last time. It looks like it's going to be Din subbing in for Apostle as compared to the quarterfinals. Of course, two slightly different maps. This one a little bit lower approach rate, a little bit more aim control focused on lots of streams rather than kind of tech focused and burst focused as with last weekend. So I think this sub works fairly well for them. You don't need quite as high of a speed cap, but you do need the aim control cap and the reading cap for this sort of map, which I think does make it possible for China to win this sort of thing, as China was the #2 score on DT4 last weekend. It was Russia and then China. China still above 4 million team score when they played it versus Great Britain last weekend. So should be relatively close between these two teams, but Russia, a team who has really gone in on these types of TT gimmick maps all throughout the last several years of the World Cup. You have to think this is going to be a good map for them.
I was wondering actually going into the previous match whether the lower BPM, more gimmicky style would, push Russia away a little bit. But no, they still turned up and absolutely destroyed it. They monstered it. And I can imagine they'll do it again. And I totally agree with, swapping out Apostol for someone who, a bit more control focused is absolutely the play. And it's worked out so well. You can tell this Russian team is so well drilled when it comes to their picks and their lineups. It's really great to see. But I do agree that China should have a good shot into this as well. They have liked these DT 4-star maps in the past. They've done really well on them. So they should be competitive, even at semi-finals level, no doubt. No doubt. Taking a moment to get players in, sorting things out. But you imagine they've got a few players that could slip into this and do a nice bit of work for Team China.
Yeah, definitely would be looking at some of their same players. Crystal, Lol 234, perhaps Milk Tea to come in for this as well. So we'll see who they actually end up putting in for this map by the time we get a couple of players in. Not sure exactly what they need to do before they get in here, but hopefully we'll get some players in soon to go in for this DT4. Some of the things to note about this map, there is some really tricky reading and finger control in this map at some points. It's a little bit above AR10, but not too much higher. And it's only 192 BPM, so the players for Russia that are going to be in for this don't necessarily need to be speed demons to be good at this. You need to be really good at these types of gimmicky maps, but sped up, which is something that oftentimes really good DT teams have within their roster anyway. So this is still going to be a really good map overall for Russia, but just note, China, with how good they are at gimmick, with how good they are at finger control, definitely has the ability to take this breakpoint and tie us back up 4-4.
It's one of those wacky stream DT picks. It's mapped by Kipple. Kipple has made some pretty tricky stream maps in the past, made some solid gimmick stuff, and this is definitely one of those maps. Zigzags, stops and starts, little micro movements everywhere, and tricky rhythms. It's one of those. It does feel to me closer to something like like a no-mod gimmick map, with the exception of that higher AR and I guess general sort of high tempo, right? Because it's literally a sped-up song. But it kind of feels like that sort of thing to me, rather than the one we had in DT4 last week, which was like 220 BPM. Anyways, we are finally getting going. We've got Mackie in. 233 is in. And here we go.
You can see just what we're talking about with the aim control in this map. The way these streams wiggle and zigzag all over the place is so difficult to track if you are not really solid on these types of gimmick maps. Welter, Vakman, and Din all with early breaks. Maki with the early break for China. But Milk Tea, Karumi, and Crystal all still holding the full combos. Chikoni on the FC for Russia as well, but much better look for China early on here, as Russia really struggling to keep the full combos together. Din in particular having a tough time with this map on the accuracy as well. Vakman not holding good accuracy or combo, and this is looking like a really good map for China. Lolols, both of them holding on to the FC. Milk Tea on 99.6% accuracy. Crystal on the FC as well, and Maki on a really solid supporting combo. Milk Tea does finally drop a slider break, but this is a fantastic start to this map for China.
Yeah, sitting pretty at the moment, Team China. Russia are going to be relying on Chikoni again, but there's plenty of time for recoveries to happen. But Welter just dropped another 500 combo. Chikoni dropped his FC. Oh dear, Russia are going to be falling far behind here. China going to be running away with this one now. Halfway in, but it is already looking pretty dire for Team Russia. This is not what we expected at all. But I suppose Team, China doing what they can do on this, and Russia appear to be having some struggles here.
Yeah, absolutely. Russia, I think, low rolling this map for sure, but China just popping off. I mean, there's not much more to say about it than that. China is demolishing this pick right now. Still on the double full combo. Maki on 1,000 combo themselves, and Milk Tea still on good accuracy, still putting up a better score than 3 out of 4 members of Russia at the break here, 3/4 of the way through. There's just nothing else to say besides this is complete and total domination by China on this pick, and there is nothing Russia can do about it at this point. No one on China breaking is going to matter whatsoever, as the lead is almost 1,000,000 points here for China. And this is more than a break point, Dooms. This is a statement point for China, saying we will not go down without a fight, and you will show us your last pick before we go into the night.
Yeah, stealing this point off Russia is such a big deal in this game. It's such a massive deal. And I'll give it just a sec, but God, Crystal this match has just been unstoppable. Crystal has been unstoppable. I think he might have missed one map so far this match, in all the maps he's played. He is on fire today. Wow.
Yeah, Crystal has played 7 out of 9 maps so far in this match and has top scored 4 out of those 7 maps that he's played. I mean, just kind of absurd performance from Crystal. And that's not top scoring for China. That's top scoring the lobby on those 4 out of 7 maps that Crystal has played. Just ridiculous stuff coming through right now. And there's not much more to say besides these players on China are stepping up to the challenge. Crystal and the Lolols in particular are absolutely demolishing this match so far. And Russia is playing very, very well as well. But, it's tied up. It's 4-4. Russia now needs to find a different last pick, and Dooms, we are out of DT maps, we are out of speed maps, we are out of anything tapping related whatsoever for Russia. So these last 2 picks now really need to count for these teams. You've got all 4 aim maps left up, no mod 1, hidden 1, hard rock 1, free mod 1, all left up, and then you've got 3 alt maps also left up. No mod 3, hidden 3, hard rock 3. So I think regardless of what you're picking for either of these teams, it has to be something different from what you have already played. And that's what makes these last two picks so scary for these two teams, is that you really don't have much data to go off at all if you are either of these teams. I think that China wants to go for an aim map, that they are gonna want to go for aim consistency, because when you look at how good Russia was on the Nomad 3 yesterday against France, it is a little scary trying to pick something alt into that team, whether it's the Hard Rock 3 or the Nomad 3. I think the Hidden 3 can still be good for China. Both teams have played that, and China did win it in the head-to-head. But if you're picking as China, I think if you're not going with that Hidden 3, you want to go with something more aim consistency focused, maybe the Hidden 1 as well, as they definitely could put up some really solid scores on something like that, with how awkward that map is.
I do think Hidden is a good shot for China. I think going into this, I think Russia don't really want to go too into, Hidden heavy stuff. And I think forcing all of their players onto Hidden might be a good way to rattle them a little bit, especially now that China have so much momentum off those last two picks. So sure, I'd go with that. Going into aim isn't a bad choice for China, but Russia have some pretty mean mechanics players. They went into the Hard Rock one and did pretty well on that, all or nothing. So that could be a bit of a dicey situation for China, I think, looking at the way the matches have gone for these two teams. But yeah, you're clutching at straws here, mate. This is such a tough one. You're picking between the lesser of two evils, really, but I don't think Magmel would be a bad choice. Hidden 1 or Imperfect Animals. But they're not going to go for it. They're going into Hard Rock 1. Okay, then. Alright. So they are going in for aim. You got it bang on.
Usually, in past years, I think if you picked aim, in Hard Rock aim in particular, into the Russian OWC team, you would have been called crazy. People would have said that this was a terrible pick. But I don't think this is too bad of a pick for China. China has been the better team on aim consistency through the tournament. In qualifiers, Russia has them beat on Hard Rock 1, but China has been putting up better scores on Hard Rock 1 throughout the bracket stage. They were the #1 score on it against Ukraine in the round of 32, and Russia had a really rough score on the Nomad 1 in round of 32 as well. Russia did not have a great score on Cheat Reel in round of 16, and then in quarterfinals, neither of these teams played the Hard Rock 1 nor the Nomad 1. So through the bracket stage so far, it's been China who has looked better on aim. And there are some very good aim consistency players on China. You've seen how good Crystal has been on this Hard Rock throughout this match so far. I think leaning into that is good for China. Leading into Kurumi on this Hard Rock aim is really good for China. Somebody who in rank restricted tournaments strikes fear into the heart of foes on Hard Rock aim. So this is a roster that is going to be good for China on this Hard Rock 1. Earliness there for Maki, not going to mean too much, maybe shaking off the nerves at the start of the map here. But for Russia still, Hard Rock aim for them much better than the Nomad 1, so I think this is still something that Russia has a shot at winning. They already won it against France earlier this weekend, looking to repeat here against China.
It bodes well to be a right old tussle between these two teams. A bunch of breaks falling out there, though, so it is going to be 1FC to 2 in favour of China. Very slight combo lead early on. Oh, 1FC now. It's just Crystal left. It's all up to him again. Going up against Welter here.
Also want to mention, for those of you listening, this is an OS original. This is a song made by Taehan for the OS World Cup 2022. So big thanks to Taehan for this original song.
It's a great tune. Great tune. Get out to Taehan.
Big break for Chaconi there. And Welter also dropping, so no full combos now for Russia. It's just Crystal holding on to the FC. vv1651964740 is on a big reverse choke combo though, so just about matching the combo from Crystal. And there goes both Maki and Karumi, lol234 for China. So better combo overall for Russia once again with Testrakitka on the supporting combo for vv1651. The accuracy not quite there for Russia, but the combo is what matters. Testrakitka gonna drop, but so will lol233. Milk Tea dropping the support for Crystal. It's still vv1651 holding on, the reason why Russia is in it. But there goes vv1651 on the big horizontal jumps, and Crystal holding once again when it matters into the end of the map. Will Crystal's FC be enough? There's still some score gap, but there's barely any map left. Is the combo enough? There's the score swap. Everyone on Russia misses at the end, Dooms, and Crystal once again will carry China to match point 5-4 after 3 wins in a row for China. What a showing from Crystal, who has just been demolishing this match so far.
Crystal just loaded up his team in his backpack and just sent him on a merry trek all the way up the mountain to this point. What a performance again. He does it every single year. How does he do it? And in catch, he's insane. Wow, man. You can't really overstate how ridiculous Crystal is in multiple modes of this game.
This is just absurd performance from Crystal, frankly. I mean, there's so much to say about how well Crystal has done in this match, but FCing back-to-back on the free mod 3, both on the play that didn't count and on the replay afterwards, FCing the Hard Rock 1, pulling out the full combo on the DT4. I mean, how four FCs in a row for Crystal in this match, by the way. 5, actually, if you count Light Aura before that. There is a gap in the maps, but in the last 5 maps play, Crystal is 5 for 5 on full combos. This man is unstoppable, dudes. It's just ridiculous as to how good Crystal is playing right now. And if you are Russia, that play has to just strike fear into your heart, man. You need a pick that is going to work for you. If I'm Russia, I'm not picking aim consistency, by the way. No shot am I picking the free mod 1 or the no mod 1. Definitely not the hidden one. So you're kind of looking at either the no mod 3 or the Hard Rock 3 here, I think, if you're Russia, right? China has played the Hard Rock 3, so you have some data there. If you think you can get a better score than what they've already put up, then you can pick into it. But with how well Crystal is playing on Hard Rock right now, I don't know if you even consider that score representative of what China can do anymore. And that's the big issue for Russia, is trying to figure out, okay, with how well they're playing right now, what do we beat them on?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's just not a lot to work with. I can't see Russia picking hidden into this. I can't see it unless they want to pick something left field. No mod 3, yeah, they did alright on it yesterday, but that's the sort of pick China go into a lot. Man, you are in a dicey situation if you are on the side of Russia here. You know, even Flame Wall, the Alt Star map in Hard Rock, sure, that one's not really aim, but it's still on that Hard Rock styling that China has been demolishing on in this match. I don't know. I don't think any of the picks look too fantastic for Russia. I don't know about you, Dio.
No, none of them really do. I'm thinking the No Mod 3 or the Hard Rock 3, and I think either of those picks is reasonable for Russia, but they're toss-ups for sure. I mean, we saw just how close that last map was as well, right? I mean, despite the full combo for Crystal, it was still only 78,000 points, the margin of victory for China on that map. The rest of Team Russia more consistent on that Hard Rock 1, but it's semifinals, Dooms. Carry players are out in full force during the semis. You can rely on that one good player to carry you, and that is what is happening for China right now, is Crystal, like you said, putting the team in the backpack and going on a hike up to the top 6, because it's just absurd what Crystal has done in the last six maps. Played 5 out of the last 6 maps and FC'd 5 of them. Just ridiculous. So if I'm Russia, I don't want Crystal on Hard Rock, and I'm picking the No Mod 3. That, I think, is the best pick that Russia has right now. Even if you don't know exactly how well they'll do on it, Crystal is so good on this hard rock during this match that I just don't want to see Crystal on that hard rock mod anymore if I'm Russia.
I agree. I think no mod 3 is the play, and they agree with you as well, Dio. That's what they're going for. It just seems like it's the only one. It's got the least cons to it, and they did do all right on this yesterday against France. So the precedent is there for them to put in a good performance here. But they need to pull back some momentum, because right now China are building up a real head of steam now. And they're 1 point away from the finals weekend now. Russia haven't been there in a long time. It's been a few years. I believe 2019 was the last time. So it's been a few years for them. It'd be great for them to match that performance here, but they're going to need to find something special, you think. But they have the team for it. We know how well they can play. They have been so good this tournament, but they need to dig deep here.
Well, digging deep is what they are doing right now. It's the last pick. They're pulling out the pocket pick that they used to take a break point off of France in their last matchup. vv1651964740 and Ciccone, 930k and 800k on this against France. With Crystal and Milk Tea still in the lobby, you have to think they're going to need some similar performances, because this Chinese roster, very scary on alt maps, very scary on aim control maps. But these 4 players for Russia all look very, very solid. I think Welter, the one player who may need to step up during this last map. Welter had a tough time of this map during their matchup versus France, got only around 324k. So if Welter can improve the score by a significant margin, that's where you're going to see the extra score come through for Russia.
It's match point time for China. Russia fighting for their lives here. The loser of this tournament, this match is going out, so a lot on the line here. It's been grueling. It might not be over just yet.
Definitely not over. Maki gonna find another break for China. Crystal with a miss in the very first set of patterns or so. This map, very similar to some of the other ones in this pool, doesn't really give you a chance to get used to it. Just jumps right in. So early breaks to be expected on something like this. Welter gonna find a miss during the first key high time. Still good accuracy though. Shouldn't do too much to the score, excuse me, as Ciccone now finding a break as well. That's rough for Russia. Ciccone, one of the high scorers for Russia during their matchup with France. vv as well dropping. It's collapse for Russia, but Lol235 going to drop as well. Milk Tea and Crystal still on the full combo and reverse choke respectively. Maki gonna find the break again with David, so you know, matching breaks coming through for China right now. It's vv1651964740 on this full combo, looking really solid for Russia. Cheese is the slider there. Milk Tea does not, and that's a break on the full combo for China now. It's only Crystal on the reverse choke. No FCs left for China up against this FC for vv1651964740, and better supporting combo for Russia as well. Still very, very close though, as you know, no real decisive lead for either team at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of trades back and forth right now. Neither team can really get a foothold here. After that reverse choke, Crystal appears to have settled himself after adjusting to this map. And it's going to be up to him again. vv1651964740, one of the linchpins of Russia, will not want that, but he does find the break, and it's going to give the lead over to China now. Slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely, certainly, but Welter and Ciccone are going to make that slowly for sure, because they still have really solid supporting combos. It's not going to be enough in the face of the 3 good supporting combos that Crystal has, though. And like you said, Doom, score over to China now. vv1651964740 dropping that full combo is massive for China, as now Crystal on the reverse choke. No FCs left in the entire lobby, but Crystal with the highest combo, able to take control of the match. 2 more misses for Welter and vv1651964740, and this might just be China clinching victory in the last quarter of this No Mod 3. How many wins in a row has it been, Dooms, for China to win this map here at the end? If they're able to take this as well, it would be such a ridiculous comeback for China. I believe down was it 4-2 at one point, now 6-4 if they manage to take this. Nobody breaking still in this last quarter of the map for China. Another break comes through for Welter. Ciccone doing what they can, Vacman doing what he can, but 270,000 score apart and climbing. China holding on to the combos where Russia doesn't, and that is it. China, for the first time since 2016, going to be in the top 6 of the US World Cup.
And 1K combos across the board there, not giving Russia any chance to get back into this. And man, so many years, so many people have been talking about China. You know, no Rustbell, no, you know, losing so many of their old school players, but they have rebuilt and they are back, Dio. They are back. What a performance at the end there. Crystal, take a bow. It's a reverse choke, but it's another MVP in a row. What a performance. And what a match. It was chaotic, but in the end, China are the victors, and Russia are going out.
This has been such a long period of rebuilding for China, and only within the last 2 years, really, have the Chinese tournament players within that scene started to come into their own. Looking at the performances in the 3 and 4 digit World Cups in O Standard, you see so many good performances for a lot of the Chinese roster, and it makes wins like these feel so vindicating for the investment into some of these lower ranked tournament players. Lowell 234 and 235 in particular have been destroying the rank restricted tournament scene for such a long time. It feels like they are linchpins of the 4-digit tournament scene, and finally to see them show up on the international stage in the US World Cup, take China, play a large role in taking China to the finals weekend, feels so good, to say nothing of the performance from Crystal in particular during this match. The absolute carry player who made everything possible for China here and made top 6 a reality for them once again.
Yeah, so many of these players. The question would be, I guess, for some of the Lolols, for Crystal, after their triumphs in those rank-restricted World Cups, how will they do on the harder pools? Well, at the moment, looking like they're going to do just fine. But guess what? They're gonna need it, because who are they up against next, Dio? Well, it's the US, of course. It's China versus US.
That is after South Korea's upset victory over the number 1 seeded United States, China having a little bit of a rough bracket, you could say, going into the last 2 weekends of the tournament. So good luck to them in that matchup. They'll need it against an angry United States in the losers bracket, one has to assume. A couple of housekeeping things before we exit out. If you want to contribute to the World Cups and make these community events even better, you can still buy banners for your favorite countries on the US store. You can also contribute directly to the World Cup prize pool this year. There should be a command for that. If any of the mods in chat would handle that, that would be fantastic. And of course, we have a couple of other matches coming up later on today. The next match going to be at 16 UTC. We're going to have a show match between 2 different teams who have yet to be announced. It's going to be at 16 UTC. That's in about a half an hour from now. And then after that, we've got the winners bracket semifinals matchup between Poland and Germany, seed 2 versus seed 3. So that is going to be a matchup you do not want to miss. Any final thoughts, Dooms, as we close it out?
It's great to see Crystal still performing to that level of performance even now, and really with this crazy weekend of games, they're the last remaining one, of course, before the really cool show match, which I'm looking forward to. But that last winners bracket matchup promises to be just as special between 2 teams with very special players. So I'm just excited to see what happens now in those last matches, man. So yeah, I think we're all ready to go until the show match in about 30 minutes time. So hold tight for more OS World Cup 2022 in 30 minutes time. Don't go anywhere.
It's a lonely road, chasing your dreams, and all that we are and could ever be is within our reach. Ignite the fire. Your hearts can never you'd have had more reasons to be proud. So many questions, but I'm talking to myself. I know that you can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you, and most of all the fact that I know that you can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words. The longer I stand here, the louder the silence. I know that you're gone, but sometimes I swear that I hear your voice where the wind blows. So I talk to the shadows, hoping you might be listening, 'cause I want you to know it's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the word I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's time for the first show match of the year. It's going to be a good time. As usual, we like to do these show matches that feature players from eliminated teams. You know, sometimes there's a lot of really all-star worthy players that might just not have had good games, or maybe don't have the full teams to back them up. So we're about to see a lot of these players right now. 16 of them. So we have a 8v8 here. Small difference this year, this time around, that's going to be pretty interesting to look at, is we have one player per team, actually. So there's a very international representation in this match. It's going to be pretty interesting to watch. I'm Azer, and casting this with me is going to be this one guy. Hello, hello.
Hey, good morning.
Good
Excited to be
morning.
here. We love some show matches, man. It's always fun to see players, like you said, who don't maybe have the best team around them, didn't get to perform in some late rounds, getting to show up and, you know, kind of show off what they're capable of in a match situation that they didn't get to experience in the tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot of players here that we didn't even get to see on stream, actually. So notably people like Rampax, who did not qualify. So it's going to be the first time we see them playing in OWC. They played in the qualifiers. They were, I think, if I have the number off the top of my head, I think they were like the 38th best player in qualifiers. So, pretty solid player that we're looking at here that we might see some of today. But of course, everyone here, I think, kind of got to build their own stories in round of 32 and round of 16. A lot of carry potential. So it's kind of interesting to see how they end up matching on harder pools that they don't usually get to play, and on, in relation to the crazy performances that we've been seeing from so many different teams that are still in the tournament on this semis pool, right? So pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's been there have been some pretty remarkable performances, so a lot to kind of live up to. But I think for me, like what I think is the best is just like you said, getting to see players who wouldn't normally get a shot at a pool like this because, for one reason or another that you outlined. And they just get to come together and like hang out, right? It's like just a bunch of players who wouldn't normally, it's like people love like the Squeegee tournaments, right? Because they're random drafts where you get a team of people that you maybe didn't know, so you get to meet some new people and you get to just go out and have fun. And I think that's like a lot of the cool aspect of the show match is just putting together some players who wouldn't have been together otherwise, and they get to go out and have a good time. And low stress situation means you can often end up with some really cool performances.
Yeah, pretty much everyone involved here was super happy to receive an invite to play this. They all really, really enjoy, getting that extra match that they can play. And honestly, the harder pools, they're pretty different. I mean, this pool isn't going to be too different in difficulty from quarters, which we did see some of these players play. Not everyone. But still, like sometimes it changes a little bit. There's still a lot of question marks, especially for players we haven't really seen of. So, I mean, for example, on the first team here, we have Chip from Israel, which we don't usually see qualify. And, we saw Chip along with a couple of other Israeli players do really, really well against the USA in round of 32. But that's round of 32, the pools are a lot easier. How do they do in semifinals? So there's a lot of stories like that we kind of host these things just to find out, like there's a lot of unknown. There's a lot of players that we haven't seen too much of that are relatively new that seem to have extremely high skill caps. For example, Tichi from Japan, who was carrying very, very heavily. Unfortunately, his team did not get to advance too far, but maybe we'll see them carry in this one too.
Yeah, I think you have like Tichi, Chip, Rampax, as you mentioned, and then some of the players on the second team, like Phantasma from Thailand or Amacetic and Suntan from Finland and Chile, which is like, again, you typically don't see those teams advancing super late. You don't get to see those players on these pools, but they surely have very good skill cap based on the performance we did see from them. So... And also, like, I guess Antonio as well, right? Spain, typically kind of an early round team, but they're good players from these teams anyway. So we'll see. I'm very curious. It's like normally you have a team together, right, of players from the same country that practice together and train together and scrim together, and so they can set up like scores and strategies and stuff. I feel like for this, it's going to be a little different. So maybe we get to see just some more kind of for fun picks. But unfortunately, Team Red is still banning out mechanics. They're doing the free mod 2 DT2 ban thing that everybody loves to do so much. So that's a little bit more straightforward. Wait, these are actually just like we don't want the like carry players to get their maps. Like Yokespy still doesn't get to play Hidden 2 or free mod 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard. I don't think the actual pick ban for these teams is going to be serious at all. I'm sure it's just like, hey guys, this map's kind of cool. You want to play? Like, I don't think there's, I'm not going to pretend like there's more than that. They don't exactly have time or, a reason to prepare too much. They just want to play the game, right? So we're just here to watch some good players that we don't really get to see much of. So.
Man, I wish there weren't bans so we could have gotten Yokespy Hidden 2 and Free Mod 3 and like, I don't know, Demonical Tichi on some of those mechanical maps. That's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, we can still get to see them on everything else.
Here, it's first pick. Also, what was the basis for these names? Because I mean, Yoke Pie obviously, but Carrot Fields. Where did that come from?
I asked them for their team names, and nobody had a team name. I think it was Amacetic who just said Carrot Fields, and nobody else said anything, so they're now called Carrot Fields.
All right, fair enough. That's a good way to select a team name, I suppose.
Still better than a lot of community team names that we
Oh,
see from time
oh,
to time.
oh,
So
God.
I'll take these. Good job.
Yeah, I think community tournaments need to go to the we're just going to go to a random word generator system because they get some really questionable team names. And hey, shout outs to OWC here. We get one of the couple of custom made songs as the first pick. A little hard rock on action.
Yes, I'm glad. I'm glad I got to see some play. It's always nice to have a little bit more OS originals on board. I think the intent for that was always just to have them be more accessible as well, because in previous years, the only original stuff we got was the Grand Finals tiebreaker, and that is sometimes played by like 8 people. Like there's like 400 players in OWC, man. Like we gotta give the rest of them a chance to play some interesting stuff. So it's cool that we get to have these earlier round original songs.
Yeah, and in like slots other than tiebreakers, which get to just increase selected, you can just pick it. I thought that was really cool when, for example, Corsace, the community tournament, did it, where they had a couple of original songs in just regular slots instead of tiebreakers to go along with all the custom song tiebreakers. Same sort of thing happening here now, where you get just a map in the pool as well as a tiebreaker. So
trying to figure out who's playing each map here is going to be a very hard challenge. Normally I'd like to say we're pretty knowledgeable about who's playing what, what team synergies are like, but there are no team synergies here. It's just a bunch of random players. They probably don't even know what each other wants to play. Like it's gonna be pretty interesting. And I mean, again, like we don't get to see, we don't really get a good grasp, at least isolated to the World Cup. We don't get a good grasp of the skill cap of any of these people. So I don't know, how do they hold up on a harder pool? Sometimes it's a little bit obvious because we see them in other tournaments, or like you can assume that like, Demonical is going to be able to play everything because, he's like ranked 20 or something. Like, of course he can. But, a lot of, pretty unknown players here that honestly I haven't seen much of, so we'll have to see. And we do see a couple of them already. I mean, Suntan being one of them. I don't think Suntan is someone that's really talked about too much with regards to Team Chile. And as well as Chip, who we already talked about, right? So,
and then you get to see, and then kind of filling out. You get a couple of those new players, and you also, not new players, but like players you see less of. But it's also in addition to some players that kind of go through the different levels of like OWC results, where you have like Demonical on a team Singapore, or Tichi on Team Japan, or Nathan Ram from Philippines, where they like typically at least get top 16, top 12. And then you have some guys that kind of get like top 18 through 24, and then you get some guys that are like 25 through 32. So it's kind of a nice like tiered sort of system where you have players at all different levels of team results, regardless of their like individual skill level. And
yeah, so a small difference that we're doing, because it's not the first time we host a show match like this. I like to do this in semifinals every year, but usually we kind of just took whoever played the best, like of all players, so you'd end up with these like fairly stacked teams of, like it would still kind of look like the same team most of the time. If you have like 3 players from the same team and they pick each other in the draft, well, you might just see the exact same team you were already watching in the World Cup, but with some random guy, so. But now it's entirely different. I said it already, but all 16 players are from different teams. So you get kind of, for the most part, I don't think it's true for every single one of these teams, but for the most part, these are also the best performing players of those teams. And if you think there's people missing from that, it's probably because they're here later. Just saying.
Just wait for the future. There will be more. It'd be really cool, and this is not like a feasible thing, but how well, you probably don't, but if people who watch like the NFL in the Pro Bowl, they wear like team uniforms, but they wear their own team's helmet, which is just the All-Star game basically, so you can identify what team they're all from. It'd be super cool if you could do something like that for this, so you could tell which teams the players are all from. Pipe dream for the future of Laser, having flags next to the players' names on the screen. That would be so sick, though.
That would be a pretty good idea, yeah.
But as we get in, Hard Rock 1 was... How many? I think this has been played, what, maybe 2 or 3 times over the course of the weekend so far, and it's proven fairly difficult, I feel.
It's really
for a lot of
hard,
people.
yeah.
Yeah, this map is quite difficult, and you can kind of see a lot of players not having necessarily the greatest time. I also wonder, you know, if like these guys, none of them obviously played this week in this round, so like they weren't practicing the pool heavily from the jump. I don't know how early these rosters were like constructed to give them time to prepare for the match, but you know that there's that.
They had a couple days. I think they had like 2 days. I mean, right now,
Antonio and Demonical.
yeah. I mean, again, Demonical definitely someone you'd expect to show up with a combo like that. But again, I mean, you're seeing Antonio. You never really get to see a player like that show up in semifinals. So it's good to know. Apparently, Antonio's really good at this map.
And you know, even if the teams didn't have a ton of time together, they could still be like, okay, you know, they could put in like a score or two on a sheet just to have a vague idea, like, hey, I'm good at, you know, hard rock aim, guys. Hey, I'm good at low air hidden or whatever. And you know, like Demonical, obviously just good at pretty much everything, but a player like maybe Antonio or whatever is somebody who can come in on a hard rock 1 even in the late round and put a pretty decent score. This is a very one-sided affair thanks to Demonical just carrying. He's actually, have we seen more than like maybe 1 FC on this? I don't even know. Finally the break at the end, unfortunate.
I wish I had the stats pulled up right now.
Yeah,
See how that score actually compares to people who've actually played that in an actual round, you know? Because that seems quite good.
let me see. We do have I found a stats sheet link, so let's take a peek because that Demonical score is probably going to stack up pretty okay. Scrolling over, that is the number 2 score of the week, only behind Crystal, who FC'd in their match this morning against Russia. Demonical just put up the number 2 score of the entire week. Now, granted, this has only been played twice, but that's still an impressive result.
So, any cat burger experts? Is this why he's called Cat Burger?
It's just cats jumping on him and sitting
like
on
an
the
actual cat burger tablet. I respect it. I know the struggle.
Right. I've seen your stream. Cat just Dashy just doing whatever. We'll go over to I believe Team Yoke.
Alright, yeah, Yoke Pie. Alright, so on this team, it's Yoke's Pie, Shields, Nathan Ram, Crane Maluko, Chip, Catburger, Neshpi, or Pogger CZ, and Shadow Modico. What does that scream? I don't know.
Well,
It's a very like wild mishmash
Yeah.
of players. I don't even. It's pretty hard to think of a common skill set between all of them. I think probably not very speed oriented. I would say that's the one thing I will say.
yeah, I think that's
And
like
you got like Shield
that's-
and Korean and yeah.
That's kind of like a combo game team. Like Yoke's Shield can just combo stuff. That's kind of their thing, and Shield is just. I mean, Shield is like maybe the best player on this team in solo play lately, but Korean Maliko is probably the best player in tournament play historically on this squad. At least in
So
open rank.
this was drafted, right? So we just picked 2 captains, which were Yokspai and Antonio, and Shield was the first pick. So that should tell you how much they value Shield, or at least how much Yokspai values Shield.
Yeah, I think they probably fit each other's like skill sets pretty well, and Shield is just, like I said, Shield is just very, very good. I think, but assuming he's going to be playing stuff, because he doesn't appear to be in for this either, so it's 2 maps in, and he will not have played one yet. But we'll see how it goes. Get Yoke's coming in. Shadow Modico, Catburger, Hoggers CZ. What a name, Hoggers CZ.
I think it's a relic from the time where everybody had stupid names, and then they just kept it. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Zone Louise.
Hey, they finally reverted, right?
Yeah.
To say nothing of, you know, 3 members of China's team. That's, I think, probably the worst. Oh, that's not even a relic. That's only, what, a year old or so. But that's still probably the least fun team to try to commentate. Because you either call them by names that are nearly indistinguishable, or you call them by the names that don't match up with what's on the screen, and there's just no winning that.
Well, at least there's actually like a visual distinction between them, as opposed to oh man, who was it? Was it Chile a couple years ago?
Yes, with Dilson, the
Dilson,
Dilson
yeah.
incident. Okay, I was gonna bring that up. I'm glad
Dilson
you
and
got to it
Dyson.
first. Oh God, that was. I think that was maybe 2019. I think that might have been my first year commentating OWC. That was probably the worst team like username collab that there's ever been, because it was literally indistinguishable, because it was just replacing like capital I, lowercase L. Oh man.
All right, so who picked this, right? So it's Yokpai. Who on Team Yokpai you think really wanted to play this? Like
Yokes and maybe Catburger. I don't really. I will be honest and say I don't know Shadow Motoko's skill set at all. So
well, apparently it seems to be the correct answer there, because he's so far doing the best.
meanwhile, Tichi Demonical. Tichi was looking so good in the matches that he played for Japan in their actual bracket run. Demonical, as we said, is like... Demonical might just be the best player in this match, depending on, you know, whether or not we see much of Shield or Korean Moloko. But that's a player who is very consistently excellent in OWC over the past few years. We got Yokespie and Catburger and Pocket CZ all holding just fine.
I believe in terms of like statistically in quarters, the best player here was Demonical.
Statistically speaking, Nurge.
Yeah, that's of the players that have played quarters, so there are a few that didn't get
right. And it's interesting, like, you know, when you have these teams that are, you know, tossed together and aren't players that we see in late pools, like, whether they go for their picks with more mechanical maps like the Hard Rock 1, or whether they go with, you know, something like the Snowmod 3 where it's just, you know, an alt map, or something like, you know, Nomad 4 where it's a specific sort of gimmick. Like, do you have players for gimmick, or do you have players for mechanics? And it's people that we don't really have a great idea for that on, because it's a later pool. It's curious to see what the pick strategy, quote-unquote strategy, not really, probably all that thought-out strategy. But if you have a team that's like combo game, like you've got Yokespie who's just going to combo through stuff, or your Shield who's just going to combo through stuff, like do you pick more gimmick maps versus picking raw mechanics?
I think people tend to kind of shy away from the gimmick stuff in this. Anything that just requires practice, because obviously they don't have that. So.
Well, this is the Yokespie show here, huh? 1100 combo, the only FC left, or near FC. Did he break at the very beginning? He might have broken at the very, very beginning. TG Amacetic doing pretty well for themselves, acquitting themselves well here, but Yokespie and Shadow Motoko are outperforming even that. And this is the sort of thing that I feel like Yokespie is just really good at.
Yeah, it's not often really talked about, because I mean, obviously he's known for different things, but yeah, no, not all doing quite good here.
We see him in community tournaments, in both rank restricted and open rank, but as like a player who just gets to the late rounds, or has historically gotten to the late round and just been able to carry because he's able to hold combo in maps where a lot of people can't when you get to those super late stages. And it's kind of just happening again here, as really no one else is even stacking up, but Yokespie and Shadow Motoko are just gaming.
Well, it's interesting to see that so far both teams' first picks look like they're great successes. Like, you know, respectively, certain players on their teams have popped off on their own pick. Maybe the people that have picked the maps themselves, who knows? I mean, yeah, Yokespie here, not an FC actually. Maybe he did miss at the beginning.
Yeah, he broke right at the start. I think he was a little bit of combo behind. I mean, obviously he was, but like, it was very, very early on. I forget the total max combo of this map, but that is pretty close to the start, considering his final score. So we get Hard Rock 1, super, super one-sided win for Carrot Fields. Nomad 3, very one-sided win for Yokespie. We'll see.
Yeah, so we talked about red team. Let's talk about the other team now, the full roster on that one, because it was just briefly on stream and people are probably not super familiar. So we've got Antonio, Demonical, we've got Tichi, which we've seen. We have Plasma, Rampax as well. We have Phantasma, good name synergy, not intended. Amacetic and Suntan. So that's the full Team Blue. No clue what they're picking, but it looks like they're going to no mod tech here.
Man, there's some one that I mean I think the one player for me that, as we talked about earlier, is like Suntan, as a player that I've just literally never heard of. I know. So it's kind of cool, like, to have that sort of player.
There were a few players like that, where in the case of like a specific team having pretty close performances, you could have realistically picked a couple of people as the one player from that team. The one that stood out the most to me was Team Finland. There's a player on Team Finland called Desku who was invited to play but unfortunately can't play because they're sick or something. And apparently they did quite good. I've personally never heard of them before, so I was looking forward to seeing them play here potentially. But do know of Amacetic because they have played last year, I think, in a show match, and also him and Freeze for Team Finland. I think were probably the two main carries in the last couple of years. So I don't know. There's always a couple of players like that kind of sounding like a broken record, but it really is interesting to me, at least personally. I like seeing what they can do on these harder pools. A lot of players that are quite brand new. Plasma, good example, wasn't really there last year, first year in the WBC. So
Plasma was like one of the bright spots for a UK team that was definitely in a rebuilding year this iteration of LWC. Like, they lost obviously some of their best historic players, and brought in several new, and he was one that really showed up and performed quite well. Their matches against Finland, and who was their last match against last week? Was that China? I want to say it was China. And like, despite them losing that match, he still performed pretty well in both of them. So curious to see how he does, a week later. A little bit harder pool, but obviously he's still a player with super high skill cap. And we do get Shield coming in for this one for Yoke Pie, so we'll see, one of the really good players on that team that we hadn't seen as of yet, as well as Korean Moloko. This map is so cool. Like, I love watching this
Still my
mod
favorite.
played. Yeah. It's very... In a normal match scenario, I feel like the tension on this map is really high because you have all these sections where you can break, whether it's on like the cut patterns or the slider aim patterns.
yeah,
And so combos feel really volatile.
I just love the aesthetic of this map. Somehow it still manages to play super well and look this nice.
Good job, Altai. Shoutouts to Altai. Very, very well done, the 1-4. This song is also just good, so like it lends itself to a really hype map. And Carrot Fields are actually gaming super hard right now. Demonical, Phantasma, and Antonio are all holding. I don't know how many teams, even in like that are actually still in the bracket, we've seen hold three ways through half this map. Unfortunately, Antonio did end up breaking, but still a pretty impressive way to start this off, though. It's very close with the combos over on Yoke Pie. There's Catburger playing quite well again. Dude is very solid. Another one where only got to see them. They got eliminated, what, 2 weeks ago, I believe?
They did get to play quarters, but we didn't get to see much.
Oh, they lost to Philippines in a pretty one-sided affair. That's right. Forgot they were in quarterfinals. Sweet. The Monocle is still holding, and Catburger is still holding. Like, I don't care who you are. FC or near FC on this is very impressive. Finally, another break from Catburger. Man. This is comebackable for Carrot Fields. Demonical holds. I think Shield's got enough combo to make it slow going, though.
Isn't it crazy that these players aren't playing in semis?
Yeah, Taiwan had kind of a weird go of things this year, unfortunately. Dropping to losers pretty early and then having to face off against France last week. Singapore, I think, just kind of gets out roster depthed, as it were. I know none of those are words, but it's close enough. But
we can use our own vocabulary here.
dude, Demonical, that score is really good. That score is really good. That's like top 10, I think, on the map this week. 865k. That's like the 6th best score we've seen on this map, and this has been a popular one. Like this has been played.
I think every match actually.
Five times, yeah. Out of not quite every match, but nearly. Yoke Pie. End up taking it. That's a break point. Nomad 3 first pick. We'll see what those players want to maybe just have some fun with. I'm trying to think of what maps I haven't seen in a match that I would like to see, and I think it's actually the only map I haven't seen played is Nomad 1.
Yeah, that's true. It hasn't been played too much. Everything has a pretty decent spread, I think, of playability. Actually, Hard Rock 3, I think we've also only seen once.
Yeah, Nomad 1 was played in
that one's also
Hong
really hard, that's why.
Yeah. Nomad 1 was played in Hong Kong versus Indonesia. Hard Rock 3 was played in China versus Romania and USA versus South Korea. Hidden 2 has not been played at all. I wonder if that's like 100% ban rate. It might just be 100% ban rate.
I think it is.
Let me see.
I think it actually is.
Not quite, but it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's been banned in 6 out of 7 matches so far. The only one that it wasn't banned in was USA versus South Korea.
Okay, now we're seeing some maps.
Yo, free mod 4?
All right, who is
down?
modding this stuff? Okay, let's see. So we've got, I want to say maybe Nathan Hidden for Yoke. Well, probably Yoke Spy would play this.
Yoke Spy Hidden. Surely Yoke Spy.
Maybe they both play. I don't know.
Yo, double hidden. Overmod show match.
That's true.
Are you down? Are you down for some overmodding?
We've made this joke too many times already. It's past the score. The bid is over. No more.
The bit will never die until the round is over and the map is no longer in the pool, Alex.
Yeah, we got like 2 hours to go for that.
I can't wait for Germany versus Poland to play free mod 4 and have the casters make the same joke that nobody is sick of at all.
This is why I do the map pool showcases, so I can make the joke first and claim that I'm original.
Original joke, do not steal, property of comedian Alex Azer Frost.
Alright, who in Carrot Fields plays what? I think Amacetic is a hidden player, I will say. I think Antonio is also a Hard Rock player, but I don't know if any of them are overmodding. A good chance that they are. It's a show match, why not?
And yeah, Antonio was in on Hard Rock 1, so possibly could be Hard Rock on this. I guess you could technically also put Demonical on Hard Rock. If he's like your best player, put your best player
Why
on
not
the harder
both?
mod. ¿Por qué no los dos?
Actually, there's strong reasons why you should not run 2 Hard Rocks on this, but it's a show match.
Enjoy your 93% accuracy. For double Hard Rock.
Yeah, this is one of the maps in this moved rhythm slot, I suppose, where Hard Rock is kind of just a tank mod on this. There's just no way around it, but that's okay. We kind of have a different approach with a lot of the free mod balance. A lot of people care a lot about having the individual mods themselves be balanced with each other, but, you know, if both teams have to play the same mods, then does that really matter?
I think it makes difficulty balancing for rhythm picks harder to have them in free mod.
Just
like
impossible.
Yeah, like trying to difficulty balance a Nomad's like a formerly Nomad 6 style map in a free mod pool is like 10 times harder than balancing it Nomad or in just a single mod pool, because it's going to be, I feel like the thing we saw talked about with like Akoro and stuff this week, right, was that this particular pick, if you're on Nomad, is a lot easier than on Hard Rock, and
even for hidden
most
mains,
people way easier than on Hidden.
Even for hidden mains, you only have to run 1 hidden player on this. Most teams that are in semifinals have a hidden main that are going to be able to play this just fine. Maybe not good act, but you know.
Worst HR player Hidden FC this with like 99.2 AC.
Yeah.
But that was not normal. That is not a standard performance. That's like above the expectation by several orders of magnitude.
It allows us to balance these free mod pools in a pretty specific way. Like, I'll take Grand Finals as an example, even though we're not quite there yet. When you think of a free mod map in Grand Finals and you think of the mod balance, well, you think about who's playing that. Like a Hard Rock free mod map, it's like 3 of the best players in the world, and that's it. You know, you're making the pool balance on Hard Rock around the 3 best Hard Rock players in the world, you know, more or less. So
The thought process behind the balancing is a little bit different when you're balancing it for that few players, I suppose. And man, this was Yokpai's pick, and they're not having a great time of it, shall we say. Meanwhile,
I wonder
triple FC?
I wonder if they're all sight reading.
I would never in a million years want to be sight reading this map in a match. I tell you what, holy moly. Like, I am by no means a rhythm player, but still,
Yeah.
I would never even think about wanting to sight read this in a match.
There are 4 good reasons not to sight read this, and they're all written on the map itself.
Meanwhile, though, dude, Phantasma and Antonio are FCing.
I don't think we've seen a lot of Hard Rock FCs on this. There's a lot of miss potential. And any of the scores that we've seen are around this accuracy as well. I think the highest I've seen was like 95.
Yeah, Vroom and Karcher, both Hard Rock FC this with like just shy of 95 AC. And then it goes down to Milk Tea, who had an S rank with 820k. So there have been like some pretty decent Hard Rock performances, but it's been fairly spread out. Interestingly enough, the 2 best scores on this map have been hiddens, because there have been a couple of pretty good AC hidden FCs. And then you have Akoro, who had a 99.28 AC on one FC, because he's Akoro.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
literally what he does. Phantasma, though, putting up a really good showing. I mean, for a team that is not really that highly regarded, I feel, generally speaking, of in Thailand, Phantasma coming out and FCing this like casually with 96 AC, that's a pretty solid score, honestly.
Oh, fast pick. All right, DT1.
Wow. Well, Carafield's first picked Hard Rock 1, so maybe they do kind of want to play more, you know, of the mechanic heavy maps. Nomad 4 notwithstanding.
So obviously Demonical comes back in for this one. Maybe we're seeing Suntan? I believe Suntan is a DT player. I don't think we've seen him play a map yet. What else have we not seen?
Have we seen Rempax?
True. Maybe they'll play.
I don't know. I actually, another player where, you know, just haven't seen enough of them to be super comfortable guessing at their skill set. Demonical Tichi, maybe Antonio, because he seems like, you know, kind of mechanics player.
There tends to be a pretty solid, I don't know the word I'm looking for here, like correlation. There's a good correlation with their rank as far as how good they can play DT. Usually, if they're really high ranked, they're probably a DT player.
Yeah, it feels like kind of on average, there's a good chance. And hey, guess what? There is Rampax at that. It's like there's an old XKCD comic about correlation does not imply causation, but it does, you know, kind of give you a little bit of a wink and a nudge. Catburger, Shadow Motoko, Pogger, CZ. Nope. Catburger, Shadow Motoko, someone in Korean Moloko. Shield. Shield is really
Shield?
good at DT. That guy is scary.
That's an obvious one.
I think we're set here. We do get to see Rampax. We get to see Demonical on more mechanics map. We get Chip. I can't remember who played what for Israel, because they ran like
They played everything.
Yeah, they ran like
They had,
basically
like, 3
the same
players that
roster.
are really good.
Yeah, they had like core. There was like what? Chip, Galog,
Mr. Potato.
Mr. Potato.
Mr. Potato Chip. Yes.
I don't want to have to make a silly association like that. Just a full.
Listen, we've been trying to get them in LWC for like years now. They're finally both in there. We have to milk that a little bit.
It's funny to me, 2 years ago they qualified for the bracket with Zilver, and then they actually managed to get back in without him a couple years later. Despite that's the best player that Israel's ever had, and it's really not all that close. So to see them putting up a pretty good showing without him makes me wonder how well they could have done with him if he were still interested in playing tournaments, which I'm pretty sure he's just hasn't been for quite some time. We'll see how this one goes. Carrot Field seems like a pretty good mechanics team. Let's see how they get to some of those longer streams. I feel like that's like the indicator of comfort on the map. Or you can just miss on nothing like Korean Melko and Amasotic.
I think it's actually, for this one, I think it's kind of like a barrier of entry. So if you're playing, I mean, in a normal match, if you're playing this, you probably have no issues at all with the streams. None of them are like hard to hit or anything. There's no aim or anything. I think it's mostly just about some of these really weird aim angles. A lot of like really wide angles, like those ones. Not super common.
Yeah, that's like that Evil Elvis kind of hallmark, just known for uncomfortable sort of angles. It's like the Alibay special. Just make it uncomfortable for players to aim. Well, Shield is doing his job. Unfortunately, the backing scores not quite where they need to be for Yoke Pie. Meanwhile, you have Demonical, Rampax, and Teachy. Oh, okay, Demonical and Teachy. I'm sorry, Rampax, that's my fault. I will take that L. Airfield's looking pretty good once again. These are going to be pretty solid scores if they can keep this up. And I mean, Demonical at 99.39, 99.4 act, dropped a couple hundreds there, but shows that he is definitely more than comfortable with playing late round pools like this one. Obviously, he was a top performer in quarterfinals last week, so not too surprising, but kind of just reinforcing how good he is. Teachy holding that backing FC as well.
That pattern.
That pattern.
It caught so many people in actual matches there.
And it caught 4 here, right? Shadow Monaco, Chip, Rampax, and Teachy all broke, and then Amasotic followed up just a little while after. I think this is what you kind of came to see in the show match like this, right? You have Shield, who's one of the best couple players on Yoke Pie. You have Demonical, who's probably the best player in Carrot Fields, and they're both holding an FC here on this DT1. So very impressive performances from both of those guys. It's really really cool to see. If we can get a double FC out of those two on this map, that'd be neat. And they do it.
Yeah.
How about that? They're ready to go, man. Still a decently comfortable win for Carrot Fields, a couple 100,000 points, but Shield FC, a little bright spot for Yoke Pie.
Yeah, Teachy doing pretty well as well. Chip, not too bad as well on the other side. Only a couple misses. Pretty good accuracy, almost the top of the lobby, actually. Unfortunately, Shield exists. Or fortunately, rather.
Yeah, fortunately for Yoke Pie.
I like watching Shield.
Yeah, that's like, let's be real, the result doesn't really make that much difference, so it's just cool to see people coming in and putting up good scores like that. So fortunately, it's fortunate that Shield is here. Yoke Pie pick.
Alright, let's see some hidden. For no reason at all, I just want to see some hidden.
I want to see Nomad 1 because the song's a banger, to be honest. I know that's crazy coming from me of all people, but we get these Western songs in pools. Last week, they were pretty popular with the Sum 41 Free Mod 1 was a really popular pick. And then this week you go Nomad 1 Western song and it's just almost ignored. Bit of a shame, really. We'll see. They went with the Free Mod 4, so probably going to be maybe a hidden 3. That'd be a good one, I think. Nomad 5, so that the tournament client can completely break again. You have learned from your mistakes. Never pick a double tap map again if you want the attorney client to be able to, function at all.
It's pretty funny the way it works. I don't know. It doesn't even seem like it's the double taps that are causing it. It's like a cider break before. I don't know.
a couple maps in this pool that the tournament client really does not appreciate very much, unfortunately. In the 1-5, the tiebreaker, we had some issues with as well. Hey!
Perfect. If you have no
Yolks
idea
by-
what we were just talking about, now you do. Let's see it.
Yolks is like watching the stream for sure. That was the perfect timing for him to have heard us talking about it and then to pick it. Yo, why wasn't this the loved one though? The remix. That version of the song is so good.
Reasons.
I mean, that would have been like probably a worse pick here, and it also
I mean,
that also has like
worse.
some unrankable elements, right? It's got like off screens.
Who knows? This is the one we got instead. I'm kind of wondering who is even good at. Obviously, Yolks Pie's playing this. I think Nathan, which I think is their first map playing, is pretty good at this. But like, this is just such a weird map. It kind of rewards combo gaming. We talked about a couple of combo gamers in here. But this is just not a skill set that you see like anyone here ever play.
It's to be fair, it's a skill set you don't see most people play in general. Like there aren't a lot of folks out there playing maps like this just regularly, right? Also, there aren't many maps out there like this in the first place, which is, I suppose, why it makes for a kind of good Nomad 5 in this new usage of Nomad 5. It's just like something really different and off the wall. Homicetic saying Yokes by 88% FC, calling it right now. Honestly, would not be surprised at all.
Let's play over under 88. I go over.
I'll take the under. I'm not super confident about it, but if you're gonna take the over, I feel like I have no choice
No
but to
way,
take the under on
Yolks
that. Yolks by not. I mean, he can be an act player on certain maps, but not known for his accuracy.
I don't know. I think it's a free W for this one. Absolutely over. I will not take this Yolks Pie slander.
Azer's gonna smash the over on this one. We'll see what
I forgot to do
DraftKings
my
has to say on the
pick'ems
matter.
on a week, so this is my version of pick'ems now. I'm coping.
It's okay, dude. Everyone's pick'ems were freaking ruined this week anyway. I think I had the worst week in pick'ems that I've had in the history of pick'ems existing this week.
Yeah, that's extremely reasonable with the amount of upsets that happen.
All right, let's see how this goes for everybody. What's the act gonna look like? This map should actually be win condition act. Thoughts?
Not this one. I mean, I'm down for that, but not this one actually. This map has a very interesting like dynamic. I guess you kind of have two ways to play this. If you try to play the map normally, which is not too difficult if you play this kind of thing, like you can time all of this just fine, but the aim becomes ridiculously snappy if you try to do that. So in a way, it kind of rewards combo gaming, kind of like ignore the rhythm and taking more of your time to try to hit these snap aim patterns. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I was just watching the beginning of that map on Demonical's screen and watching his snap aim because he was holding an SS for the first couple hundred combo while nobody else was, and it was pretty inspiring to see what he was doing over there. But now it's a little closer. Catburger and Yolks Pie once again. Those two holding some solid combo down. Yolks Pie at 93%. So
I think I'm winning.
Your over might be doing pretty well here. Yeah, you're gonna probably hit that over. Come on. I don't want Yolks Pie to chain miss. I just want him to chain hundreds. Give me like 600s in a row.
Pretty sure the client like absolutely hates this section here. This is where we see all the breaks in quotations. I don't know. This map is so hard and hard to follow, even just watching. It's really hard to tell whether any of these misses are actually real or not. They very well could be. I think that's why it's super confusing. But it looks like Catburger actually. First time mentioned on this map. Catburger with I believe it's an FC, just really low AC FC. Yeah, there it is.
So I did say that Catburger and Yolks Pie were holding the combo down. So I mean, you know, I did throw the name out there. That's a B rank from Yolks Pie. That's a little unfortunate, but he did get the 92 AC, so doing pretty okay there.
Not even
Dude,
close to 88.
Dude, can we talk about Nathan 97?
Yeah.
He didn't have great combo, so it didn't feel like we were mentioning him at all. But 97 AC on that is actually unreal.
So that's exactly what I was talking about with that dynamic or whatever. It's very like possible for a lot of players to get an act like that. You're just not gonna combo. It just becomes an aim map. If you try to play this properly, it's an aim map. And a very weird one at that. I'm not too surprised that they did well though. I think it's definitely up their alley.
That was a good pick. It's 3-3. We're staying dead even, which is good. It means the teams are pretty well balanced after the draft. Carrot Fields. They've gone a couple of mechanics. They should just like work their way through the ones. Just go like hidden one or nomad one here. Just stay on that left side of the map full screen. Seems to be working out okay for them so far. I'd say free mod one, but that map is 4 minutes long, and it makes my brain sad because it just takes so long to get.
We've seen enough of that one. We've seen it a couple of times. People really like the consistency pick. I don't know if we've seen really enough of this one though. This song is so good.
I love this pick so much. Like this song is really good, and the map is just really enjoyable to watch because like whenever you see people who are good at D&B DT on this map, it just is so like what's the word I'm looking for? It's just enjoyable to watch, I guess.
I like it a lot because it's a very different style of pick as well. This one just very heavily focuses on slider aim and finger control. And usually when you have DT, just the nature of like the BPM when you slap DT on D&B usually makes it some kind of speed map or like burst map. This one, it doesn't have too much of that though, so I think it's quite interesting.
Yeah, this is...
Wait, has there been a breakpoint so far? I think this all one.
There were two,
okay.
right? They traded the Nomad 4 and Free Mod 4 breakpoints.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're seeing the same. Who we not seen? We haven't. Yeah, Plasma's played. Okay, I think everybody's played now.
I think everyone's probably played at least one. Yeah. There's kind of core players since Carrot Fields do seem to have a little bit of a strategy. They do actually seem to have a little bit of a strategy in mind here, where they're going the kind of more mechanic-y picks with a couple of DTs.
We have Demonical. We're gonna play.
Yeah.
Demonical.
We're gonna play skill cap mechanics maps because we have Demonical on our team.
You think Yokespy plays this one?
To be fair, you yourself said that there's a bunch of slider aim aspects to it, and also Zudinator played this last night and did really, really well on it. So
Zudinator's a speed player now. That's different.
Kappa? Or
no Kappa.
Alright, well, I'll take your word for it. That was the one missing skill set in her repertoire, so if she has filled that one in, then she's just never gonna lose again. She'll win every 1v1 tournament until the end of time.
Yokespy DT3. All right, let's see it. I'm curious.
All right,
what's talking about how maybe there's some skill sets that people don't usually mention. Maybe this is one of them.
Over under Yokespy accuracy this time.
88 under.
Just 88 again. Well,
still probably better than I could do. So
this is not something that necessarily everybody is going to be great at, but who knows? Yokespy comes ready to play in a show match. Maybe he's going to do better than we'd expect from him. Also, this is like shield map for sure, unironically.
Yeah.
Like no joking around about that part. This is the sort of thing that Shield eats for 3 square meals a day.
There's a lot of so something about the DT pool this week. We did something weird, I guess, because of Paper Moon. So that's why we have a very different DT pool. And players seem to enjoy it. But a lot of these maps that we're looking for in order to fulfill that like weird DT thing, you look at the leaderboards and like Shield's like the only one with an FC on it. There are so many maps like that we come across that Shield just happens to be the only person that can really play the map or like has a good score on the leaderboards. He's so consistently good at these like unconventional DT picks. Not sure if that was a real miss. Oh, but it's not, because then I look silly.
Well, unfortunately, I think you're going to be made to look silly. I don't think that invalidates your statement, though, because as somebody who, plays and looks at a lot of different maps, I do see Shield. He'll be like rank 1 DT only, and there's no other mod FCs on stuff that's, recently ranked or, kind of the type of map that a lot of people don't play.
Hold on, 88 is like spot on for this.
Yeah, he's dead on 88.
Under or over? Join in now.
It's gonna end up being under because there's still an entire half of the map to go.
I don't know.
It's gonna be close. It might just stay there, but it wouldn't. I would expect it, if anything, to help in smoke. Okay, that's not gonna help your confidence in the over 88 here. He does get to build up some accuracy in this section, though. This is free. This is free to build a little bit of back, hopefully, for him. Also, shoutouts to the triple FC for Carrot Fields, by the way. Amasthetic, Demonical, Tichi. That's
That was
pretty
distracting.
crazy. Yeah,
That is crazy. We haven't seen so much of that.
we saw like Canada did well in this. Australia did well in this. That was a super, super close matchup when they played it. And then Canada realized that they should probably have Ryuke on this map, and they increased their score by like 700k the second time. Oh, two of the FCs just instantly fall. That's too bad. Oh my gosh, he's actually gonna do it, isn't he? He's gonna go 89. It's so close. It's just balanced on the knife's edge. 80, 89, 88.
I don't know. Is the stamina running out?
Every 100, dude. Every 100 matters.
Oh, it's going down. It's going down.
It's dropping. Drops a couple more hundreds. No, he's gonna get back in the ending. It's gonna be exactly 88, but it's gonna be above 88.0. So I think that technically means the over hits.
Yeah, we both win.
Vegas is fuming. We both win. They don't like it when that happens.
Nathan with the S rank, actually. Just a couple of slider breaks. That's pretty unlucky.
Yeah, that must have been a bunch of slider breaks, though, right? Only 722 max combo and only 527k. Like, it's a really good job of never missing, but not, unfortunately, a great job of comboing.
All right. What is next?
Hidden 3. Because Yolks Pie, Cat Burger, maybe Shield or something. Wait, no, Shield doesn't play Hidden. I don't know who their others would be for that. Like I said, literally the only map I haven't seen. Hey, Hidden 3, look at that. Yolks Pie, stop, if you're watching this, if you're watching the stream, type "I love T1G" in chat right now. Demonical actually said hi to me. What the heck?
Unintended results.
I'm not doing stats. I'm not doing stats. Take it up with Shadoos. That's not me, man. Love you, Demonical. Not my fault though.
Who ends up playing this? Maybe it's... I don't know if that's the full roster. No, they're probably swapping someone for Catburger for this one.
Does Catburger... Wait, we haven't played a Hidden yet, so I don't know if Catburger plays Hidden or not.
No, that was a completely wild guess.
Nathan, Korean Malco, Shadowmotoko, Yoxpai, Demonical teaching Antonio Phantasma. Alright, Yoxpai, I guess, is not watching the stream. Feels bad, man. This is such a cool map, though. I feel like every time this gets played, it ends up with, like, some exciting outcome. Whether it was, like, worst HR player FCing it to go to tiebreaker, or this reverse choke from Makoro, or, like, multiple FCs coming into the ending, trying to see who can hold on through the really big bursts in the last KI. I have to check. I don't know if there's actually been an FC on this. There maybe other than worst HR player. Oh, Zudi FC'd it as well. Okay. Where's HR player got 99.64 AC on this? Excuse me? I didn't realize that. I was commentating that match and I didn't realize that. Oh my god.
Is that really all that surprising though? After all the
I mean-
crazy stuff he's been doing.
Yeah, no, I guess it's not. It's pretty amazing when it's 5-4 in winner semis, though.
Yeah.
All right. See how everybody does. This is proven to be a pretty varied map. We've seen some really good scores, and we've seen some unfortunate other scores. So I feel like most players, like everybody in this match, or everybody that's playing this map in this match, is probably capable of doing at least okay at it.
I think this might be, considering for Carrot Field, it's mostly just been Demonical doing extremely well. I think this might be, you know, not one of Demonical's strong skill sets, I would say. Maybe. So, potentially a good pick for Pie. I say these things as if they actually matter.
Yeah, what do the winners of this match get? Like a pat on the like a pat on the back, a good job, good job.
The satisfaction.
Sometimes that's all you need. The satisfaction of knowing you did well. True success is internalized. Yo, Catburger though.
Yeah, seems like our bet on Catburger was a pretty good one.
Yeah, that guy has just been playing well in this match, to be honest. I'm quite impressed. Best act in the lobby by a decent margin, and the only FC. Phantasma acquitting himself well here also. About 180 combo behind. Combo behind. The real test in this map is like, if you FC the first 2/3, do you hit the big space stream coming up right here? And then how do you do in the last GI? Because this pattern that comes up in a second is like make or break.
It looks really scary. Whenever you play it in practice though, usually I think most people would tend to just hit that pattern, but obviously in an actual match with nerves and all, this one right here.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't seem too bad.
Five players hit it, but the Monaco and Kepler misses are...
5 players hitting this is kind of like the par for, for this map, I think.
That's par for the course for sure. You usually see a break or two, but I don't think I've seen like an 8-way reset or anything. Bro Phantasma's going. Unfortunately, Korean Malco and Nathan Remmer matching combined, and then some. This is a really good score from Phantasma. He's like on track for a reverse choke like Koro had. He can FC the ending, which is no easy task.
Yeah, there's a decent spike in difficulty here.
Oh? Oh? Phantasma laughs at your difficulty spike. Your foolish difficulty spike is meaningless before his ability to play this map, apparently. That's a really good score.
Yeah.
Also, Nathan Ram and Korean Malako putting up very, very solid combos. An S rank there from Nathan
again.
That dude is playing well also.
I don't know if there's been more than 2 maps that just had 1 slider break, or maybe 2 slider breaks, but I think this is a pretty uncommon one to have a score like that. I think a lot of players are just way more likely to get a miss on the ridiculous like spacing.
Yeah, I would expect a score like most of the others, where you have a big combo and the break on one of the diff spikes rather than an S rank.
I like how even this is.
Yeah, this is
4-4 now.
This is really well balanced. I mean, I don't know that it's hard to tell on paper, right? As for like all we talked about at the start, it's hard to tell on paper for these kinds of teams whether they're balanced or not. And turns out, looks like they are, which is really cool. we get Hard Rock 2. Carefield's early picked the Hard Rock 1, and are now eventually picking the Hard Rock 2. Little precision, very short one. This, I feel like, this is the shortest map in the pool by, what, 15 seconds or so?
Somewhere around there. I'm interested to see if Antonio holds up to this one. Every Hard Rock that's been played so far with all the free mods and stuff, Antonio's been doing quite good at that, so I'd say that to me is probably like the biggest positive from this one. Like I didn't expect Antonio to be able to match on Hard Rock.
Yeah, I definitely agreed. He's been a pleasant surprise in terms of his performance. Yeah. So most of the others, I feel like we kind of had at least some sort of feel for, but a little less for him since Spain went out so early. We saw less of his play. Plasma coming back in. We haven't seen all that much of him because they've been playing kind of non-Plasma maps. Doesn't play speed and tapping stuff, so he hasn't been able to show off. The guy is actually like really good at a variety of skill sets. It just isn't speed. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. He played the Hard Rock 2 for UK against Finland and carried it. I don't remember if it was an FC, but he did have a really good score. So clearly a guy that's able to come in for precision and do well.
Well, he was already thanked for the carry, so you know he's doing well.
Yokes by Korean Moloko, Cat Burger Chip. Cat Burger just gets to play whatever, huh? He like all sorts of different skill sets. Well, somebody's gonna have a match point after this. But will it be Yoke Pie getting a match point on their own pick? Carrot Fields getting a match point on their opponent's pick. This map feels actually like decently accessible as far as late round precision goes.
Oh yeah.
Though if you shake at all on 6.5, it is doom, as we just saw from Chip, and Antonio broke a little before in a kind of similar fashion. Just those, you can over aim anything so easily when the circles are that small. We've got 3 FCs still for Carrot Fields, once again putting on a very good showing. Double FC on Yolks Pie and Cat Burger. They're keeping their team in it if Carrot Fields misses in the last quarter here, but we're going to quickly run out of time because it's 400k. I'm going to see 5 FCs on this map if nobody breaks on the end here. Oh, there goes Yolks Pie. Dang. Ruined. And there goes Amacetic. All right, 3 FCs. 3 FCs.
Fields actually almost just fielding a 4-way there. Almost.
See? Tricky little pattern into the ending with the squares and then cut stream. Hey, Mr. Plasma.
Thanks for the carry, Plasma.
See you for the carry, Plasma.
Well,
Thanks,
Catburger had something to say about it, though.
Yeah. Catburger's playing so well in this match. Really, really impressive stuff from him. But
I can't
precision
play Hard Rock right
I
now.
can't play Hard Rock right now.
Yeah, okay.
True. Anybody love HR? Well, it appears that you do, friend.
All right, so clearly, as evidenced by them absolutely listening to you and your pick ideas, you know, what's the last one here? What's Yolks Pie picking?
I have to really quick see what's left. There's what, Nomad 1, Nomad 2, Hidden 1, DT4, Free Mod 1. I don't really want it to be Free Mod 1, but I could see this being Free Mod 1. They did pick the Free Mod 4 earlier, though they lost it on the break point. If it's not Free Mod 1, it might just be Hidden 1. I don't really see them just going like a raw mechanic map like Nomad 1 or 2. I don't think it's DT4 either, because Carrot Fields picked the other 2 DTs and won them both. So Oh my. All right. Well,
It's very different, though.
Making a liar out of me. Dang.
It's very, very different. Also, this map is a complete sight read destroyer. That's probably the one thing to say about this one. It follows. We haven't seen this one too much on stream, so I'll just talk about it a little bit. Like there's so many like background rhythms in here that are mapped, but when you're just listening to the song for the first time, like that's not what you're intuitively like listening to. So there's a lot of really weird rhythm here that you kind of have to learn. So I don't know who's played this. My bet is not a not a lot of people, but
Yeah.
it might create some pretty wide range of results.
Yeah, we can see a lot of things. Oh, you know what I overlooked when thinking about this pick is that Yokpai has shield.
Yeah,
I feel like
yeah,
shield
okay.
on this map is a thing. Unless he just ends up not playing it, but I feel like this is probably a shield map. But yeah, this is like a not super friendly map if you are not super familiar with it. Yeah, like you said, we could see a wide range of results on this. Hey, it is shield coming in. You know, what if we just get shield Catburger? Shield Catburger Yokespai, Korean Maliko, okay. I like that roster for a map like this, with it being
Funnily,
game control.
funnily enough, with how Shield has been doing well in this show match, Shield wasn't even the first pick for a Taiwanese player in here. Actually, I wanted to have Dazzlewind play because Dazzlewind really popped off in quarters and qualifiers, and I don't think Dazzlewind has really gotten a chance to play a show match like this, nor really play these later pools at LWC since they've improved a lot. But unfortunately, yeah, they couldn't play today either. But again, it just kind of makes you wonder how like a lot of these teams have a pretty insane depth of players and somehow didn't make semifinals. Like, there's a lot of really good players to be found.
Yeah, Taiwan like had on paper a really strong roster this year with multiple very, very good players. So it's a shame not to get to see their whole team on this pool. But Dazzlewind has been a player who has done really well in community tournaments, going back a ways. Has really kind of evolved as a player over time. Get to show off a little bit in OWC sooner or later. Shield, though, definitely a more than worthy replacement, I think, for a Taiwanese player in this particular match. And when you get to have him in for a map like this, I mean, that's very, very helpful to your team. You have no audio? What's going on with the music here? It's really weird.
This is very quiet.
It's just really quiet, yeah.
Yeah. It's a calm, relaxing song. Calm down. It's zen.
You need to calm down. You're being too loud. So you got 3 FCs in the early goings for Yoke Pie. Make that 2. Against none for Carrot Fields. I'm aesthetic with a decent combo, but this map separates the men from the boys. There are teams that are good at it, and then there's people who are gonna have a bit of a rough go of things. Was this a new custom for this tournament? I couldn't remember. Okay, I knew there was. Oh, it was the DT2, yeah, right. That was like an existing custom. Yeah, it was DT2. Okay. So we got Carrot Fields.
I
Combo
forgot
League?
what DT2 was for a second.
Oh
The-
yeah,
the PvP pools.
the daily care.
Ah, yes.
Atanaki
Yeah,
Kaze.
yeah.
I
That's
do
an old custom, yeah.
I do such a bad job of like remembering map names nowadays. I just remember like the slot.
It's a
Like,
map
oh, it's the
for-
DT2. What's the DT2 called? I have no idea. Somebody was making a joke about Hard Rock 1 being an all or nothing pick, and then everybody was laughing, and I was like, I have no idea why people are finding this funny. I had to look at the pool to realize that it was called all or nothing to know that they were even making a joke in the first place.
Yeah, it looks like we're actually on track to get a tiebreaker for this one.
Let's go, dude.
The desired result.
It's all according to Keikaku.
And you know, this one actually. Oh, they're fine. This one actually was not scripted. I say that because there's definitely a show match once I did where it was scripted. I don't remember the context though.
Like you just wanted a ton of maps to be played and to go to
No,
tiebreakers.
they just threw so that they played the tiebreaker.
Oh, that's not. Does that count as scripted if you throw? It would be scripted if you had it. Oh, if you had it outlined going in. That's like ad libbing, you know. They're doing a little improv.
All right, Yokpai with their last pick. Oh my God, guys, it's a tiebreaker.
Do not look at Korean Maluko's accuracy. Absolutely do not do it.
My
It's a tiebreaker for
match.
the second time this weekend.
See, that was the real script all along. The accuracy.
I think this tiebreaker is pretty cool. It's got that sort of techie element to it though, which can end up being sort of unbalanced sometimes. So we'll see how it goes for the players. We had Nomad 4 picked second by Carrot Fields a while ago, and Yokpai won it on a break point. So kind of keep that in mind. And they're putting in everyone. We're gonna have, you're not gonna be able to see it, of course, but we're gonna have an 8v8 tiebreaker, it looks like.
You'll just have to imagine the other 8 people.
But the best 4 from each team in the top 8 slots, and then everybody else can just kind of fill in, I suppose, will be probably what they do. So that way we get to kind of see the actual match.
Yeah, we didn't get to see this tiebreaker too much. We did see it in the winner's bracket. To astounding results.
I was part of that match and I still can't believe it.
I was there.
I was there. All caps, I was there. That's gonna be
I like how unreal that was. You get these people in chat that come in like a day later and they're like, they did what? Is this real?
I mean, USA just had this aura around them of invincibility for like 4 years. And South Korea was just like, no, screw that. We do not care. It's gonna be a fun one to talk about over the course of this week. Do a little,
Yes, Leo.
hey, Alex.
Let's do it.
Okay, who would put on? Okay, Plasma and Yokpai, I guess.
Is Plasma the easy player?
Well, he said, "Can I put easy for the Vine?"
Okay.
I don't know if he actually plays easy. Yokpai does actually play easy.
Yeah, but that's definitely who I'm looking at for this one. I always have oh, I'm gonna sound really old saying this. I always have really fond memories of like this really old tournament in I think 2015 where GN played in the grand finals and Easy was allowed as a mod and he ended up having the highest score in the lobby in Score V1 with Easy, like without any score multiplayer or anything, in a grand finals tiebreaker. Shout out to anybody who remembers that. It was a long time ago. It was very memorable.
What map was that on? My brain almost wants to tell me that was on Uta.
Yes, it was.
Oh, God, I'm old. We're old, bro. Do you remember EMI, Easy Mod Invitational, back then as well? It was like 2017, 2018. They hosted, I think, like they hosted like 2 of them. It was just like GN and I think Vaxay played one of them. Those were the good old days of just all kinds of different random tournaments. That like there were tech tournaments and marathon link tournaments and I don't know, the Wild West era of of tournaments where it's just host whatever you want. Who cares?
Yeah. It looks like it's not going to be a full 8v8. A couple people missing. We don't know who. You only get these 8 people, and 2 of them are playing easy mod, so, you know, however that's going to end up being like, at least that's what we know. There's 2 of them playing easy mod.
Looks like maybe Ram packs. But yeah, it won't matter because we wouldn't be able to tell from.
It's spun out as compensation.
What's the spun out? What's the spun out mod multiplier on V2?
Oh boy. Does he even have one?
I have no idea.
Surely it's gotta be like the same.
All right, they've got to be ready though, because we can't take all day on this, unfortunately. As much fun as we have just shooting the breeze.
Well, we do have what 45 minutes
do
until
have-
Germany Poland. In case you were wondering what we're all waiting on.
That match is gonna suck. This is so much better. What are you talking about? All right,
Yeah,
so
I bet they're not gonna play easy mod on anything, so it's just worse.
I don't think I'm gonna take that bet because I think I'd lose. All right, so you got Yolkspie and Plasma on easy. No mods around the rest of the lobby. I'm very curious as to how those 2 players do. Can we have the easy 2x rule that a lot of community tournaments have run, where you get double score if you run easy, so it's the same as no mod score multiplier? Somehow I don't know that it'll
Plasma's
matter.
doing this. Okay, so Plasma is an easy player, evidently. Doing this is always relative for this one. Obviously, it's gonna be a lot harder.
Yeah, this is not the sort of map where you're really meant to play with easy, like, at all. Give me one thing for certain picks, but this is not one of them. I wonder who can put up the best combo overall, though. I think we saw what, like an 1800 and a 1700 combo last night, from Karcher and Taquito. And then Parisia had a really solid score as well. I wonder who puts up the best score in this. If it's just gonna be.
I'm gonna say everyone in this lobby. There are some. I don't want to say like sight read traps in this map, but there are some really nasty patterns that if you don't know are there, are going to get you. And I mean, I know for sure everyone's sight reading this. No one's gonna practice a tiebreaker for a show match. This one right here. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I got a couple people.
Now, that being said, like, they may have, like, at least watched it, you know, maybe they watched the match last night, or maybe they watched the map pool showcase last week for fun, so they at least maybe saw the map, but it's a very different thing to actually playing it. Korean Moloko against the world here is he is the only player, he is 1v14ing this lobby currently. I think Korean Moloko has more combo than everybody else combined that's playing this.
All 14 players, yeah, probably.
Like, unironically.
We don't know how many people are actually playing.
Yeah.
And the score down, the score is still, you know, regardless of there being 14 people playing or whatever, I think is only showing the score for the 8.
Correct, yeah.
I mean, this is basic, you know, this is a 3v3, like, you know, it's really cool watching
it's a,
this easy.
It's
but
a
they have like
3v3
12k points. But this maybe this is the real. This is the real, you know, the tension. This is what we're watching. Who's winning the easy mod? Because it's pretty close.
Yeah, they were just dead even. Yolkspie dropped a bunch of score on that stream though, went from 12k down to 10k. A bunch of score. He dropped 2,000 points. Yo, I'm just gonna watch Korean Moloko here for a while because that guy actually knows what he's doing on this map. It looks like.
Ooh, I got a lot of people too.
Okay, that's
everybody.
Everybody.
Only person with a combo.
Dude, Korean Moloko. Oh, 1400 combo though. That's still really impressive. Looks like Yolkspie might be taking this one. Parrot Fields will be the latest victim of the mechanics team on Tech Tiebreaker Curse, which happened to USA last night. It may be happening to Carrot Fields here as well. Yolkspie has taken the lead. Yolkspie has lost the lead. It's within a couple hundred points because the scores are so low.
Yeah, at this point, it's not about who's gaining more score; it's who's losing less. Because it does drop your score a lot to get misses on score v2. When your score is that low, it's kind of ridiculous.
When you're only at 15k in the first place.
Well, the lowest score in that tiebreaker that was played in USA South Korea was Utami with 385k. So Korean is already above that. We still have a quarter of the map left. The highest one in that lobby was 590. Don't know if he can get there with that break, but who knows? I think actually with the combo in the ending, he might actually be able to.
Yeah, if he combos the ending here, he can probably at least get 500k, which is an incredibly respectable score. These late round TVs are very, very difficult, so never gonna see like FCs, but oh, that slider break, I think that ruined the chance. Meanwhile, Yokespie and Plasma still going at it in their 1v1 here. Plasma taking a little bit of lead with those Yokespie breaks, so let's see if he can hold off his opposition. A little easy mod 1v1 between those guys.
And Plasma getting the better of him, but oh wait, a couple misses, losing score. Okay, he's got a 1,000 point lead, which doesn't sound like a lot, but
You know, yeah,
Maybe
into the ending here, it might be enough. And Cream Malco doesn't look like he's going to get the 500k. That's unfortunate. That last slider break ruined his chances, but that's still a really respectable score, 492k. It looks like
that
Plasma...
would have been the fifth best score in that lobby that was played. So, the real result of this one. Okay, yeah.
Plasma.
Off stream, Nathan Ram with 498k.
What? He top scored and we didn't even see him.
Top score, not even in the top slots. That's unfortunate. A lot of really good scores actually, but red team. Who's red team? Carrot Fields? No.
Yokespie.
Win. Yeah, Yokespie technically winning this one by 800k.
They also had an extra player.
But yeah, they did. They did have an extra player, but I mean, wait, there's no spun out. He didn't actually take spun out.
Didn't actually take spun out. Shadow Mordecai went HDHR, by the way. A little 174k.
All right, well, that was a fun little show match from a lot of players that we don't really get to see. So I'm glad. I'm sure they enjoyed playing a pool they don't normally get to, and I hope the people have enjoyed watching some different players. Actually, it's kind of the same names most of the time when you get to these stages. It's kind of the same people over and over. You get to see them every week, obviously, when they get to the later stages. So yeah, I got to see some pretty interesting things. What's your takeaway from this one? Like who did really well?
Dude, Catburger and Antonio.
Yeah,
Catburger and Antonio were like revelations to me. Catburger played really well, and Antonio filled in for some picks and did really well on like those hard rocks that he was in for. I think those were two of the names that I was less familiar with that performed like above expectations.
Mm-hmm. Definitely someone to invest in. That's gonna be it. So I think we're not done for the round, but we're gonna take a little break. There's one last match, and it's a big one.
Poland, Germany, the semifinal will decide somebody's gonna face off against South Korea. I'd be terrified to be doing that after what they did last night. That's gonna be such a good match, though.
Can we look at the losers bracket for a second?
Oh boy, dude, the losers bracket is a nightmare.
I just want people to grasp what's in there. it's pretty scary for any of these remaining teams. It's really, really, really scary. Yeah, take a look at that. So, all right, so the missing team is obviously the loser of Poland, Germany, right? So no matter what, one of these two teams, which are predicted to be two of the top three teams of the tournament, are in losers bracket against Canada, which is probably fourth or fifth, depending on who you ask. And USA is also in losers. And
it's not
honestly,
normal. It's
those
not
are
normal.
Those are pretty much like what people consider to be the best teams. There's a real chance that maybe previous years you wouldn't say that Germany has a chance of losing to Poland, but there's a very real one now. We're kind of used to seeing Germany up there, but you could actually have USA and Germany in losers finals, not even grand finals, just losers finals. That's kind of crazy. It's a bit of a wild one so far. South Korea's run is kind of threw a wrench in everyone's brackets and pick'ems, so we'll see if that ends up continuing with the remaining match with Germany-Poland. Again, we're just going to take a 30-minute break. and that one will be up next. Go grab a drink. We'll see you soon.
shit. Took your advice and did the opposite. Just being young and stupid. Oh, I haven't been all that you could have hoped for. But if you'd held on a little longer, you'd have had more reasons to be proud. Oh, so many questions, but I'm talking to myself. I know that you can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you, and most of all goodbye. But I know that you can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head with words that
contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
beasts as far as the eye can see. A plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream. Time to fight back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the OS World Cup semifinals for the last time this weekend. We have saved, at the very least, one of the best for last with this matchup. It's a very anticipated winners bracket match between Poland and Germany. Seed 2 versus Seed 3. Poland with their new superstar Malashevsky on a tear this year as the number 2 seed in the tournament. And Germany, one of the most dominant teams in the last few years of the OS World Cup, returning again as seed number 3 out of the qualifiers with a few familiar names in the roster this time around. My name is Dio. I'm joined for this match by Mr. Chillier Pear.
Hello! One of the best matches of the weekend. Certainly a distinction that is needed this time around. If anyone here was watching the stream last night for our other winners bracket match with the US versus South Korea, you know that this match has a hell of a lot to live up to in terms of how close it was. We had that tiebreaker finish, and all things considered, I think we could see, potentially a similar result from this match here. Poland, they've had Malashevsky really bringing them through these kind of mid, now going into the later stages of the tournament right now. Germany, while they have had their fair share of carries, have definitely had a little bit better of a time working together as a cohesive entity, as a team. And I wonder if that's going to be the difference maker between these two teams today. We're going to have to see what happens when the actual picks start coming out. Poland, see if their backing players on top of Malashevsky are able to make it work today. We're going to get into the bans. It's going to be Germany banning Hidden 2 first. Poland going to have their 2 bans immediately following.
And I feel like if you've been paying attention throughout the tournament and throughout the last few years, you're probably expecting some kind of speed bans coming out from Poland. While they're a good speed team themselves, it's not really surprising to anybody who's watched the World Cups the last few years that Germany is a very good speed team. They have always had a very good speed roster. It's even been their picks into a team like the United States for several years in a row now, which, to say nothing of how good the United States is a very brave thing to pick into them, because the US is also a very good speed team. So I feel like that's probably what we're going to see from Germany. At the very least, I think that Germany, less lopsided of a roster, going to have a lot of really solid players on maps where you expect to see high scores, and Poland probably wanting to go into those types of maps where you expect low scores from the majority of players and 1 or 2 people to pop off and carry the pick, because that's what they want to enable Malashevsky to do. And you can see already a speed ban coming out from Poland on the free mod to Gehenna by Rabbit House. Going to be taken off the board for Germany. Not really surprising. That map is hardcore in more ways than one. Very difficult speed pick overall, and something that even Russia had a hard time on earlier today, to give you an idea of the overall difficulty of that map. Something that Germany would probably dominate on in this matchup. And DT2 afterwards. Man, no surprises at all.
Yeah, no, not at all. We're really seeing those, kind of basic mechanics bans from Poland here. Not surprising against this German roster whatsoever. A good thing to mention as well, yeah, again, similar to kind of what we were seeing from South Korea last night, where you're really looking for those maps where you can have one really good score out of Malashevsky and then have one other player that's able to back him up. And then, if you find those types of maps, you really are going to have a good shot at getting a foothold into this match if you are Poland. Something to be careful of against Germany, though, is that they're a very good, well-rounded roster. Kind of something more similar, or rather akin to what we saw in the Canada matches, where just as a team, you were seeing 2, 3, 4 players on multiple maps being able to put up these ridiculously high scores. And I think that's something we've come to expect out of Germany as kind of, one of the favorites to potentially win the tournament this year. We talk about a lot of those teams that we expect to see in finals and grand finals weekend. And, while I think both of these are teams that we expect to see there this year, Germany, of course, in previous, 2 years now have proven that they belong in those, upper spots here. So right now, I think they're really banking on their tournament experience. They've got a little bit of a different roster this year that we've gone over multiple times, but it's been working well for them just like it has in previous years. Obviously, they've got their star players and people like Whitecat and Kriller. And again, it really is about Poland finding that duo or even trio to contest that top level from Germany at the start of this match here. But with bans done, we're looking for the first pick. It's going to come out of Germany, so they're going to have a chance to start this match off strong, go up 1-0. It's a pretty advantageous position if you are a confident team. And we'll see what happens there. Bartek is going to...
It is actually first pick for
Is
Poland.
Nick
has debated you.
Corrected. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Nick,
yeah.
why do you do this to me?
He
Nick.
is watching F1. That is why.
Oh, that's why. Apparently, I'm watching F1 too because I didn't know.
So, yeah. So first pick for Poland, going to be the hidden 3 as we get that swapped out. The blue color coming through on the pick there for Germany, but it's actually Poland's first pick. And I don't think this is too big of a surprise. This is the hidden flow aim, like super high BPM alt or low BPM stream map. Lots of accelerating and decelerating streams, lots of cut streams, lots of space streams, lots of finger control, slider aim, like polygonal shaped pattern streams as well. This is that kind of gimmicky flow aim pick that you go for when you want to test how good the other team is, A, at hidden, and B, at that kind of aim control that is really necessary to put up a good score on this map. This is also a pick where the last quarter of the map gets way, way harder than the rest of the pick. So if you have 1 or 2 players that you think are going to be really, really strong on a pick like this, Malashevsky, then I think this is probably a pretty good pick for you because you can almost guarantee yourself an extra 200 or 300,000 score just in the last quarter of the map if that player does finish out the full combo.
Absolutely. I think this is the type of pick here where we've seen in previous matches this weekend. It has given quite a few of even our best kind of flow aim players some difficulty on this one. You've got those overlapping square patterns. You've got these really, accentuated spacing, accelerating streams throughout the entire map. And there's a lot of kind of crucial points in this to catch breaks out on a lot of the top end of players here. We even saw yesterday some of the best players in those matches getting, caught up on moving their cursor too fast through these beginning streams. And it really is about being comfortable right off the gate in this pick here. Eyes on both teams here for some of these star hidden players. Obviously, Malashevsky on the side of Poland, as well as someone like Mishny, who generally is one of the better hidden alt players on the side of this Poland roster. For the side of Germany, Okinamo kind of, resident hidden there, as well as Kriller here, and some big backing abilities from Shark and Whitecap. This is Poland's first pick, and we expect them to be very confident at stuff like this. But it's Malashevsky and Bartek Mishny to trade breaks. Shark, Okinamo, Whitecat as well. Some massive misses right from the start.
Yeah, all but Nahus and Kriller find breaks at the start of this map, actually. It's 3 breaks for either team. Basically everything even afterwards. I think a little bit better accuracy for Germany at the moment. Another break comes through from Mishny. Does give combo lead over to Germany solidly now, about 200 combo up on Poland. Early days, though. It's the very start of the map, so not going to be too impactful, I don't think, as we get into the first KI time where the map really will start to pick up. I think that's where we'll start to see really who's comfortable on this and who's not, is during this part here, as you start to see tons and tons of those slider aim patterns mixed into lots of the stream aim. Mishny having a lot of trouble, it seems, with getting together a consistent combo on this map. The recovery has been good from everyone else who missed there at the start, but Mishny in particular just not quite able to hold. Nahus gonna be finding a miss on the space stream. Kriller able to hold. Whitecat will trade out one of those misses, but that is still a full combo advantage for Germany.
That's a big miss for Poland there on Nahus. Obviously, that was their last full combo to combat against Kriller right there. Whitecat gonna hold off the massive Germany score gain for a little bit here with that break. It's gonna give Mishny a chance to catch up just slightly. but these combos on the side of Germany are just remaining a little bit more consistent. Everyone kind of missed that pretty difficult pattern at the beginning, and it's kind of the difference between those carry players that we mentioned. There goes Bartek as well on the slider section here. This has proven to catch a lot more players on the breaks here than it has on some of the easier sections, or some of the more aim-heavy, stream pattern sections here. Kriller doing exactly what he needs to do right now for Germany. We mentioned those top two performers for them, Kriller and Whitecat, and just one of them holding right now. It's Malashevsky on his lonesome, and he's really only matching up with one of Shark or Okinamo, not to mention Kriller's full combo here. Backing combos on Poland not there as well right now. Coming into the last quarter of the map, and it's almost a 300,000 score lead for Germany. It's a triple break from Poland too, and I think that's just going to do it with the FC held on Kriller.
Yeah, it seems like the pop-off potential is there for Kriller this time around, not Malashevsky. Gonna find the break on the big accelerating space stream into the last quarter here, as nobody else holds the combo at all. Bartek is able to, keep it together, but didn't have the big combo to make any difference, and there's, like you said, a 300,000 score lead and climbing for Germany right now. As Kriller just continues to do Kriller things, really made a name for himself over the last 2 years in the OS World Cup 2021 and through 2022 community tournaments. And Kriller just continuing to show why he is one of the best tournament players in the game right here. Hitting the entire... This is the section I was talking about, by the way, this entire last quarter of the map. And if you have somebody like Kriller on your team who can just hit this no problem, there you go, free full combo for Germany as Kriller shows off. Really solid first pick break point for Germany. That was Poland's first pick, so starting off on a very strong foot for Germany, and not the way Poland wanted this to go whatsoever.
And they had some matching scores on Nahus Malashevsky and Bartek, Shark Okinamo, and even Whitecat, Mishny doing pretty well to match up there. They just had nobody to respond to the full combo on Kriller there. Unfortunate breaks from Malashevsky, very clearly comfortable on that map, 6 100s, but a bunch of slider breaks and some over aims on that stream. They're really just not giving the score that Poland needed to take their advantage on that pick. Germany ends up winning by 477,000, pretty much the difference of that FC on Kriller. Top score in the lobby with good ack as well. It's now going to go to the side of Germany. They have potential to consolidate this break point here. You really hate to see these break points at the start of these matches because it's much easier to consolidate when you still have your comfortable picks up on the board. Germany, they're going to go immediately into no mod 2. They want to keep this break point on their side, and this is a pick that they absolutely know that they can perform on. I mean, you have eyes on, I think, Shark and Whitecat instantly for Germany on a stream-style pick here, and apparently Kriller as well after that, kind of alt-style pick. Some of those flow aim patterns with the space streams relating just a little bit to this no mod 2. You've got these kind of accelerating, decelerating stream patterns, requires a lot more aim than what you typically see in these semifinals no mod 2s here, especially at 200 BPM. Tapping requirement is not super high, so it really is about that cursor movement. But on the side of Poland, you are looking for some great stream players to join the roster here as well. Mastash, a name that comes to mind immediately, as well as Ypan, one of the new additions to the roster this year, has been performing very well for themselves. Looks like Rafis and Whitecat going to be the last two joining the lobby here for either side. These are some pretty solid stream rosters, honestly. I would hate to pick a side with one of these teams right now.
And I think that's why you saw Poland ban out the 2 speed maps, right? Instead of banning out something like the No Mod 2. Germany's roster for this is incredible, don't get me wrong, but Poland's is not bad at all by any means. Malashevsky, Mustache, Ypan, Rafis is a scary 4-player roster on this map, especially during this section here that you can hear right now. You get some finger control going in this map. You get some slider streams going in this map that can trip some players up who might be more focused on just the pure mechanics side of things. So it's a map where Poland does still have a chance to win it, I think. Germany, though, very, very favored on this pick. Germany as a No Mod 2 team, incredibly strong, has been for several years. Like you said, your eyes immediately go to Whitecat, who has been seen full comboing near 8-star No Mod 2s in tournament for the last several years. So very, very strong player, and I think is going to be a part of what sets Germany apart on this No Mod 2 pick. Let's get into it. 200 BPM, Astronic Light Tech No Mod 2 here. 200 BPM, low aim focused, but definitely still a stamina requirement. Look at the length of some of these streams here at the intro. Shark, Rafis, and Wypan, and Mustache all breaking right at the start here. Rafis going to find another miss here. Malashevsky, the only full combo alive now for Poland. Germany with the three-way full combo going in out of the first quarter. Didn't expect 4 misses right off the bat for the combined miscount on both of these teams. So we'll see whether there's any chance at a comeback here for Poland, but it's a great start for Germany, that's for sure. Smarty, Whitecat, and Krill are all on the FCs.
This is, you know, kind of like the relatively straightforward part of the map here, too, as well. You really aren't into the super difficult stream patterns right now. So the fact that we're seeing chain misses from Shark and Wypan here, I'm hoping is just the result of them kind of getting into the swing of things on here, because these streams are just only going to get harder right now. It's been a big recovery from both sides. Whitecat does find the break. The 2 players that we thought were going to be the stars of Germany on this pick are actually the ones to find the misses here. It's going to be Kriller and Smarty to hold. Wypan trades a miss out here. Poland has some backing combo on Malashevsky, but they need one of these FCs to break on Germany for their way back into this right now. Smarty and Kriller both holding. Kriller does drop the SS, but holds the combo. There's really nothing Poland can do but hope that Germany finds a break in this last quarter here. It's still close enough to make a comeback. Oh, long stream right here. Nobody breaks. Let's see the space stream. It's Rafis to miss. Oh, that's terrible for Poland. Shark and Smarty both break, though. That could be it.
Kriller, the only full combo remaining now for Germany. There's not any big combo anywhere else, but Rafis and Mustache finds Bladder Breaks. Kriller drops as well. Malashevsky and Wypan still holding. Is there enough time here at the end of the map? No! The spinner at the end. If that spinner were replaced by extra notes, I think there would have been enough time, but it's just not quite enough. 56k, the margin of victory there for Germany as they collapse at the end of that map. But there's enough score on the rest of the team to offset that ending bit of combo coming out from Malashevsky and Wypan. 3 100 full combo for Malashevsky, 2 100s for Whitecat, 4 100s for Kriller. You can see the level of comfort on some of these players in this lobby on this map. Just sky high on this sort of pick, but overall the team comfort for Germany just that much better, and they are able to consolidate that first pick breakpoint on the hidden 3 from Poland. Germany off to a 2-0 start in this winner's bracket semifinals, looking like the consistent legacy team that we have seen from them over the last couple of years. The only team over the last 2 years now, up until South Korea just took down the United States, to really challenge the reigning world champions over and over again in that grand finals. Germany looking just as strong as ever here. Poland on the up and up, but gonna need to find a way back into this match. If that map is any indication, they've got some gas in the tank. They'll be able to find some very close maps and take the breakpoints later on, but yet to find one.
Well, they're going to go back in for No Mod 3. They seem to like their chances on these alt-styled picks right here. Maybe the hidden and some of the awkward patterning. Just getting the best of them on the Imperfect Animals pick, you know, it really was, again, we talked about the difference between that Kriller carry on there and the couple of misses that we saw on inopportune moments for the Polish roster here. But it is very interesting to see them immediately go back into an alt-styled pick after losing that hidden pick. You know, while they aren't too similar, it's definitely within this, you know, still kind of the same realm of skill set here. And, you know, if I lost a pick by 500k, maybe, you know, consider Poland has a lot of good strong points as a roster. You know, maybe not right into something that you previously went for. But Malashevsky maybe feeling a little bit better now, maybe a little bit more confident in this match. He looked a lot better on that No Mod 2, obviously, than the hidden 3. So we're expecting some big performances there. And maybe that's the difference that Poland is kind of banking on right now to try and get themselves right back into this match here. Of course, they're only down 1 break point, and that is not unrecoverable, but it's already an uphill battle that they're going to have to start fighting right from the start of this match right now. Germany going to try and respond with their roster here. Again, probably going to see something similar to what we saw on the hidden 3. I think in terms of what skill set this requires and the aim requirement, we're going to be looking for that here. Kriller coming back in for the final spot for Germany. I would have been surprised to not see them here. And then again, relatively the same roster for Poland running out here. It is the exact same roster for both teams on this one, with the exception of Smarty in for Okinawa.
And you also see, I think it's Mustache in for Bartek compared to the Hidden 3. So one sub for each team. And understandably so, Bartek a very, very good hidden player, less so on the Nomad. Mustache a very, very good Nomad player, less so on the hidden. So it's a sub that makes sense for both of these teams, I think. Same goes for Okinawa and Smarty, of course. As we get into another map that really just takes off as soon as you get into it, hits you right in the face with a massive wiggle pattern. Shark, Smarty finding misses here at the start. This time around, notably, it is not Poland finding a bunch of those early misses. It is Germany off to a little bit of a rougher start this time around. So already boding better on this map than it was on Hidden 3 for Poland. This map's about the same difficulty. We've seen similar average scores on the Nomad 3 and the Hidden 3, but the style of mapping on this is a little bit different. You see far less of the sort of flow aim patterning in this map, far more of the wiggle streams, the pattern streams, far more of the snap aim and super high spacing in this map than you do like XL, decel, cut stream type of stuff.
Oh, what is that buzz?
Mustache! The slider break into the first KI time, so likely to see a drop here. We do see one from Germany. Smarty in the first KI time will trade it out, so nothing huge, but Michi also dropping right after Mustache now. So this is a full combo traded over for Poland. No answer from Germany on the second trade from Michny now. It's Shark, White Cat, and Kriller all on the full combos. Shark on the reverse choke. White Cat will trade it out. Usually expect White Cat to be one of the best alt players in any lobby. Shark now also going to answer. Wow. And that is just Kriller now. It's only Kriller left alive.
One FC remaining after that pattern there. We saw triple break on the same pattern from Germany. Whitecat just a little bit before over-aiming that stream. It's Nahus and Malashevsky to hold the combos out for Poland here. These are two that you're going to see a lot on these types of maps performing extremely highly. We've seen it in previous weeks as well. Poland so good at these alt-styled Nomad picks here. Mustache having just a little bit of trouble here towards the middle of the map, but Michny has recovered perfectly to combat some of these broken combos from Germany, start to catch up to maybe that score line on White Cat here, and start to give Poland a little bit more of an advantage here. They have less than 100,000 score in their favor, but with another double break from Germany and a triple break now, that is going to be all of the gap that Poland need now. They're going to run away with these two FCs right now, and this score is out of hand for Germany already. 200,000 in favor of Poland. It's going to climb to 300,000 before I'm even going to be able to finish this entire sentence. And the supporting combos on Poland are now up on the board, and we are in the last 1/3 of the map here. Unwavering on Malashevsky and Nahus, both 99.5 and 99.6% accuracy plus on both sides. I think that might just be it for them. Oh, and another triple break from Germany.
I mean,
that's just it.
Yeah, this is Poland really showing off and kind of proving that, yeah, okay, we messed up on the Hidden 3. That was a fluke. We are still a very good aim controls team. We are still a very good gimmick team, still very good at alt, and we're going to show you exactly why. Nahus will not finish out the full combo, but it's not even necessary. The super high supporting combo on Michny is going to stave off any advance that Germany can put together here. And Malashevsky just doing Malashevsky things. The best tournament player of 2022 for a reason here on the side of Poland. Finally finding his footing here in the Nomad 3 and putting on the carry pants that we all know he wears on this team.
Oh, Michny finally breaking that massive 1100 plus combo right there. That supporting score lasted for so long. Great performance from multiple players on the side of Poland here. I mean, you've got double what looks to be almost 600k scores at the very least on Nahus at the ending right here. Malashevsky going to kind of bring it home a little bit here. White Cat with the recovery at the ending. 1300 combo trying to do something, but it's certainly not enough. And there it is, 99.51 from Malashevsky. That's the performance that Poland is looking for from their star. and they're finally going to find it on their own pick. It is now 1-2 in favor of Germany. Going back to Germany's pick, Poland looking for that break point.
Yeah, by the way, that is the best score on Nomad 3 all weekend long, and the second full combo that the map has seen, the only other one coming out from MCY4 in Hong Kong's match against Canada. But yeah, Malashevsky doing Malashevsky things, putting on the carry pants, putting on the performance that Poland needs to see in order for them to continue winning the points and advancing potentially into the winners finals. Germany.
The chef is cooking.
The chef is cooking.
The chef is cooking.
He's cooking something up. He's cooking something up for sure. I bet they'll be cooking up a No Mod 5 or a Hard Rock 3 next. I'd put money on those picks. But for Germany, I think you're looking more into, any of the other tapping picks. A DT3, a DT1, something along those lines probably is going to be the pick for Germany. And I think we can see breakpoints on those picks, right? The DT2 free mod 2 bans are very well placed on a pool like this against the speed abuse team, because those are the most straightforward speed maps. In the DT3, you've got all this wacky slider stuff going on, you've got the higher approach rate, so it becomes more of a reading strain, finger control strain, slider aim strain map than just a pure burst pick. And in DT1, you've got a lot of really awkward aim. It's a Jonesin map, it's an Evil Elvis map, it's got a lot of wacky angles to the jumps that a lot of players who would usually be in for a farm style DT1 don't tend to do so well on. It's also very bursty at the same time, so Germany maybe going with that, but no, going with Nomad 1, which what is also quite good, because this team on Nomad 1 is really incredible. I was looking through some of the stats, and in round of 32, I don't know if a lot of people remember this, but Germany was number 7 on the map with 3 players. They were facing the Czech Republic, and somebody disconnected. I forget who disconnected, but all 3 of their players full comboed, and they got 3 million score with 3 players. So this is a team that is incredibly good at Nomad 1, incredibly consistent on this skill set. And yes, this map's a little bit awkward, but I don't think that's going to matter at all for a team like Germany.
I was going to say it before they picked Nomad 1, but, if you're Germany, obviously Germany, I think, is what we would kind of pin as the mechanics team, at least the mechanics favored team in this match in a lot of cases. And you want to pick those faster maps, you want to pick those stream aim-heavy picks here, but when you go for something like Nomad 1, you forfeit a lot of the difficulty that mechanics provides because of the simplicity of the Nomad 1, because it is that basic aim jump patterns that most players at this level of the game are pretty comfortable with. So you're really more gambling, and that's why Nomad 1 is a volatile pick for a lot of these teams, because you're basically just hoping that somebody slips up their cursor placement just slightly on one of these jumps here in the middle of the map. And, while Germany has been very consistent on this type of thing, maintaining that consistency when these jumps get bigger and these maps get a little bit more awkward here with some of the pauses and spacing on these kind of 1-2 patterns here really, really is something that you got to be careful about, because Poland, while they might not be, as seasoned on Nomad 1 in this tournament in terms of team performance, they certainly have the mechanics roster that works for this. It's going to be Okinamo to find the first notable break. Mishni found one right at the beginning, but here comes the big jump sections of the map coming up now. These do not get any smaller from here on. Ooh, Mustache.
We're gonna see the trade from Mustache Mishni with an early break, so it is a reverse choke on the side of Poland for a bit more of a combo lead for Germany than you would usually expect. About 150 combo up in total for Germany. Not that much though. You can see the score lead pretty minuscule overall, and that's kind of what you are going to expect, is small score leads unless we see a mid-map collapse. These in-between sections, not all that difficult. It's the transitions into the Ki times that will really force out misses from these players. Like you said, you're just hoping for a little bit of a cursor misplacement from either of these teams to really see any misses come out. And these slow sections here, not going to do it for any of these players. We are now exactly halfway through These are the most impactful sections to miss on. There goes Mustache once again. Kriller, though, is going to trade out the full combo. Shark also trading. It's just White Cat now holding on for Germany. The two-way full combo and reverse choke. And White Cat is gone. Nahus will trade the miss, but Malashevsky and Michny holding on to the high combos. Malashevsky with the FC, Michny with the reverse choke. Okinamo's gone as well. It's full team collapse from Germany, and the team with the No Mod 1 consistency finds themselves inconsistent in the semifinals. Malashevsky and Michny to take the break point here, holding on to the high combos.
This is what happens when you pick the Nomad 1 this early into the match here. You forfeit the raw mechanics ability for the simplicity of the Nomad 1, and right now Malashevsky and Michny, the two best aim players on the side of Poland, making it work. Michny with the early break, 99.17, holding against the FC on Malashevsky right now, and we are now 300,000 score in favor of Poland and climbing. They are going to do it. Michny finds a break, but Malashevsky unwavering in the Nomad combo right now. We're coming into the final seconds of the map. Everyone is breaking around him on Germany and on the Polish side. It's just Malashevsky into the ending, and Poland are gonna respond to the break point immediately at the beginning of this match, and we are gonna get ourselves right back to 2-2. Poland straight back into things, into their own pick. We've got a match on our hands.
Malashevsky setting not only the second ever full combo on No Mod 3, but also the first full combo this weekend on the No Mod 1. Somehow this map is only 6.7 stars, but it doesn't really matter because the cross screens in this are absurd, and Malashevsky making them look easy here for Team Poland. The full combo to tie us back up in the winners semifinals and keep Poland on even ground against a Team Germany who has looked really just incredible throughout the whole tournament. As these teams now tied up 2-2, you're really looking once again for Poland to kind of pick into some of the more gimmicky stuff, to pick into stuff that Malashevsky is going to be unmatched on, to pick into the maps that Germany might have trouble putting up a competent 4-player roster for. Things like the No Mod 5, the Hidden 1, the Hard Rock 3, things like maybe the Free Mod 4 as well, or Free Mod 3, I think are all really solid picks for them. But with how good that No Mod 3 was, I have to look at something like the No Mod 5 at Burnt Rice for Poland, because that map, I think, is probably the closest and is just the most gimmicky, out there pick in the entire
Doubles
pool, right?
hell.
Like,
Doubles hell.
It's just crazy.
It's ridiculous. Man, I've got to feel bad for White Cat after that No Mod 1, though. Two 100s, easily the best act in the lobby, just with that singular miss coming out. It's going to be the Hard Rock for Poland. I am not surprised to see this. Unironically, you know, we've been talking a lot about those star players on Poland with some of their aim and the ability, consistency that we've seen. Yeah. And we've seen a lot of consistency out of Malashevsky and even Michny on that No Mod 1. And if there's somebody you can count on to play some good Hard Rock precision for Poland, I feel like Michny is one of those people you want to have in on the roster right now. Ypan as well. If you've seen previous rounds with this Polish roster, Ypan has certainly kind of taken a really good foothold in these upper level matches. You know, this is kind of like the first instance we've really seen of Ypan in these kind of open rank upper level tournaments here with OWC. And they've just done a fantastic job of kind of getting into the swing of things on these difficult map pools and these high pressure situations right here to fit the slot for their team for Hard Rock here. With Germany, you've got to worry about certain people as well. Smarty, obviously, I think the kind of Hard Rock specialist you're kind of expecting on these type of precision picks are here. White Cat, the consistency you're looking for again for that carry from Germany. White Cat is to Germany as Malashevsky should, you know, kind of is to Poland, or rather White Cat should be. Unfortunately has been finding a couple of one misses here and there on some of these picks, so Germany really hoping to see some improved performance there. They're also looking for Kriller to maintain the consistency that we've seen out of him so far. He's looked really good in this match up until this point. Had a little bit of trouble on that No Mod 1 with the two misses there, but it is a No Mod 1. Something a little bit more difficult to be consistent on. And it looks like Roth is actually going to be taking the last spot for Poland rather than Michny. It's a little bit interesting to see from them. You know, hoping it works out for them. Kind of, again, interesting to see Michny not in for a precision-styled Hard Rock, but it's their chance.
I get including Mustache and Rafis over Mishni on this, though, because this map is really streamy. It's a very different precision pick from what we've seen so far in the World Cup this year. As, you know, there's lots of parts of this where if you don't have 200 BPM stamina, you're going to drop a ton of accuracy. You're going to have a hard time transitioning into the finger control or aim sections that come afterwards. And you're going to have a hard time holding onto your flow aim at the same time. So I get the decision to put in some streamier players, some players with better stamina, better speed, like Mustache and Rafis. Unfortunately, it's not working out so well for Poland right now, as Mustache and Wypan finding several early breaks here. Malashevsky and Rafis holding on to the full combos. There goes Rafis as I say that. And it's a four-way full combo to 1 from Malashevsky right now. This pick seems like the kryptonite of so many teams. I've seen I don't know how many breakpoints on this map throughout the weekend. It was picked twice into Russia, and Russia breakpointed on it twice in a row. Germany looking to do the same here with the four-way full combo intact halfway through the map. I mean, this map just seems like a bad pick for whoever ends up picking it, being the unfortunate team to pick it this weekend. As, you know, as good as Malashevsky's playing right now, it doesn't matter. Smarty and Kriller are both still holding the same accuracy. Shark finally is going to drop the first miss at all for Germany. But it's just, I mean, what do you do against this if you are Poland? I guess you don't pick this map, right? That's the only way you avoid certain doom on this Hard Rock 2, because Germany is completely dominating on this map right now. This is going to be the three-way full combo for Germany if they manage to hit the cut streams at the end here. And in just ridiculous fashion, three-way full combo, 3.85 mil on the score. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Just ridiculous from Germany. Wow. Wow. What do you do?
That is
what do you do?
1 million score gap for Germany on Poland's pick there. It didn't even matter who came in for that pick for Poland, because another FC wouldn't have won them the map. So you're looking at, I mean, I don't know. I guess this is unironically one of those Hard Rock maps that you play in practice and you go through the map and you're like, oh, it's flow aim streams. You know, it's a little bit of precision. I can do this. I'm comfortable on flow aim streams. And then the map ends up, you know, you play it in a match, and the second you play 6.5 in a tournament match, and I think most people who have played tournaments have experienced this at one time or another, you pick 6.5 in a high pressure situation, and any amount of nerves, and you miss somewhere. And when it comes to flow aim and parts of these types of maps where you can chain miss a lot, or, you know, kind of miss aim one thing and then it'll carry over to the next pattern, that's the type of thing you see. And I think that's why a lot of these teams do so bad on this Hard Rock 2 compared to what they expect, because you can't prepare for how you're feeling on any given day when the map starts. You just have to hope that your confidence and your aim control is there. You know, fortunately for Germany, it certainly was there for them. For Poland, not as much as they wanted it to be. They certainly didn't have bad scores. A very respectable team score of 2.9 million. But Germany putting up almost 4 million, that's the type of performance that you kind of expect to see out of a top 3 seeded team with
Germany with the top score this weekend. That was the top score this weekend.
Exactly. You know, you didn't perform badly. Your other team just happens to be insane. But it's speed now. It's the DT3. We've seen a lot of finger control required on this map, which is kind of what we were talking about earlier with like the mechanic style picks, where Germany wants to pick the most mechanics favored maps that are not straightforward. So something that is fast but requires you to have this command of high BPM plus finger control and maybe a little bit of stamina when, you know, you consider this length of a pick right here. You've really got to have everything come into control here. But picking this against Poland, you've got some good speed players on that roster too. So it really is up to the consistency of Germany to play here.
Yeah, Rafis, Malashevsky, Wypan actually is a little interesting for me, and Nahu's is still a very scary roster for Poland. You know, Rafis kind of made a name for himself on high approach rate DT speed, right? Like if you were playing the game 7 years ago, you remember Rafis as the absolute best DT player in the game, overtaking HVic at the time as the single best DT player the game had ever seen. So this is somebody who has a long storied history of playing maps like this and should be very consistent on something like this, where AR 10.3 just is not even a factor to some of the players in this lobby. We're going to see how this map goes, though. It's been tricky for lots of teams to execute on. It's been tricky for lots of teams to find the scores I think they expect to see on a map like this. Everybody holding for now. Aimbot Cone, Forsen to find the first miss for either team. It's on Germany's side. A little bit of a combo lead for Poland as we get closer and closer to the first KI time. Kriller there gonna draw. No, Bancho miss. Ypan gonna trade the miss from Aimbot Cone out. No other misses from anybody else. Kriller's was a Bancho miss, so not a real drop there for Germany, crucially, to keep the score very, very close. The accuracy on the side of Poland looking very, very good and keeping it relatively close here despite the combo advantage for Germany. But there goes Gnahus, and there goes the score lead over to Germany's side. Malashevsky and Rafis can only do so much on this map. Aimbot Cone is going to trade it once again. Rising is going to drop as well. And now we've got ourselves a map here.
Ooh, it's going to be so hard for Poland to bring this back, though. Ypan continuing to find combo breaks during the map here. Gnahus finding that break is not going to matter as much with the recovery he's had, but that accuracy drop that he took down to 97% is really what's making the difference right now. The accuracy on Kriller and Neox is enough to match Rafis and Malashevsky right now. It's interesting to note that Germany is not running Okinamo on a speed pick like this, and I feel like this is something that I would normally expect to see him very confident in, but you know, we've seen similar cases with teams like Canada where despite Ryuke being one of the best, you know, DT speed players on their team, not playing certain DT picks. Right now, it's staying pretty even for both teams. It's working out for Germany despite this maybe slightly unconventional single player switch out right here. It's so close in the middle, and it's really just being thrown over by these supporting combos right now. Rising and Aimbot Cone doing just a little bit better than Gnahus and Ypan to provide these supporting combos, and Rising's accuracy right now is really making the difference. And there goes Rafis. Kriller trades it out, though, but it's not going to be enough for Malashevsky to do on his own. They need to see a break from Neox right now, and if you know anything about this German roster, you know that Neox does not break on DT.
We'll see if that holds true to the end of this map. It's the supporting combo as well for Rising and Aimbot Cone. But that miss from Ypan, I think this one's just about over. As good as the score is from Malashevsky, 99.62% accuracy, by the way. That act is absurd on this map. I want to see if that's the top score on the map this weekend, because that accuracy is just demon. Finally drops near the end there, but yeah, Germany as a team, just more consistent on the DT, and that is what you expect to see from this roster, is this kind of unreal consistency on these double time picks. It's what they've come to be known for over the last few years of the US World Cup, as this kind of monolithic speed team that can use that raw skill in the mechanics department to take down anyone else. And that's exactly what they did here to Poland, despite 8 100s on the full combo from Malashevsky's second best score on the map this weekend. All for naught as Neox finishes out the full combo. And by God, look at the act from Rising. 5 100s, just one slider break tainting the scoreline there for Rising. Otherwise would have been the best score this weekend on that map. And yeah, that team is scary on speed. Scary on these DT picks.
It's Neox. It really is every time for Germany. You've seen it year after year. It's, you know, Neox is not a player that you can test on these speed picks ever for this tournament, and Germany relies on this consistent performance so much, and it works every time for them. You know, Rising almost coming so close up to the top with just that slider break 5 100s there. Kriller with the missing at the ending, but it's that combo to match with Malashevsky and Rafis with that unfortunate miss as well, just not being able to make up that score difference against Kriller here. Germany continuing to maintain that mechanics kind of roster here. We've seen it year after year. You know, even in the rivalry that we had, you know, the past year or two between the US and Germany, despite the dominance of the US roster, Germany has consistently been a team that just wins mechanics maps, regardless of the team. Like, you know, and I don't want to talk about it too much because they're not playing in this match, but the US is traditionally regarded as a pretty well-rounded team across the board. But when they play against Germany, they are not a mechanics team. Nobody is a mechanics team against Germany. If you think you have the best mechanics players in the world, you need to rethink that against this team. And right now, Poland trying to take a little bit of a different route. They're going into hidden one right now. They're going to try and bring it back to aim. Maybe a little bit more awkward here, of course, with the Cali Cube style, the aim map right here. This is definitely not your conventional style like you saw on Nomad 1. So you're really looking for some more carry performances on this than you were seeing on the previous picks right here. But this does give an opportunity for players like Okinamo to kind of come back in and strut their stuff for the German roster, as well as Whitecat, who is known for these aim picks in here. But that also means that you're putting Malashevsky back in his comfort zone. We talk about teams like Canada with Zudinator being comfortable on these awkward aim hidden picks right here. Malashevsky falls right under that same category, right alongside it. And it's the type of map that he'll just FC on a whim. So Poland very correct in picking something like this, very justified. But they do need a break point again. They got that break point back. They're going to need another one now. Germany needs Whitecat to maybe step up a little bit on this hidden aim pick here. It's worked out well for them so far to have him kind of one-missing this stuff, but if you can catch Whitecat having a good day on one of these maps right here, Poland might just get shut out. They're really having a lot of opportunities to win these picks because we're seeing these, kind of random misses that are a little bit more uncharacteristic for Whitecat. And right now, banking on the Malashevsky performance potentially, maybe Bartek to back it up as well, another very good hidden aim player. We're looking for a little bit more consistency out of him as well, potentially. But it's time.
We're going to need to see some pretty solid performances from several of these hidden players for Germany on this sort of map, I think, as we see some very, very strong hidden aim players back in here for Poland as well. Bartek and Nahus are... For Nahus, I think it's a little bit less straightforward because a lot of people aren't as familiar with him in tournaments, especially at the highest level. But Bartek, well known as an incredible aim, an awkward aim hidden player in tournament. Malashevsky, it goes without saying, Nahus is really, really solid at this kind of stuff as well. Whitecat going to find the first break. It's going to be traded by Bartek early on here, so a little bit of an advantage to Germany in the accuracy and combo departments right now. Nahus not as good on the accuracy. Mustache also in for Poland, so looking to put up a good supporting score here for Malashevsky, but there are some... Oh, that miss is painful on the perfect stacks there for Mustache. And as I was saying, there are some very good hidden players on this roster for Germany. To say nothing of Kriller, Okinamo and Shark are extremely good and extremely consistent on this type of hidden aim as well. Kriller and Shark, though, both finding drops here. And suddenly it's only Okinamo left standing for Germany. Malashevsky and Nahus with the full combos for Poland now, looking way, way better than they were about 15 seconds ago. As finally some drops come through for the German side. And Okinamo, I think the oldest player left on the roster for Germany right now, the longest standing World Cup player on Germany's team. Gonna have to put in the work to try and take this break point. But Poland, down the break point, really need this
and there he
to come
goes.
through. And there's the break for Okinamo. So this is looking fantastic for Poland now. And this pick, I mean, this is such a polarizing pick for a number of reasons, but it's just so hard. Like, if you are not an awkward aim hidden player, getting into the rhythm and the groove of something like this is so, so difficult, even if you have the mechanics for it, like we know Germany does. Even if you have the mechanics, it's just so difficult, but because it requires a bit of a different skill set, a bit of a different reading-based, aim control-based skill set than what you're used to on other aim maps, and that's why you see this Polish roster doing so well on it.
I mean, this is a carry pick. This is a pick that we've seen match after match with one singular player able to go in full combo this, and it makes the biggest difference in the world because you have to be so consistent at these kind of density, sharp angle patterns right here. And Shark gets caught out on the slider. I was waiting to see if one of the FCs were going to get caught on it, but nothing. Nahus and Malashevsky both holding the FC. Bartek with just that break at the beginning, and Mustache now with a 600 plus combo. There's really just not any time for Germany to get back into this unless we see a four-way break from Poland right now. And they're going to get right back into the swing of things after that previous lost pick there. Bartek, Whitecat, Okinamo all trading with these larger jumps at the ending right here. The question is, will Poland be able to finish out with these combos at the ending right now? It's another break from Whitecat and Okinamo to seal the deal if it wasn't already. Oh my god, we've seen one full combo on this, and Nahus finds a slider break on nothing at the ending. It's only going to be the one full combo. He does find a miss afterwards. Mustache, with almost 1,000 combo going to be put up at the ending here, is going to maintain it into these last few patterns here. And that is Poland with what is going to be pretty close to a 3 million team score on this hidden one. This has to be one of the best scores of the weekend.
This is the best.
This
It's
is
already the best. It's the best score by over 300,000 points. They beat Canada's score on this, which was previously the best, by over 300,000 score. Malashevsky on the FC. I shudder to think of what this score would have been like if Nahus hadn't missed at the end and Mustache hadn't missed near the start. I mean, can you imagine how ridiculous this score would have been had those two players been just that little bit more consistent on this map? Because they are already far and away the best team on this pick this weekend. And that, I think, solidifies a bit more of the identity for Poland going into these later stages as somebody against whom you need to ban out these awkward aim hidden picks, because they are without a doubt the best team in the tournament at them.
Man, that was just that's the performance that you love to see out of both of these teams, especially Poland, on their own picks here. You know, really being down that break point right now. They need to keep this momentum as much as they possibly can, and every single pick that they get is another step towards that. Germany, they're going to go immediately back into the speed. This is the kind of the area they're going to stay in, I think, as long as they possibly can. Poland only banning out one of the DTs into this match leaves 3 open for Germany. Only 2 of them are mechanics favored, though. So after this, I think Germany potentially using this to try and force the match point against Poland right now. It is an aim-styled pick, which again, we've seen Poland map after map, really be confident at these aim-style maps in here. But the BPM of this, and it is lower AR as well, so I really don't know what to think about, the winner of this potentially. Malashevsky, thus far in this match, has easily been the best player across both teams, far and beyond. Kriller being the best player for Germany as well. You're looking for those DT players to step up right now. Luckily for Poland, Malashevsky being the best player in the lobby and being the best player at almost every skill set for this team is in for this map. And Kriller, potentially not the best player on Germany for this DT1, leaves a little bit more uncertainty for them, I would think. You do have, again, that amazing roster with Neox and Rising very evidently confident at this. But the wild card of someone like Whitecat right now is something to be concerned about for Germany. He has not looked like he's been playing up to his full potential in this match right now. And on an aim DT, you kind of need Whitecat to be playing well, for both of these teams. That is the advantage that Germany normally has. So for their sake, they're hoping for that kind of boosted performance on this DT right now. Poland is hoping that he continues to play the way he has been.
Yeah, I mean, this has been still a very solid match for Germany. They are still up the break point. They're looking to keep that advantage and force match point. So make no mistake, Germany still the team that's favored on this pick. But like you said, I think for a lot of the players who would go in for a usual DT1 but don't go in for other DT maps, this pick starts to feel a little off. And that's why you see Kriller out. But Germany is still a team that has such good DT players. And I think that this map can just be summed up by the term DT map. This is a DT map through and through. If you're a speed player, you'll be good at it. If you're a high approach rate player, you'll be able to read it. If you have good speed aim, you'll be able to deal with a lot of the jumps in this map, because this is something that kind of tests everything that you usually see in the entire DT pool all at once. And that's what makes it so tricky for a lot of other players. And that's what makes it something that a team like Germany can take very good advantage of. Still on the 4-way full combo right now. Only Rofus with a very early miss. Gonna find another one here at the end of the first KI time. Bartek as well gonna drop for Poland. So that is now 2 FCs to 4 in the favor of Germany. And the DT team winning the DT map, I think, is pretty indicative of just how well this pick works, frankly speaking.
If their combos didn't say it, their acts do.
Yeah. This map is OD7. This map is OD7 before DT, so you expect to see high accuracy. Yeah, you expect to see high accuracy, but then you have Bartek, who kind of shows what, you can see from a lot of other players as well. 97, 98 accuracy is still not bad on this, but everyone in this lobby just with such high accuracy. Waipan now dropping the third FC for Poland. I think this map's just already over. Okinama will drop halfway through for Germany, but unless we see a full team reset... Okay, there's 2 out of 4. Hold up.
This is doable. Malashevsky still has 600,000 potential score on the FC. Fortunately for Germany, they have both Whitecat and Rising on the potential 600,000 score gains right here. Again, we talk about, Rising, how good he looked on the DT3 right now, just with that one miss, had the highest accuracy in the entire lobby. And they're looking pretty comfortable on this one right now. And then again, that performance boost from Whitecat that we were looking for this entire match, it's coming at a really good time for Germany as 2 more break for Poland, and that's just going to be it. They don't even have the supporting scores to match up against this, even if Germany finds a double break right now. And counting on both Whitecat and Rising to break is going to be a lot. Whitecat does find a miss, and Rofus is trying to back it up right now, but Rising is going to hold off Malashevsky. For all it's worth, it might be too late, though. And Malashevsky now, it definitely is.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we expected. It's a little bit of a contest here from Poland near the end as we see some unlucky breaks come through for Whitecat and Rising, but it just doesn't matter all that much because the whole first 3 quarters of the map is so Germany favored that the ending is irrelevant. S rank for Whitecat, 11 100s, 800s on Okinama, 600s on Rising. The comfort could not be clearer for these players. Some very, very unfortunate misses for Malashevsky and Rofus there. 3 100s or 4 100s on Rofus there is kind of absurd. Yeah. But Germany as a team, just incredibly consistent and incredibly good on these speed picks. The DT mod as a whole favors Germany, the mechanics monolith that they have been throughout the last few World Cups, showing no signs of stopping there in the DT1. And now we get the last pick for Poland. They are down 5-3. It's going to be Poland's last pick. If they win it, we see the last pick from Germany. But Poland has to win the next 2 maps in a row just to force the tiebreaker, as Germany now is on match point. So where do we see Poland go from here is the question. There are a few maps left up that I think would be pretty solid for them. The No Mod 4, No Mod 5, Hard Rock 3, Free Mod 3, Free Mod 4, I think are all okay picks for this roster. They've done very well on the alt map so far. They're a very good tech team and gimmick team overall, and they're a very good reading team. So I think any of those maps are relatively good for them, and we're probably going to see Germany pick once more into the mechanics in Hard Rock 1 and Free Mod 1.
And they need to avoid the free mod, I think, right now. Oh my god, they went for free mod. This is going to be very interesting now. I was going to say they might want to avoid free mod because of Germany's overall ability to just throw one player in on a guaranteed FC on this, but maybe they know something that we don't right now. Poland, they've had some really good players on the hidden maps, obviously with Malashevsky playing through there, but they really haven't had a Hard Rock star in this match thus far. So picking something like this is definitely an interesting route to go for when Germany put up a 3-way FC on your Hard Rock Precision map, which very clearly means that they're comfortable with the mod. Kind of an unfortunate situation for Poland to be in, having to win both of these last 2 picks right here. That Paper Moon play, I want to talk about the most tragic part of that is Bartek actually putting up the bottom score on Poland for that DT1 pick. He actually has the #1 score on the global leaderboards for that map with four 100s, by the way. With 4 100s. He is ridiculously good at that map, but I think he just got, tournamented. And, by no means is that his fault, but it's an unfortunate scenario that Poland is now in because of their loss on that DT1. where, I think what I've just mentioned is kind of more meant to highlight the fact that could have very well worked in Poland's favor on that.
Yeah.
And Germany was kind of just gambling in on the DT1, hoping for some breaks from Poland. But right now, Poland's kind of going back into the free mod on an interesting note here. Again, I have to wonder if their Hard Rock player, on Mustache right now is more confident than he was on the Hard Rock 2. Nahu's going to be the one running on the hidden. Not a terrible idea for them if you want Malashevsky to have more of a guaranteed full combo. Mishny, he's looked pretty okay on the aim so far right here for these maps so far. Hopefully that, kind of remains true on a slightly lower AR pick on the AR 9.2. It's not AR 9, so the 2.2 does make a difference here, but it is lower than most players are comfortable with on kind of these more density-styled aim picks here. Smarty, gonna find the first break on the Hard Rock. It's only about 150 combo into the map. Not gonna matter too much, and it's gonna keep the score flickering back and forth, though, with the German accuracy lead right now. Okinamo going to find a break at the beginning as well. Maybe a couple signs that Germany is not too comfortable on this. White Cat's going to miss at the beginning as well.
And you know what? Mustache is going to trade it, but yeah, this is a very good start for Poland. I think I didn't like this pick at first because, we talk about Germany as this really, really good mechanics team all the time, but I think the reason why Poland went into this is because of the Nomad 1 we saw earlier in this match. 980k FC for Malashevsky, 760k for Michny, and nobody on Germany's side above 660k for White Cat. Kriller the only one above 600k at all. So I think Poland is saying, you know what, their aim consistency is not here today. They might have us beat on speed mechanics, but you cannot count us out on these types of more awkward aim maps. Smarty, again, finding the drop. We see Okinamo and White Cat on good recovery, but Mustache recovering just as well, and with a three-way full combo on the rest of Poland, it is looking good for the Polish roster so far, but this is a long map. This is almost 4.5 minutes of this type of aim consistency. Way longer than Nomad 1, actually. Nomad 1 only just over 3 minutes. So this is 1.5 times as long. Mustache and Smarty, the Hard Rock players, going to trade misses once again, which leaves us with combo advantage once more on the side of Poland.
Hard Rock
Not by a ton,
so
but the score is going to keep going in their favor. Michny finds the slider break on the Nomad, though, and that gives combo advantage squarely over to the side of Germany. 2 FCs is not enough to combat the FC from Kriller and the 2 big supporting combos on Okinamo and White Cat. So Nahus and Malashevsky. It's enough to keep it even, but they're going to have their work cut out for them holding on to this score lead because the rest of Germany does have big combos.
Man, these Hard Rock players having so much trouble with this, and understandably so. These slider, shapes and these aim patterns are so difficult when you add in that precision requirement on this. You have to be so on your aim right now. There goes Nahus with the full combo break. That's going to be massive for Germany to get right back into this. The score lead is going to disappear so quickly right now. Poland has to pray for a break from Germany right now. Otherwise, this match is going to come to a close in the last quarter of Poland's last pick of the match right now. Michny and Mustache bringing it back up, but Nahus is going to get slow slidered on the hidden. That's terrible for Poland right now. They cannot afford a single combo break. It is now a 100,000 score gap between these two teams and shrinking. Germany's score continuing to climb. Kriller doing an amazing job on the Nomad FC. Malashevsky's matching it, but it's Okinamo and White Cat. White Cat doing absolutely amazing to recover on these last 2 picks so far right now, and Okinamo doing what he needs to do on the hidden. It's going to be score lead back to Germany in the last quarter of the map right now. Poland looking for something from Germany. They're waiting for a miss, but it's just not coming out.
And this is just doom and gloom for Poland. It looks like Mustache going to find the break as well. And unless we see pretty much a 4-way break for Germany right now, this is going their way as the combos on Poland just not high enough to stage a comeback with anything less than a full team reset from Germany. Smarty is going to trade it out with Mustache and Gnahus, but the end of the map is here, and the end of the line is here for Poland. They will be knocked down to loser's bracket in the upset win for Team Germany, 6-3 in the semifinals. A missed pick from Poland at the end of the match, and Germany will once more, for the third year in a row, secure themselves a spot in the winners' finals.
Man, that is the match over. It's done. It's dusted. Germany, like you said, again, with another performance in the winners bracket semifinals, going to be advancing to a guaranteed top 3 placement. They will be playing against the 5th seeded South Korea, again, looking for another upset next weekend, potentially being the 3rd seeded team this year. They could potentially secure that spot. Poland now has to face off against the 4th seeded Canada, who was able to drop only 3 points against Australia and 0 against Hong Kong, who almost swept Indonesia. So that is clearly a strong team they're going up against. Immediately after that as well, with the double losers bracket, it's United States versus China, and the winner of Poland-Canada will have to face off against the winner of that other match between the 12th seeded China, who is making it to one of your top 6 place finishes this year. But Germany is going to be your final winner of this weekend. That is it for the semifinals matches. If you want to go check out the challenge, all of the results have been updated, as well as the pick'ems run by Halo Watcher on that site. You can get a chance to check out scores there. So again, it's South Korea versus Germany in your winners bracket. It's Poland versus Canada and United States versus China. Those are your current top 6 teams left remaining in the tournament. There is 2 weekends left to go. We've got the finals and the grand finals to go, which means that we have our finals map pool showcase coming up in about 15 minutes. Any closing thoughts about this weekend, Dio?
This has been a hell of a weekend for anybody watching the OS World Cup. You take a look at the bracket here. You have, of course, the tiebreaker upset for South Korea over the United States. You have what some people view as an upset in seeding, but the expected result here, Germany winning against Poland 6-3. It's a big shakeup. It's a big shakeup this weekend with a brand new face, South Korea, in the winners finals for the first time in 3 years. We have the United States in the losers bracket out of semifinals. You have Canada once more making their way in, and you had some really, really stellar performances from China in the losers bracket as well. Such a fantastic weekend to be watching the World Cup here in the semifinals, and I am just more and more excited for the finals and grand finals as we make our way there into week number 7. Week 6 in the losers finals, going to be some banger matches. Canada versus Poland in particular. I am very, very excited for that match, and whether or not Malashevsky and the crew can keep it up against a team which has really solidified themselves in the last couple years for Canada as one of the best few teams in the World Cup. That is going to do it for us here at the World Cups, though. Some quick housekeeping things before we send it off for the map pool showcase. Don't forget that you can support your favorite teams in the tournament with banners. Thank you, Chili Repair.
Let's go!
They're on the OS store. You can go to the OS store right now and purchase yourself some banners to support your favorite teams. You can also directly support the World Cups for the first time in OS World Cup history through Open Collective. Link in the chat right now. Anything else I'm missing for housekeeping?
I think we're pretty good on that one.
All right.
That's pretty cool stuff. Again, yeah, you can support your favorite teams. You can also support teams that have been eliminated from the tournament if your favorite team happens to no longer be in the running for one of the top spots. If you want to just show them that you still care. Once again, Open Collective pool is now over $1,000 contributed to the prize pool, so your top 3 favorite teams have now gained an extra, I think our prize pool, well over $6,000 for the top teams this year. So thank you very much, everyone who has donated thus far. We very much appreciate it, as those running this tournament, as well as the players, rewarding them for their exceptional performances and efforts within the tournament this year. We love to see all of the support, hopefully retained through the rest of it. But again, that is it for the semifinals weekend. We are now done with all of those matches. We're going to be moving on to finals weekend again. Our top 6 teams, to congratulate all of those who have made it this far. We thank everyone who has been eliminated for coming out for the tournament this year. We're going to take a quick, short 10-minute break before our finals map pool showcase, so do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's yet another time for the Meple Showcase. We're at the finals now. I can't believe how quick this is going, and with the quality of matches that we've already been seeing in semis, it's kind of crazy. That was only semis with all these insane matchups, so pretty interested to see how finals is going to look like. We're going to look at what the maps are that they're going to be playing next week. So this is Azer, and I'm joined by, yet again, the same two people every time. You'll never guess.
It's Fire Rage. I'm Fire Rage. And he's, he's someone.
Yeah, I'm Sayo. Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess.
no, I'm not in Sayo.
It doesn't matter.
Both people, yeah. Yeah, I really want to get started here because this pool has a couple of real bangers I think everyone's gonna enjoy. So without further ado, let's head straight into it.
Yeah, we're going to go back home right away to familiar territory with the good old barking mad dog, Nomad 1. It had to happen at some point. Can't really have WBC without a barking mad dog, Nomad 1, after all.
We heard the cries for anime.
Yeah.
We thought, hey, what better way to introduce anime than with the certified anime jump mapper of OWC, besides maybe Skyflame, which is Barking Mad Dog. So, yeah, it's certainly a map. It's certainly a map that you play. It's certainly a map that you play the game on.
I mean, if you're tired of all our shenanigans with all what we're doing with the pool and trying to make things interesting, this is just going straight home. None of that. It's very, very, very standard Nomad 1. Solid like aim test here, as you know, gameplay wise you would probably like it. This is still a fairly difficult map. Of course, we're in finals now, so there's yet another, you know, considerable setup, a considerable step up in difficulty. Not too much, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot to miss on here.
Yeah, I'd miss on that sound in the song.
I miss it in one particular place on this.
For some people, I think this is a Music 0 song. For some people, this is a Music 100 song.
I can't please everyone.
Yeah, we heard the crowd cheering and screaming for anime, so...
Yes, dude, I love anime.
Oh, it's fine though, we haven't had one of these in any of the pools, I don't think, so... Here we go, you have to have some of these at some point.
I mean, we had the LFJ map as Nomad 1, right? That's anime, I think.
That's not anime.
That's literally
like
anime,
J-pop.
but that's a...
Isn't it from? I thought that was
like a
from
real
an
singer.
anime.
I mean, yeah, but also, like, you know, Camellia has an anime opening. Like,
Does
things are technically from anime
what?
that... Yeah, no, he does. I forgot exactly which anime he does, but, like, it shows up in AMP all the time.
That's actually pretty funny.
We're using that next year.
In the Mud 1. Prepare yourself. Yeah, that's true. We had Dents in the game. That doesn't feel like stereotypical anime, because obviously it's like an alt map, and the song was something that you would listen outside of anime context, I think. Like, you could see that on an album. This one is like very like Dempa-esque, where it's very... It's what you expect when you say like, oh, this is an anime song, and you expect this.
This map kind of looks fun. I haven't played it too much. I don't think I played it a single time actually. I was away from when all the testing was going on for this map. It does look like one of those pop-off maps though, because there's a lot of places to miss, but
that one stream, dude. I'm gonna point it out because I can't play it. Even though everyone that's playing in finals can play it.
I mean, we saw in the last week's number 1, we saw like a lot of uncharacteristic breaks, like even the map being, I think, 0.5 star rating below this one. We already saw some less than stellar scores, so I think this one will really just knock it up to the next level.
Alright. No one is ready for this next one. No one is ready. Take a moment to look at the mapper name, please. We've got ourselves a Rabbit House Custom Nomad 2, otherwise known as Nakagawa Cannon. This is a custom. We got a custom of this mapper. It's so cool. And this is like your penultimate stamina check right here. This map will just destroy your hands, your arms, your chair. It will destroy everything, dude. It is very, very, very long. It never stops. It's not too difficult, though.
It's called longinus because it's long.
Not too difficult, but it's still pretty darn difficult.
You might recognize this mapper from a couple maps you might have heard of. Maybe Freedom Dive being the big one. But yeah,
I think I heard of that one before.
DKSSLQJ, also known as Nakagawa Cannon, also known as Rabbit House. Very classic mapper ever since the game's very early days. Really one of the main influences on early stream maps and just early hard maps in general. And years back in 2022.
There's something iconic about the way that the streams are mapped in this. You can just tell they're very similar to the Freedom Dive streams.
I think people will really enjoy this one too because, I mean, similar to Nomad 1, this is just extremely, like, inoffensive. There's nothing weird in this. It's just streams. There's no Axel, no decel, no finger control. Nothing. It's just streams. It's a very pure map.
Unlike the last one, I think the flowing requirement is a lot lower. Like, you don't have those big space streams that don't overlap at all. I think basically every stream in this map overlaps in some form, so it's not as big of a flame requirement, but just the stamina like difference from last week is really something. Like, this map just never ends. You will feel tired by the end of it because there's just no stop. You just never stop streaming. Even on some of the quiet parts, you're still like mashing that 1-4. Just heading through the map, and it only gets harder. Like, it starts off pretty stamina intensive, but it only gets harder. And it gets harder not only because the map gets harder in a little bit more space, but it also gets harder because you're just so tired. Can't really keep your tapping in check, and then you start messing up on the accuracy. Maybe you start skipping one tap occasionally, or maybe just a little bit like understreaming. But yeah, it's definitely one of those maps that, despite the length, I think it doesn't really like. It doesn't feel long in the sense that it feels like it drags on. It just never ends. Like, you feel like you're stuck in hell.
Yeah, we got long in the song name of Longinus. We haven't had a Nomad 2 like specifically test stamina yet. So here you go.
When we had people testing this, there aren't really a lot of people who could play this like over and over. I kind of need a break after playing this once.
Yeah, we had a couple of people like that, where they play it once, they're like, okay, let me pause in the middle. You can't do that in match. Like, let me pause on the spinner, let me regain my composure a little bit. In multiplayer, you can't do that, man. You're stuck. You're stuck getting those very nice 80% sections. your nice A rank 0 misses, or your B rank you're stuck with your stamina, whatever you have. So yeah, hope you
Perhaps,
enjoyed that one.
Perhaps staying on brand here a little bit with our typical things going on. We've got everybody's favorite duo. We've got Mirash Delis on an alt map.
I think I have less to say about the map and more to say about their like ludicrous interactions in the in the channel that they mapped this on.
Yeah, always some stories to tell.
Truly cosmopolitans. This map is, if I had to say anything about it, it's fun epitomized.
It's one of those maps that looks like you look at this in the editor and you're like, what is this? And you play it. It's a really good time, honestly. It's a very, very good time. I don't know what it is about this duo mapping. Like, they just know some things that no one else knows, because just, I don't know, sometimes looking at these maps you just feel like there's something wrong, but you play it, it's just perfect.
Yeah, they're kind of riffing on the editor, and it's actually an amazing time to play. So, no queries on my end.
I will say, everyone, when they first looked at this map, thought they entered it to shit, and then they played it and they're like, actually, this works, what the hell?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Check out this one. I think
this slider is the GOAT.
I swear that's playable.
This is the first hard section.
No one has ever missed on that, so it just looks really funny. No worries.
They've gotten hundreds, but missing. The first hard section. There's it's interesting because the map is composed of basically two hard sections. Like it's this one and then the one in the end and in the outro. It kind of extends, but like weirdly enough, you still feel like you can miss on a couple of like very janky patterns in between. Like you can't really take your focus off.
Oh yeah, this is doing the thing again. There's no Scorpio 1 replays in this. Not sure why it's showing Scorpio 1.
Oh, this was set in the test lobby.
Oh!
Yeah, Miles got 600k in the test lobby and immediately threw it in the channel.
I think when you take Scorpio 2 multiplayers, when the Scorpio 2 is done by the multiplayer settings, it doesn't actually register it as the mod when you play the replay, so...
Yeah, not sure what's going on with the diff name also. I think that every time there was a new version of this following changes, they just named it after a different place. I think I happen to be the last person to like give feedback on this, so now you get this diff name.
Yeah, no, you're in the tags for this. Your Twitch handle, your
don't look
Twitch
at
link.
No.
The tags for this are...
No responsibility for me, right?
By the way, guys, this is a very good score for Miles. This map is really, really hard.
Yeah, the second hard part is just right here.
I think I recall this section to have like an entire stretch of 1-4
I think
crossing the screen like 4 times in 3 seconds.
It was definitely nerfed. We this section used to be Delis Mirash Classic. We had to tone that down a little bit. It's still really difficult.
It's still really difficult, but it used to be like non-playable. Unless you're like god modding.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the players have noticed yet, but at least personally, I kind of like having these diff spikes at the very, very end. It makes things entertaining. I think both to play and to watch. It kind of gives you a thing to like look forward to. This map definitely has that.
Creates those, like iconic moments of FCing a map in a tournament, if you manage to make it that far in this one.
Alright, no idea who this mapper is.
That's crazy. We've already seen him.
Yes. This map kind of came out of nowhere. We were looking for some time for a good mod 4 replacement here. We kind of settled on this one. I don't know how to really describe this one. It's kind of got those like Ramsing vibes, but it's D&D sort of like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. But here's your pretty interesting, like, you know, obviously slider focused tech pick, but it's not as slider focused as other tech picks have been. And
Do
it's
you wanna,
yeah.
do you want to say the like anything about the pattern?
Yeah, we'll show it first. We'll address the thing when it gets there. There's just one thing in this map that makes us a little bit uncomfortable. Everything else is really good. But yeah, we'll get to it when we get there.
I know what makes me uncomfortable on this map. It's all the silverfishes in the background.
Silverfish.
Is that what they are? I never actually looked at that.
I think it's a silverfish.
Those look like centipedes.
The centipedes don't have like.
Wait, they made the silverfish from Minecraft a real thing?
Everybody gangster until the creepers from Minecraft come here.
I believe this map was in Corsi's closed.
Okay, hold on. So this pattern here. Pay close attention. There's no gap. There's no gap there. There's no gap at all. It's a slider stream into a really hard aim control pattern. That is a little bit unfortunate. Probably the only thing in this map that is a little bit uncomfortable. It looks playable when you look at it, but it's not
that
bad.
bad.
It's feasible, so
It's easy to get hundreds on them.
yeah.
This is definitely a lot more mechanics based than the last Nomad 4.
Really?
Yeah,
absolutely.
tons of aim.
I mean, the last Nomad 4 was just really like really flowy. Kind of just had to follow sliders. This is 100% aim based. But it's also kind of a tech pick that I think a lot of teams will be comfortable on. I don't think it's too difficult to have players on this. It's like a very common style of tech mapping, I would say. Alright, so for Nomad 5 this week, we don't have anything insane, but we're trying something new. Well, it's not really new, but it's something that hasn't been done in a while. Here's a very, very cool ranked map that we all absolutely love, but it's not going to be in Hidden. You can kind of consider this as Hidden 2, but there's no Hidden. So the low AR pick this week is going to be Nomad. That's the gimmick. And this has a pretty heavy amount of reading. It's not exactly AR 8, but that's fine. Kind of just plays like a very pretty much like a peak low AR pick. Honestly, I don't think it really gets better than this. Like, this map is just so good. We had to use it somewhere.
On the start here, you might be scared because these patterns, like, oh, there is no spacing difference between like different time gaps, and that's exactly what the map is going for. This is what's hard about it, and you can argue that on Nomad it's even harder because on Hidden at least there's less stuff to like focus on. You can kind of like read somewhat ahead. On Nomad, like your screen is just so cluttered with objects on reading maps of this style that it's really easy to mess up. Also, my favorite part about this map is that spinner goes straight into 1-4.
That takes some going into the editor to understand that pattern, or else you just won't hit it. And it's a spinner.
Yeah, a lot of the rhythms are very easily learnable. They're very consistent along the map. You just have to play it a few times. After you learn the rhythms, you start getting caught up and tripped up on the note density, or at least the aim density, rather. It's really easy to find a few misses here and there once you figure out the map. The misses just come from nowhere. Like, it's a relatively like non-threatening map after you figure out what it does.
Yeah, this looks kind of scary, honestly, but I don't think it's that bad. I don't think you'll have a super hard time finding players for this. The map is extremely intuitive. It's very, very easy and enjoyable to learn all of the reading gimmicks, I suppose. They're very, very consistent. They're very well executed.
It just people have this stigma against reading maps where they think, oh, you know, I'm not a reading player. How can I play this? It's gonna be all a memory map. It's so not fun to just grind maps over and over to try and learn rhythms that I can't read. This map is readable. This map is readable because the gimmick is consistent, and that's one of the best things about this map. Is just it's a hard reading style that really doesn't feel too much like a memory map, even to people who have difficulty on that skill set. So it feels nice.
It's a different type of memory map in the sense that you don't have to learn exactly where every object is, and you only have to remember what the pattern does, and that's way more player friendly. If you know what it does, then you don't have to memorize, you know, every single circle, and it's a much more enjoyable environment to practice a map in.
Everybody in chat saying this is too easy until we get some 300k scores in match.
This part is probably the hardest part of the map right here.
It is very hard.
It's so dense.
Like I would agree that this seems on the easier side, but playing this in match, it's not easy to get just a one-off run on this. I mean, I can't. Compared to Burnt Rice, this is easily way harder than Burnt Rice, and I think this is harder than obviously Gorilla Step as well. It's just different.
Alright, let's move on to the hidden pool now. Let's go back home yet again. We're bringing out all the classics here. We've got Lucid Hidden One. Don't even know how you would describe this map. It's...
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Who's walking human?
You can take a wild guess.
Yeah. Tuna, he had a break from military, so he decided, you know.
You just had 3 hours to play, by the way.
Yeah.
Just had 3 hours to play instead of a couple of replays. But yeah, this is going to be this gimmick right there. Is that even a gimmick? I don't know. This aim style, whatever that like linear back and forth thing is, it's all over this map. That thing right there. It's pretty fun to play, actually. It's I think different people will have very different impressions of how this map feels in terms of difficulty, and I want to say that's likely based on like actually the angle of their tablet. There are some angles in this, like I don't know, just depending on like how you aim, whatever. It kind of has some uncomfortable angles for some players, but not others. I don't know. I don't think this is affecting mouse players at all, but like I don't know, like for me personally, it's something that's like top left to bottom right, that's super precise like that. Can't do it. And I don't know, different people will find different like that one, for example, will be pretty difficult.
I think it's different than last week's hidden one by a decent amount. Like last week, you obviously had a little bit of an awkward aim, but it was very fast BPM. This time, it's very large aim. Like these linears are no joke. They play a little bit easier than you expect. Like you expect something to like be essentially a 180-degree jump. So just a complete linear pattern.
That one.
Like you expect that to be very, very hard, very, very uncomfortable, but it actually plays pretty nice.
Yeah.
Gotta get that mod where it changes your tablet area to have curved corners. So you don't have to aim as far.
Just stick a piece of gum on the edges of your area, so that if you over aim, you're not over aiming.
I think this will probably be felt as one of the easier maps in the pool. I say felt because you can catch a miss on any single one of those patterns. It's just kind of one of those maps that feels extremely comfortable to play, so that might be a little bit misleading. Alright, here's the weird continuation from No Mod 5. We had the low AR pick in No Mod, so we're not gonna have a low AR pick in Hidden 2 this time around, or a density pick or anything. We had a very difficult time trying to figure out what weird things we could do with the slot. I'm not sure how much we really want to talk about that, but we ended up with this tech pick here in Hidden. Felt like it was the best option. The Hidden pool as a whole now is kind of getting that same effect as we did with DT last time around, where we're kind of like moving stuff around, but at the end of the day, most of the things are still there. So, yeah.
We had a chat and a half about this particular slot. I believe we only settled on it earlier this week, so something like Wednesday. Yeah, this map is
over like 16 hours, I think, spent. Anyway.
Yeah, this map is like I think it was a custom for a Turkish tournament, and then it got used in a couple other tournaments as well. But it plays really nicely. Like, I think this map is quite fun for someone who doesn't really like obsess over tech maps, at least modern tech maps nowadays. I think this map is quite creative and quite neat. We had a couple of peculiarities here. We had a rhythm change section in the first half, and the ending of this map is going to be like very intense mechanics as well. I think this map is overall slightly easier perhaps than you would think, but it's still like you can really catch a break anywhere. Very easy to just mess up any one of those patterns.
I think it adds a very interesting dynamic to the map pool as a whole. Especially since if you can't play Hidden, but you can play Density, you can play the reading map for this week.
What a play.
That's a good play. So keep an eye out for that. If you have a player who can't play Hidden, but can play Density, then it's very strange. I wonder how that'll balance out.
Alright, Hidden 3, let's go. This map is so cool. It's not a custom, actually. This has existed for quite a while, but it's a Cali Cube Children of Bottom map, and oh my god, this is just so much fun. I believe this was made for a French tournament, like 2 years ago or something. If you haven't played this yet, it's ridiculously fun. I don't know what it is about this map, but it kind of slots in as a density-ish map here. I'm not really sure how you would describe this one. Maybe you would have a better idea on how to describe this one, other than the fact that it's kind of... I wouldn't say it's alt. It's kind of alt BPM, but I mean this is just like low BPM streams for the most part.
It's flowing.
Oh yeah, I would call it flowing. It's like an aim presence map. You can't leave things too early here, because that ends up what happening a lot of the time within on some of these cut streams is you end and leave the fourth note.
It's the first time I've ever heard the term aim presence.
I can coin up a lot of different terms.
So, the little details about this map, it was made for that French tournament Ada talked about, but also, you might see a couple of interesting spikes here. Like, this map is very backloaded, I feel, where the solo is just absolutely killer for anybody trying to play it. You can still miss some other patterns, like, there's some very tricky stuff, but I think this map is an example of a map that might not necessarily have like consistent difficulty all the way throughout, but it still feels very fun to play. Like, it feels engaging even on the parts that it doesn't really like necessarily go ham, which is, it's always a nice feeling. I think everyone that we've spoken to, everyone that tried to play test this map really liked it, and I think it's no surprise. Like, this map feels mapped from the heart, I guess. Like, someone who mapped this aka Calicube. That person really just had fun.
It just feels like it's a perfect match for the mapping style. Like, it just feels very natural to play. So here is so probably where the map starts spiking a lot in difficulty. It's not an immediate change, but it just kind of gradually gets harder from here. So it really, really rewards the ability to keep your combo here. It might be a little bit of a change from like the ultra balanced map that you kind of usually find everywhere in the pools. This has that weird balance where you're definitely looking to combo game, because the first half, you know, if you're good enough, you're not nervous or anything, you know, arguably kind of free for a finals hidden player. Everything here, though, definitely not at all. So if you have like the skill cap and the ability to actually keep your combo through all of this, it's going to be really rewarding.
Yeah, we're gonna see some good moments for sure, and hopefully not too many score swings due to chain misses.
Even after the end of the solo, you thought, oh hey, the solo is by far the hardest part. No, this last chorus here has a couple of very big choke points as well. Like a couple of the like consecutive, very small spacing cut streams. They can really trip you up. You see here.
These are pretty hard.
Just one little like wrong step, wrong movement to follow these streams, and you're chain missing like 8 notes plus.
If you're getting there with an FC, you're missing. it's just how it works.
There are a few people who don't miss.
All right, so a little bit of an unconventional kinda. I don't know. It's a weird one. Here's an Isamir map, but kind of is Hard Rock 1. What? We don't really see that usually. So this isn't a very regular aim map. It tests a lot of aim, but don't think you're really finding any sort of conventional aim here. We pivoted this map a little bit around, but I mean we can talk about how it is now first.
It's not... So Nomon 1 was your big aim, like your actual raw aim test. This is more of an aim strain test. You have to be absolutely comfortable with where your cursor is going, or else you're gonna get caught up trying to hit too many of the circles and kind of just start missing and start misaiming in very strange ways. Keep in mind, this is 225 BPM, so that's pretty much a lot of where the aim strain comes from.
225. There's a couple of bursts, not really too many streams. I think actually, I don't think there's a stream over 9 notes, so you won't see too much of a speed requirement. You'll see like maybe a couple of points and like very sorted like couple of bursts here and there. But overall, this is a challenge to keep your focus, I think. This map is also it's sponsored by The Poon and his KFC obsession.
Wings.
So yeah, this is not a super conventional map the way you aim it. You kind of made like an accidental discovery with this one, I guess. Originally, this was planned to be Hard Rock 3 and kind of meant to be more of like an awkward aim map. That's why a lot of these patterns are kind of like leftovers from that. A lot of aim control that you don't normally find in Hard Rock 1, but we kind of just found it fun as an aim map. So we tweaked it around a little bit, not too much. Kind of didn't intend for it to end up that way, but I think it's kind of a success. It's not a pick that you'll usually, like a type of map that you'll usually really see. It's one of those that doesn't really like fit nicely anywhere, so we made it fit somewhere. The OWC special.
Good maps find their way somewhere. Also, I believe the vocalist is a featured artist, but not the band. I forget exactly what's happening there. The vocalist for this band is, at least the song is Fuki.
Fuki, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it happened again. This is also a multiplayer lobby score.
Why is it
So-
always Miles?
I actually tried improving this, and I couldn't. This map is really hard. It's pretty mechanics based.
In terms of keeping your combo on this, probably up there. Some of the hardest in the pool, I think.
I'm actually really interested to see what kind of scores we'll get this weekend on this. Obviously, very good. Everyone's very good that's left in the tournament.
I think this gets 2 FCs or less if it's played like tournament wide, not one match.
Don't
It's a really hard
don't underestimate these teams, man. If I've learned anything, is that everything they say is easy is hard, and everything they say is hard is actually easy.
That's true.
So if this is hard, they think it's hard, they'll get like 4 season match.
All right, let's move on now. Hard Rock number 2. We've got a Lucent and Mordred collab, and here's a more well, is it even stream oriented? I don't know. This has a very particular vibe. This whole CS5 style. This has conventional aim, lots of it. This has a lot of aim. It's the precision pick though, and it does also have a lot of stream aim. So, kind of how we like to, keep the same skill sets relatively in the same pool, but just toss things around for fun. This is kind of a result of that as well. You can kind of consider this the aim Hard Rock pick of the week, considering Hard Rock 1 is not super conventional, not super comfortable. This will be.
Yeah, I would say this is comfortable outside the streams, just because the streams, not that they're uncomfortable, they're just very hard.
Yeah, it doesn't particularly feel like a stream map to me, but it has streams that are very hard. Like the precision makes it so that the focus isn't solely on the streams. The aim is also very, very hard on this map. And we'll be heading into like a big stream after this Ki, which you'll see. You'll recognize it from, I think, the short version as well, where this is the longer version of Reunion. There's not many people familiar with it because I think all the ranked sets are the short version. But yeah, it's still just like the Evil Elvis map of it, or like even the very, very old one used for a lot of DT players is like,
oh yeah, the
training.
The Uran set.
Oh, the repeat Reunion? Yeah.
I think if you're very good at precision, the aim won't be a problem. It's gonna be the streams. Because there's no way you're not shaking in a match. This map is death if you are shaking.
This
Absolute death.
There we go. Good luck handling the nerves on this one.
Also worth noting that this was originally a semifinals pick, I believe. And then we figured out there was 7.7 stars originally, so
I think it was even higher.
it might have been.
This is after like a giant nerf. It's 7.7 after the nerf. I think when the map was first done, I think it was 7.9 on laser.
Also, never look up the lyrics to this song. Your reality will be shattered.
Yeah, Osu loves giving star rating to streams that are spaced.
Yeah, pretty tough Hard Rock pool so far. I think we kind of ended up finding the perfect map to round out those two weirdly slotted maps. So we've got the complete opposite somehow of all of that. Managed to find a map that exists that does that. So here's like low CS, alt, finger control, tech. I don't like
Floyd-ish.
Snap.
Somehow this just really balances out the Hard Rock pool in a very, very nice way. This is a very fresh addition to the pool as well. I think we settled on this like a day ago or 2 days ago or something. But yeah, this is a ranked map now, I think. This whole map set is from, what, Pending Cup mapping contest or something? Lots of really, really good maps on this one. This one just happens to fit our purposes pretty perfectly.
Speaking of maps that we took like 16 hours plus to
yeah.
get, this is one of them. I believe this map was decided on Friday, maybe Saturday, like evening. But yeah, very, very late pick, but I think we managed to find a good map to balance out the pool. I think this map is both a mixture of like the standard like act map where we put a map of our rhythms in Hard Rock so your act dies, but it's also like extremely mechanically tough. You can really just miss on a lot of these alt patterns, a lot of these like slightly trickier bursts, or like alt patterns coming from those 1/6, which require a lot of finger control. You really need to have your flowing and your finger control both in check. Like, this is a very, very hard map. And I wouldn't be surprised.
It just moves very fast. Like, aim on this, all over the place.
Yeah, you kind of have to, pardon me for saying this, you actually have to kind of learn this map for Hard Rock 3. Some of the patterns can give you quite a jump scare.
Shoutouts to Enry, by the way, who came in and did replays. All of the Enry replays that you've seen 2 already. There's a couple more. They're all one try. These are all sight read. Just saying. Let's go on to the DT pool, and it's more Enry replays. Here's another ranked map by Cold Noodle.
Despite it having Senia in the name, it is not a Senia map. I'm sorry, Senia enjoyers.
I've gotten baited by that a few too many times.
It's actually pretty fun. We've managed to have like something Senya quotations every week. Not every week. I guess every week.
Is it every week?
I can't tell you.
It's in the contract.
But yeah, this is actually a fairly standard DT1 aim map. This is as vanilla as it gets. There's like one burst in here that is pretty big. It's not long, it's just a big spaced burst, so.
It's after the like break in the middle, right? Or something like that. Yeah, it's back to a little bit more of a standard DT1. Last week we had obviously the experiment with Paper Moon, and I think people enjoyed that, but apparently my dog didn't.
Yeah, that was very successful, I feel like. Got a lot of feedback from players saying they like the different DT pool. I don't think we're... Well, not to say we're not doing that with DT this week, but at least we're not touching DT1 with any of the changes like that. Like you said, this is a very pure map. It's a anime aim map.
Yeah, that burst right there. That burst. It's pretty big.
Revolutionary.
I'm like 4 seconds late to the actual burst. But...
Oops.
Oops.
It's a very normal map. I think Fridge. Fridge good.
What does that mean?
You know, like
I actually don't know what that means. What
you know the Pepe emotes?
No, I don't know what a fridge is. My bad.
Do you know like the Sag, the Maj, the anyway, they got a word that actually exists,
I see.
and then
I've
they
seen
made
the emote, I
they
just
made a
don't look at the
Pepe
name.
fridge.
Yeah. Listen, I'm old right now, but I don't get these things. You gotta explain them. Well, yeah, I mean, pretty regular DT1 pick. And so we have a little bit of a different DT2 again, with Nomad 2 in mind, intentionally or not, Nomad 2 being extremely stamina based. This one is going to be a little bit different. How would you describe this one, Tayo? I think this is kind of strain based, right? Lots of finger control, never stops, but not too much like actual stamina in this, right?
So this is a BPM check rather than a stamina check. This will test your fluidity on basically 231 BPM. You have to be very clean in tapping this. It doesn't require you to tap this BPM infinitely like a lot of DT2s might require you to. Like, it requires you to be able to act these kinds of things really well, because if you don't act them and don't read them very well, you're gonna find some misses, basically just due to strain.
Would you say it's a little bit reminiscent of qualifiers?
Yeah, I think so.
I would say it's very reminiscent. This map is absolutely full of blue tick rhythms. It might feel a little uncomfortable for some people, but I also find the map really fun to play once you get the hang of the rhythms.
Oh,
That wiggle is nasty, man.
I was trying to get the replay like a couple days ago, and that's why this was updated so recently. Is that pattern was actually a choke point, so we did some nerfage of the wiggle. It still looks pretty gnarly, but it's feasible now.
I like that the song ends and then just starts again. It's the same song.
Long version.
I should also mention that this map is pretty techy in nature. Lots of slider aim and funky rhythms.
Oh.
This also does div spike at the end.
I remember Bowman. Oh, Jesus Christ. that's the longest stream that I expected for this kind of map. I forgot that was there. I remember Bowman used to say there's two types of like streamy maps. There's the streamy maps that, you know, Bubbleman can play where it's like a finger control, kind of like the stamina comes less from like the super long streams and more from the overall strain. Then there's the car thief stamina where it's just you tap forever. And I think No Machu is the car thief stamina this week, and then this DT2 is more of the Bowman stamina.
That miss, tragic. Move on. Let's take a look at DT3 Desktop Buddy by Elcheer. Somehow this map is playable. Not sure how we managed to make that playable. It's 270 BPM for your speed slot this week. This was over 8 stars when it was initially made, I think.
This is uploaded with the original version. You can go check.
Yeah, you can
on
go play
client.
it if you can.
Yeah, it's 8.5 stars by the way.
8.5 stars, the original version.
Needless to say, we were a bit worried when he finished the first version. Like, maybe he overshot difficulty by a slight amount, but he was very receptive to... yeah, no, he overshot
Supreme Grand Final, dude.
Supreme Grand... Yeah, Ultra cleaned this up beautifully.
Yeah, no, he was really receptive to feedback and got the map down to a place where I think everyone really just can have a little bit of fun playing this. Like, it is still like a very rough tapping map. Like, it's not pleasant if you're not capable, but like it's very playable and I think mostly fun for anybody who is proficient at the skill set. Also, the song is a little bit of a bop, like underrated bop here.
It is pretty catchy.
Crescento is making this look really easy, but I assure you it's pretty hard.
What happened? What happened? Crescento like joined and then dropped this replay in like 10 minutes and like said nothing. Just like dropped the mic.
Giga Chad? Join server, provide hard replay, say nothing. Refuse to elaborate.
This goes really hard. Like, this is an insane replay. Actually, this map is tough. All right, what's this next one? What's the deal with this one?
Honestly, it's a very fast alt map.
You're not gonna find a DT4 like this ever again. This is one of a kind. This is kind of a raw skill DT4, but not really. It's kind of awkward, kind of strange rhythms, and kind of wiggly. I don't know. This map is an incredibly good time. This map is so much fun. The song is so good. This is kind of for the players here.
This is for the Western music enjoyers.
Oh my god, that looks hard.
It's very hard. I think in match especially, just hitting all these wiggles properly, it's very hard. I don't think it's overly so, but
There's like a pass player map.
It's
This
more
has
comfortable
FCs.
than it seems. It's more comfortable than it seems.
Oh, this is MFC.
Trail Mix has an FC in the showcase, and he did not FC like Hidden 3 or, you know, it's. I know it looks hard, but scores on this won't be that bad. I assure you.
I don't know. I think in match people with nerves are gonna mess this up so bad.
I understand. This is a very difficult map to play in tournament. Very difficult map to play in tournament. But difficulty-wise, it's not as much as you think it is.
Also, yeah, it
promise.
is just AR 10.3, not higher. I promise. Also,
Apparently that's fine now. That's like a normal thing. No one really struggles anymore. All right, here's absolute banger time. It's Fighting Gold by Partovnik. He's back from qualifiers. This is one of the first maps that we got from like the custom stage, and I was so obsessed with how fun this is to play. Like, there's something about this map is just so good. It's the Partov magic, man. I don't know, but you get this kind of like Axel decel aim here, but it works in a way that makes so much sense with the song. It's so much fun to play. Like, I can't believe it. I got Dada hooked on this map as well for like months. There's something about this, man. I don't know.
this was one of the first finished previews and one of the last finished maps for some reason. But we were pause chanting for basically the whole time in between.
I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted him to finish this map just so I could play it. Here's the main theme. It's not really a gimmick.
You can say gimmick. Like, it's what the map is structured around.
Yeah.
Everyone that hates No Much Here Excel streams that's complained over and over again, please play this map. Like, this will change your opinion immediately.
We should have put this in qualifiers then. They would have liked everyone. They would have liked everyone to.
We had the
No,
JoJo opening people.
I'm kidding.
Feature on it. Make it happen, Pepster. Yeah.
I guess this is the start to the Fremont slog. We have
3 maps over 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I won't lie to you. I'll just anticipate. There's someone in chat that I know very well with a VIP little diamond. He's gonna say XD, this whole so long XD, and then I'm gonna just Pepe Monk right back. You know, it's fine.
I can't believe the Fremont pool is over 18 minutes.
Oh, you just pinged me. I know you're there! Oh yeah, I think... I explained this in Apple feedback to those who are in Apple feedback, which is mostly me. We don't want to make the poll overly long, but if we think the maps are good and we find good maps that just happen to have like a little bit of a length problem, I guess, if you can really say that, like if you can really call it that, we prioritize the good maps over the like.
Yeah.
No, for like the replacements we did find, we put short on a priority stick for some of the maps in here after the entire pool is completed and we need to find a couple replacements. So
Also, some concerns with Hard Rock and chat over this. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Also, just consider the fact that there's only we're in finals now. There are only 6 players in the world that have to play this with Hard Rock, so we kind of have to balance things around that. The SR with Hard Rock is actually not even that bad. I think it's 7.3, but the map flows so well. It's really not that bad.
Just a quick shout with Hidden. You will feel like amazing after hitting the streams, but you can miss them very, very easily. Hard Rock's actually a little bit easier to follow.
Yeah.
I'm actually really bad at these on Hard Rock simply because like the last object in these, or like the last few objects, feel like their own pattern. So like stop on the last object of the Excel and then snap to the slider head. And that's obviously not a consistent method of hitting any of these, so might be a little difficult with HR.
I think it's kind of a given that most maps are going to be pretty hard with HR at this point. It's hard to balance that. But let's move on. We've got something. A little gift. It's yet another OC original right here. Made by RN, who's somehow not got a lot of music in OC Standard. I wanted to change that, so we've got an absolute banger for the speed slot this week. It's mapped by Altai. Let's just play it. Take a listen at Anostropha? Anostropha, who knows? Let's go with that.
I really like this map. That's all I have to say. Also, another thing is that this BPM is kind of close to DT2, and this will carry all your stamina woes if DT2 did not, and if also Nomad 2 did not.
This map is really like I think everyone who's playtested this that is like fluent in this skill set really liked it. So yeah, I'm hopeful that so will the players in the tournament. Like Freemachu, we had a couple of issues with bus sliders and stuff like that. I think this map is in a way a lot more straightforward, but also still very mechanically intensive.
All right, let's move on. Let's take a look at half slash Toho Fremont 3. We also needed one of those.
This map is
This one is mean.
yeah, no. This map is designed so that you die.
You missed.
It's
several
in a
times.
way. In a way, it is just like Toho bullet patterns.
It's a tough map. What can I say? A lot of these bursts and streams just end with like a little wiggle or a tiny bit of aim control at the very end. It's really hard to keep up with. Always have to be on your toes for this one. How?
You'll see in a bit. You'll see in a bit. This is obviously an HDHR replay. Can we get the actual map stats for like Nomad and Mid?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is ARA TS5. That's kind of a given. I think the Nomad star rating on this is 6.6. Sorry, 6.06. Some of these patterns here, you're watching this with Hard Rock, so it's going to look a lot easier, but this is where everybody's about to miss. This whole chain of objects for this entire section here, it's going to be repeated a couple times, but really, really, really difficult without Hard Rock, let's say that. Even on Nomad, honestly.
Even on the Hard
very,
Rock,
very
I'll be
hard.
honest. Even
There's
on
a
Hard
couple
Rock.
of hard patterns here that you're kind of expecting a lot of people to reset, so it's kind of like an achievement in itself just not to miss on some of these. Like most of the map is very playable, but there's a couple of key sections like that you're just gonna miss on. This is absolutely a hidden tank map. Some of those patterns are just simply way harder on that mod than everything else. Even on Hard Rock, I think you're gonna find a lot of people that are more comfortable doing that style of aim, but when you have to do it on Air 8, it's not nice.
4 minutes.
It's not nice.
Also, there's some people that dislike half slash maps because they think they're too mean. They think they're too. Dude, I love them. Like I love stuff like this where it's like very creatively finding ways to make you miss outside of just making the spacing like bigger, making the CS smaller or something like that. This is a map that is like, you know that image where the dude does like a kickflip with a broom and then like hits himself in the face with the handle? This is kind of like what it feels like to play this map.
This map just hates you.
It hates you, but it feels
Like, it
so good to hit it.
No, he's not lying. The map is very satisfying. I think it's enjoyable to play. I'm saying this because I play this on Hard Rock. Nomad is probably a different story, but I think this is a good time on Hard Rock.
Even on
Probably
Nomad,
we'll be seeing some overmods.
Okay, we have Gaby on the playtesting team, and Gaby is one of the few people, maybe even in the world, who can play this hidden at a consistent level. And like to see him hit the patterns, it is like bliss. Like it's so satisfying to hit to see someone just hit those extremely janky streams. It is very nice.
got a little bit of a tone shift at the end here where we just have this like square offset grid kind of thing too. It's kind of nice. It just randomly changes.
I'm kind of mad at you guys.
Is the ending still mean?
No, but
no.
I wish the last few objects was the burst instead of the reverse. I'm mad at you guys.
We had to remove this. So this burst.
This Buzz Lighter.
That used to be 3 objects, so it's something like a 390 BPM triple or something like that.
Yeah,
We had to make it playable, so
the
unfortunately it's
Basara
gone.
type.
It's perfectly
SS
playable.
killer.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay, man. Alright, you know what is perfectly playable though? Personal favorite this pool. Let's go. Let's go.
Another
One more.
Another
One more.
Another one.
Let's go. It's Niwashi for the rhythm pick. Let's go, dude. We have a Devious Panda custom for the rhythm pick on a brand new Niwashi song, kind of made to be. I mean, you can maybe tell by the title here, "Harder Than a Diamond." Pretty obvious reference to one of their previous songs. Dude, just cue this. Let's go. Let's just listen. This is such a good song. I love Jazz. Such a
Yeah,
good
like
song.
Jazz.
This map too, honestly. This type of map usually is a little bit hard to play. I think usually it's very easy to like speed gap half the people who want to play this. Clearly, as you can tell, this does not do that, which is a pretty hard task to do actually. Even on hard rock, this remains really, really accessible. None of the difficulty in this is really changed by adding hard rock. It's not super dense or anything. The AR is pretty comfortable for this type of thing, but yeah, all of the rhythm changes in this, no matter how tiny they are or how big they are, you kind of have to be on your toes. This is not a sight read map at all. Probably the first map of the tournament that you really have to learn. So yeah,
I think on no mod you can maybe try and get away with just one practice run, but on the mods it's very, very tough.
It's tricky. This map is very tricky. That's all I can say. Despite it having not any sort of real tapping requirement, it's hard, man.
yeah. All right, well, we've got the TB remaining. Let's just play it. It's not an OC original, but we had to get a metal TB in somewhere. Specifically wanted this because we haven't had one really. So we've got It's Winter and Calicube collab on a pretty long metal song. I love long maps.
Honestly, if Longinus was
This is
anything
hard.
to, if Longinus was anything to go by, I think
Yeah.
long pulls are to be expected.
This is a final boss if there ever was one. Like, oh my god, this map
Winter
is
and
hard.
Alice killed it. They killed it.
It's so good, but it's so difficult. By the way, the very start here, arguably the hardest part of the map. So before you actually look at this, just immediately starts and just kicks you in the face, dude. It's so difficult.
So we just explain a
also,
little bit.
again, Enry sight read for this one, so you kind of get an idea of how a sight read would go on this.
Just a little explanation for the map. Most of the map is in 1.3, and a lot of the streams are in 1.6. So the BPM is a little bit, I guess, misleading. Like 140 isn't really the real BPM, but
This
there are
intro,
alterations.
the intro used to be the hardest part. I don't think it's the hardest part anymore.
No, they nerfed it a lot.
It was nerfed a lot. I think the original
this
version
really has an original version uploaded, so if you just really like pain, you can go try that one.
Yeah.
That one was 8 stars. Speaking of maps with their original versions, like upwards of 8 stars, that one was one of them.
It is hard, but none of it's unplayable. This map is very fair.
Yes.
It's like this is as mechanics as you can get for a TB, and it tests your aim control with all patterns. It tests your actual raw aim, tests your streams. I don't know what it doesn't test. It tests slider aim. It tests like
Somehow, I'm gonna spoil this because it's really funny to talk about. This map just becomes Hollow Wings. It even tests that.
you get some tech bursts. I get not tech streams, but tech bursts, like some split doubles and
And
kind of turns
BPM
into a
changer.
Honda. I don't know.
Heading
That
to an
one,
alt section now. You see the
Yeah.
difference in the transition? You go from 1.3 to straight to 1.4 around the same BPM, so you can catch people throughout as well.
it's very consistent. Happens a couple times, but yeah, it's gonna catch you off guard if you don't remember that it's there. Don't sight read this. I don't know how many times I can say this for tiebreakers. People still do it.
You can actually sight read this.
Clearly you can. Because
I-
you're doing all right, but
The way the BPM transitions work, not in the song, but the way that they're mapped is pretty damn well executed. Also, this is actually 7 minutes. I think like a lot of that
Yeah, it's the part of the beginning. I think.
Yeah, a lot of it is the intro. So
Yeah.
if you're
It's
a
like low sixth.
if you're a faithful of the No Skip Saturday Church or No Skip Sunday, please try to forego that religious obligation for this stage only.
It was a big tone shift for this song here. It definitely turns into more of an alt style. And then it's gone.
It happened so fast. Oh no!
This map has a lot of aim strain. This map is the combination of everything in the pool.
It almost
here's a
also
solo with
had
it.
270 BPM burst, but thought that was
Yeah.
a little too much.
Yeah, no, Sayo wanted them back.
I wanted to put the burst back. Like, look at the map, guys. Just
No,
we
he
had
had 6 reverses in a row. Sometimes
Yeah.
sacrifices must be made. I'm sure they're unnerfed in the original. You can go play that.
Yeah, the original's sick.
Yeah, these.
Yeah. Like after like extensive playing, like the bursts weren't that bad, and then we had it in the lobby, and no one noticed that they were gone. So I just let it be. I really want to see this played. This would be fantastic to see.
Honestly, I want to see this played more than once. Make it happen, guys. Not only am I excited for all the close matches that we're going to get next week, I'm also very excited for just the possibility of seeing some of these very unique picks coming to center stage, really, and get some spotlight as well.
I think the cool thing about this pool is I don't think there seems to be like a universal ban that people are going to go for. I think this pool will allow you to, like, if you're playing in the stage, it's going to allow you to like target ban your opponent a lot more. You don't need to have like that blanket ban. Like a lot of people just blanket ban hidden 2 last round, just because the harder map, hard to fit players on it. I don't think this pool has an equivalent to something like that.
It's pretty like if you didn't have any
or something, I don't know. But, anyway, here's Hall Wings now.
Don't worry about not having any hidden 2 data from last weekend because you won't need it for this weekend.
Yeah, true.
No, we really just listened to your feedback by like silently no voting, and we just took Hidden True out. Just took it out back and
That does not feel like 7 minutes because it's not, I guess.
it's
even
not
feel that
7
long.
minutes. Did we skip the intro or did we
No, we
listen to
didn't.
the whole intro? Okay,
talked-
We
then
watched-
maybe
we
it is
watched
7
the whole
minutes.
thing. Well,
It's like
7
6
minutes with the
minutes.
intro. Yeah.
Like 6:15 or something. I'm not sure.
All right, that's the finals pool. It's gonna be one more to go next week. Not too much experimentation this time around. You get your, your familiar ground, hopefully.
There's a bit here and there. Obviously with a couple of the Fremont picks and the whole hidden switcheroo that we did. A couple of the hard rock picks as well. DT4. But yeah, there's a lot of familiar comfort as well as some slightly more esoteric stuff. I hope it's enjoyable for everybody who's playing and who's watching. So as always, the Maple feedback channel is open. You can very much go there and yell at us if you're upset about any of the picks in the pool, or if you have some feedback for balancing or for specific picks. Like last week, we had very productive feedback discussions in there, and your feedback is always valued. It's changed pools before, and it will change pools in the future, so very much go there and speak your feedback. So
And go listen to the RN and Niwashi songs. They're good. You heard them once. Got a couple more times to listen to. Honestly, absolute bangers. I'm really happy we were able to get both of them on for brand new original songs. More to come next week.
Spoilers.
To the surprise of nobody, I would imagine. Oh, yeah, that about wraps it up, I think. We had a pretty long weekend with a bunch of crazy matches. Pool, I think, was able to, the last pool was able to shine, I suppose, or just have an interesting presence in those matches. I think you can kind of feel a lot of the changes are in how they interact with actual matches now, which we haven't really gotten to do much before planning all of this. So it's nice to see how it impacts the games and stuff, and we hope to see more of that this week, especially with the weird stuff like the No Mod 5 low AR, lack of hidden low AR, the weird DT and Hard Rock skill set allocations, I suppose. Pretty interesting to look at, so I hope we can see some banger plays from all the players playing in the finals. That about wraps it up for me. Anything else to say, guys?
Yeah, just a quick reminder, this is not the last pool. There's still one more pool in Grand Finals, so everybody who's a little bit maybe out of touch with the recent LWCs, there has been a separate pool for Grand Finals, and there will continue to be. So keep your eyes peeled for that. As always, you can buy the banners in the Osu store to support the teams and the prize pool. And speaking of supporting the prize pool, you can support the prize pool directly by going to the Open Collective and donating there. That money goes straight to the prize pool. No fees, no deductions, just straight to the players. And that about wraps it up. So thank you very much for watching. Thank you, Alex and Sayo, for being here with me. And yeah, have a good one.
Have a good one.
Thank you.